closing a bunch of, there's all kinds of doors and cupboards and cabinets open here. I'm gonna like end up hitting my head. Hi. Hi, friends. Okay, we're just gonna give the YouTubes a minute here. I can see you guys. You can probably see me, but I'm always a little bit behind, probably in more ways than one. Sometimes it feels like, right? So let's just give it a second. If you can hear me while you're, here we go. We're just about there. Okay, here we go. I think we're there. We are. It's funny because I can't quite see me yet. I can. All right, friends. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Friday and happy 6-year and 7-year anniversary. I can't believe I'm saying that. It's crazy, right? It is crazy. Welcome. Nice to have you guys here. If we've not met before, my name is Layle Kankar. I have a business called Layle by Mail. Over the last 6 years, 7 years, I don't know, really it's probably more like the last 20 plus years, I've been in the crafting world in one form or another, whether it was on a design team or working with different manufacturers or in my own business. 6 years ago, and this is what we're celebrating tonight, part of what we're celebrating tonight and tomorrow, 6 years ago on March 21st, and I will never forget that day. It was March 21st, 2020. You may not kind of recognize that date as being anything maybe super important. That was the very first Saturday that we did this, that we got together and played. But more importantly, it was the very first Saturday of the pandemic. The world had shut down that Monday. Here in Utah, we had an earthquake on Wednesday, which was crazy. And that kind of, those things together brought me to doing a pre-recorded class, free class that I put up on YouTube about traveler's notebooks. And it was great because it gave me some time to really focus on doing something that week other than spinning about the pandemic and what was happening and then the earthquake. So if you are new here, there's a little bit about what we're doing here tonight and where it all started, but I'll talk about that more, a little bit more as we kind of get going. If you're watching live, I would love it if you'd pop into the chat and say hello. There's a live chat that takes place as we are together tonight and then also tomorrow morning. And that's how I know you're here. So if you want to pop in and say hello, but that's also how the rest of the community knows that you're here, right? One of the great things, one of the many great things that came out of the last 6 years is this amazing community here that you all have named yourselves the Squirrel Squad. We'll kind of talk about where that came from, that little squirrel came from, because you'll see a new version of our friend Scout the Squirrel tonight, if you haven't already checked him out earlier today. So much to talk about, so much to share tonight, and then lots of fun lists. We have 3 lists planned for tonight. We will also be getting back together again in the morning. Tomorrow is Saturday, March 14th. We will be doing our creative listing again from 8 a.m. Pacific time until noon Pacific time. So we're set for 5 hours tonight. 4 Pacific. I'm in Mountain Time, but I never do Mountain Time because that confuses people. So I just have to do the math. We're on tonight 4 until 9 Pacific. If you are watching live with us, great. I love having you live. Pop in the chat and say hello, but not everybody can make it live. I know we have life, right? And so if you're not able to make it live and you're watching the replay, then nice to have you. And if you want to pop in the comments, if you're watching the replay, and let me know that you're here. And there is a reason, I'll kind of sweeten the pot for you. There's a reason why you might want to do that. Both being in the chat if you're watching live and leaving a comment if you're watching the replay. So I am going to kind of divert my eyes quickly and I want to look at the chat and see who's here. While I do that, if you have not given the video a thumbs up yet, I would love it if you would give the video a thumbs up. That is super helpful to me as a content creator and as a business owner. But that's also helpful to you guys because that is how the algorithm, that's a 4-letter word, but a longer 4-letter word in many of our worlds, the algorithm, the computers that think that they know more than we do in terms of what we want to see, right? So if you guys are giving a thumbs up, if you're commenting, if you're chatting, that tells YouTube that this is a great place to be. And then it starts recommending my channel to other people. So other people can join us and we have fun. So thumbs up. You can also hit subscribe to my channel. And then that way you don't hopefully miss things the next time I am doing a live. All right, so let me divert and look at the chat to see who's here. And then we'll dive in and get started. I will tell you in 2 hours, so that would be 6 o'clock Pacific time, 7 Mountain, 8 Central, 9 East Coast, and then beyond that, I'm, wherever you are. We will be doing a little toast, all right? So we'll be having a little cheers. We've done that the last 5 years that we've done this, so we'll be doing a little cheers, and if you want to toast with me, whatever your favorite beverage is, it could be an adult beverage, it could be tea, coffee, milk, Red Bull, vodka, I don't know, whatever you want, Coke, whatever it is, but we'll be doing a little cheers, so, and we'll give everybody a minute or two before we actually do that, so if you wanted to run to the kitchen or wherever you are and grab something, you can. All right, so let's check out the chat. Nick is so funny, my husband, I don't know, at about 4:30, he's like, oh my gosh, someone's already on, they've already left a comment, and I'm like, what? And he goes, well, maybe it was me. So the first comment is Nick, my husband. He said, I can't wait to get started. I can't believe that this community has grown over the years. I'm very proud of this amazing lady, which is very sweet of him. He's incredibly supportive of my harebrained ideas and my business. But it's me. It's me. Nick has nothing to do with the business. I mean, he's supportive, but well, yeah, we just moved to a warehouse, so I better watch that because he's incredibly supportive. But it's me and a team, and we'll kind of talk about the team as we get going, and just have a lot of fun tonight. So thank you, honey. Hello, Deanna. You guys are so sweet. You've left the nicest comments. Deanna said, thanks for sharing with us this beautiful soul. She's an amazing lady, and we in this journaling community are so very thankful and blessed to be able to learn from her. So very blessed. Thank you, Deanna. Hello, Jolie. You guys, I mean, I shouldn't even read these. I mean, I should read them, but love Layle's personality. She's just a lady that pivots whenever things go astray. Fabulous business. Glad I'm part of her scroll squad. Jolene, I am glad you are too. All of you, I am glad you are. I wouldn't be here without you. You guys know that, right? I would not have a business. Well, I could have a business, but it probably wouldn't be very successful if I didn't have any people. If I didn't have any customers, right? So you guys are just amazing. Jolene, oh no, I don't need to read Jolene's again. Joy said, I'm so glad I scrolled and found Layle's Traveler's Notebook listing. I was totally hooked. Your encouragement and sparkle kept me going throughout my ruptured brain aneurysm. I hear from a lot of you that in many different ways, whatever you have going on in your life, whether it's physical or emotional or psychological or whatever it is, that you've shared some stories with me that have truly touched my heart about just what this has meant to you. And it means a lot to me too. Because I keep doing it, right? I keep doing it because I love it and I love you guys and I don't want to stop. So we're not going to stop. But I love it when you share those experiences with me. So thank you. This was a community that definitely was created out of the pandemic, and it was a really tough time. So it became a place where we could all get together on a weekly basis and socialize, even though, we were all over the world from each other, as we still are. But we were kind of stuck. We were stuck in a place that we really couldn't leave. Especially in the early days when we really didn't know what was going on. But it really just created a really strong community here. And I'm so thankful and blessed for that. Okay, let's keep going. I got a lot to talk about tonight. Sarah says she's been here since all the way back in March 2020 when we started, which is crazy, 6 years ago. Learning a Traveler's Notebook and starting what we now call a Glimmer journal saved my sanity in those years. And it just gets more fun and creative every year, which I love. Becky Moore is in the house. Becky Moore, you've heard me talk about different people on my team. You've heard me talk about Amy Sonneman before, and normally we see her in the chat. She's my right hand. She does all kinds of sourcing and just like keeps the wheels on the bus, honestly. But she is in Japan. She's in Tokyo, and I will be going to meet her on Tuesday. So she is not here in the chat tonight. Normally she's adding links and answering questions and things like that in the chat, but the person who is here tonight helping us with that is Becky Moore. Becky and I go back to our days, my year that I spent at Basic Grade. And that's where Becky and I met and, kind of crossed paths a number of times in the industry over the years. And she and Amy were good friends. And Amy last year said, hey, we needed some help with stamp design and things like that, and some technical kind of graphic design when it came to the metal dies and stuff that we produce. And Amy said, hey, I think we should maybe talk to Becky. And I'm like, wonderful, let's do it. And over that time, Becky has now evolved. She is the graphic designer behind Layle by Mail, and she's amazing. I was seeing earlier today. She can get in my head. I can say, this is what I want. I can show some examples. I can show her a photo of a billboard that has a little shape on it like this, and she knows exactly what I mean and then creates. So she's the one who deserves all the credit because it's her amazing art that you guys have really liked over the last probably the 6 months. Anyhow, so Becky, thank you for being here. Becky will help moderate tonight. So as I am using product, as I'm starting to list, as I'm showing you some of the new products that launched today, she will be including links to those in the chat. She will also be helping to field questions. Now, when I'm talking like this, it's really hard for me to see questions because my questions are over there. But when I rotate the camera, a little bit easier. To make things easier, because at the beginning the chat is going to go pretty quickly, and when I do live giveaways, the chat's also going to move pretty quickly. If you have a question, before you type it, if you would type question in all uppercase, that will make it a lot easier for her to see those questions. All right, so thanks for joining us, Becky. Let's see, Laura, hello. She said I brought her so much joy. Likewise, thank you. Zen girls, are we starting in 3 minutes? Oh yes, that was a while ago. Oh, Joy, I love that. Joy said, well, my 1-year-old granddaughter helped me order today. She clicked on several things, mostly squirrel stickers. Well, you know what? She's got great taste, Joy, great taste. I, Virginia from Decatur, Georgia, Zen girls, Jody Biz, hello. Brenda Bratton, hello. Valerie from Central Canada, Joyce from Central Florida, 111 Renee's. She's excited to be here to celebrate with us, and thank you. Mimi, hello. Kelly Martin, Carrie Meredith, Ms. L, Paula and Shane. I know there's like all this, there's SBC Fest is going on today. There's lots of things happening today, so I'm glad that you could, and life is going on today too, right? So I'm glad you could kind of step aside from whatever life is for you and join us tonight for however long you can hang out. And tomorrow too, maybe. Heather's in Canada, it's snowing. Grace Craft Plan, cheers to 6 years, yes. Peggy from Wisconsin. Some of you have come out of work a little bit early. Some of you have maybe felt a little ill today and decided to take a day off, right? Do what you gotta do. Louisa's very sunny and hot, Southern California. I saw that today, right? And hello, Sandy. Louisa, she's still working, so she'll be listening for just a bit and then joining us. Karen Lou, 54. Wendy McTurk, I see so many of you that it's like, I was going to say old home week, not old folks week. You know what I mean. It's just fun to see some people I maybe haven't seen for a while. So I love it that you guys are joining us. Hello, Marion by the Sea. She said, champagne for everyone. Deanna, where did I get the shirt? Amazon. If you want to email me, I'll send you a link. It's kind of fun because it has, I don't know how to show it to you. It doesn't have, it's not a button down. It's kind of this cross thing, but it's all cross. It doesn't tie or anything. So everything sticks in, if you know what I mean. Let's see. Crafty Sleuth, hello. Colleen, hello. Cynthia, Gabby, Nancy R. I just want to say hi to everybody. Jackie, I know, hard to believe it's been 6 years. I don't know if Nick's on. I need him to turn my fan. I need him to bring the fan over. I'm very warm. Dawn, Debbie Hogshead, I just keep thinking menopause is over and it's not. I'm having my own little personal summer right here. You're going to see me glisten. That's what they call it, glisten. I never glisten, but we'll call it that. It always looks a little bit more than that. Lisa, hello. Tammy Croy, Robin Morgan, Bev Hillis, Elise, hello. Elise and I go back to my scenic route days, so a long time. Like 2005. 2005, I add an extra 2 in there. Kimberly, hello. Shirley, big Cheryl, I'm so glad you're here, Shirley. Teresa, Scrapping Corner, Nancy R, Dawn, Melissa, Diane, Lamaya, Jolene, Patricia Harvey, Ann P. Oh my gosh. Okay. I am going to, I just want to make sure I see everybody. Amanda, is that Mandy? I don't know. Amanda or Mandy? Debbie from West Point, but now in Arkansas. That's right. I think I know that. Kathy, Mari. Oh my goodness. Diane. I'm sweating reading all these names. Teresa, Scrapbooking Corner. You've been working from home since the pandemic. Oh, wow. That's awesome. I mean, it can be, right? Also can be hard. Yes, lots of giveaways. And so as soon as I get through our little list of saying hello, then we're going to do our first giveaway. Hello, Heidi Gilpin. Heidi, when I think of you, I always see a big smile on your beautiful face. Crafty Carly. Gerda, repeatable recipes is new, but she got here as soon as she could. I'm nice. You know, I always have a soft spot for the newbies, especially for the newbies that pop into the chat and say hello. If you've been a lurker, you've been, you know, like on the old talk show radio days, like Dr. Laura, when they'd say long-time listener, first-time caller. Well, tonight you can be a long-time watcher, first-time commenter or chatter. I'd love that. Kimberly, hello, Terry. Terry, I think, I know I asked this morning, Terry, I thought, but I didn't see your answer. Cruz, and you may be back. Hello, Ann. Tabitha, hello. Tabitha, I went to the ENT. I'll have to tell you guys about that in a bit. All right, okay. I'm going to do this, friends. I don't want to miss anybody because I always feel so bad. Hello, Debbie Brink. I just know that you're here, and I just appreciate you being here. Because now all of you guys are chatting, which I love. You guys are all chit-chatting. And then I'm trying to weed through all that, but don't stop. And see the people I haven't said hello to yet. Grace Ward. This tonight is your glimmer. I love it. That was a glimmer for me. We'll be doing our glimmer list tomorrow. All right. Okay. I just scrolled to the end. So if for some reason I missed you, just know I'm glad that you're here. And once we rotate the camera, if you want to pop in again and say something or chat, then I will be sure to see it. Because we could be here until midnight while we're just all chatting back and forth, which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. But some of you are like, yeah, let's get on with it. Oh, yes. I always forget about that. I always forget about the squirrel bell. I have my little bunch of little things behind me. Now, I have a whole bunch of things downstairs that many of you have given me, some squirrel things. But I have both of these things. Marie, if you're here, Poe, still. And then I think was it Debbie? You know what I should have done? I should have wrote her name on the inside of this. But she sent me a squirrel bell, early pandemic, so that I could ring it when I needed Nick. So whoever just suggested that, thank you. I'm going to do that. Hey, honey. Nick, can you go turn the fan on for me? My white one? Like, bring it over? Okay. So, Nick has a love-hate relationship with the squirrel bell because when I ring it, it means he needs to come running, you know. So, yeah, he's going to come do that for me. Just so many fun treasures you guys have sent me or given to me in person over the years. They're all, I have Nick building some really cool shelves, high up shelves in the warehouse, and all the squirrel things are going to be displayed there. It's going to be so fun. All right. Okay. Yes. So yes, I do have water, which is a good reminder. Let's hydrate because we need to hydrate. So I'm going to hydrate. I've got the big jug right now. Okay. Now I will tell you, there is no room on the floor to even put a foot. So you should see Nick trying to walk around everything. There's stuff everywhere. I'll share a photo tomorrow. All right.
Definitely a ginormous mess.
It is definitely a ginormous mess, but that's where the creativity happens, right?
Yeah,
there's been too much going on with the warehouse move and our son's wedding in Seattle and releases and all that, so it looks like a tornado hit in here. All right, so let's talk about our plan for the weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time, a new release dropped, as the kids would say. The stuff dropped, right? We're old. We're like, dropped? What, like dropped on the floor? Like, is it okay? Did it break? Did somebody step on it? New release launched today. So the March release, we're going to very quickly take a look at those. We're going to like speed through those things. There is a video from this morning where I do a full walkthrough on all the new products. So we'll do that quickly. Then we will jump into our listing for this evening. We'll work up until about 6 p.m. Pacific time. Again, math in my head. 6 p.m. Pacific time, we'll take a little break and do a cheers, and then we'll keep working until about 9 Pacific, all right? Something that's really important that you want to know about, if you've missed this, if you missed this, apologies, I've tried to say it everywhere I could. An email went out Wednesday night letting you know that this weekend, every year, and I always encourage you to maybe put this on your calendar, There was one time and one time of year only that my Layle by Mail branded products go on sale, and it is this weekend. It's always the anniversary weekend. This is 1 week early this year because I'll be in Tokyo next weekend, and so sorry we can't list next weekend. But maybe put in your calendar a little reminder that every year sale Layle by Mail branded products in March, and that kicked off today as well. That sale, you have information in the description box of the video down below. Becky, if you would pop that coupon code in the chat, that would be awesome. But I will also hold this up. Okay? This is the important thing right here. That coupon code, which is 15 LBM, so 15 for 15%, LBM for Layle by Mail 2026 for this year. That coupon code, you'll want to enter that when you check out on the website, because all of my Layle by Mail branded products, asterisks, there's a few things I'll talk about in a minute that are not part of that, are 15% off through Sunday, March 15th, 2026 at midnight, okay? Now this is a plea. Please enter that during checkout. There are a lot of orders that have already come through. And if you forget to add that coupon code, imagine that everyone forgot to add that coupon code. And imagine everyone emails me and says, Layle, I forgot to add the coupon code. Can you help? It is a process. I can't add the coupon code after you've already checked out. I either have to refund or I have to issue a store credit, and it's just a lot. It's a lot with what's going on. So if you please remember that coupon code when you check out, that will make our lives much easier. Now, there are a few things that are not part of that sale. Very few things, but any of the 2026 season pass products are not on sale because they are, they're not. 2025 are, but 2026 season pass products, both the kit and any of the a la carte products, are not on sale. The what are they called? Ink blending foam storage kits, also not on sale. Any of my project kits, so if it was like a traveler's notebook project kit or one of my like December documented mini book project kits, those are not on sale. And anything that's already marked down, so like the product bundles are already discounted 10% off. So coupon code does not apply to those either. And if you wanted that 5%, super easy. All you need to do is not add a bundle to your cart. Just go add the individual products to your cart, and then you could get the 15%. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. But that also applies to all the brand new products that just dropped today. So go shop, right? There's just some great products. And if you need tools that I have, some of my tweezers or scissors or pencil boards, my craft storage pouches, basically anything else but those things I mentioned are all on sale. So treat yourself. All right. That's the one thing that we needed to talk about, that was important. Another thing, gift with purchase. And of course I have to say, while supplies last, the gift with purchase. There are 2 different gift with purchase options. And when I say options, I would like you to choose one or the other and not both. So in the name of the product, it says choose one. So you have your choice of my Layle by Mail black ruler washi tape, or O-R, not A-N-D, or this little guy. I ran to the warehouse this afternoon after this morning. Now that's going to look odd because it's backwards, because it's a metal die. This is what it looks like. So a cute little metal die that says love. So you have a choice of either one of those with your purchase today. Or no, that's actually with your purchase through the weekend, through Sunday night, and that's while supplies last. There's also a really cool freebies that you can just download, and we'll talk about those in a sec. So I think what we're going to do is I am going to rotate the camera, I'm going to turn off the overhead lights, I'm going to move the other lights in, and we're going to get going. We have about another month and a half, I'm going to say, month and a half before we're no longer doing this setup where I've got to turn on and off the lights and I have to move the camera and all that, because now that we've moved to a warehouse, I have a room free downstairs that I will move all the filming stuff in. So once we get set up, it will be all much more professional. I've bought all the equipment. My friend Kathy Zilski walked me through what I should get, and then I have to figure out how it all works and set it up. But we're not too much longer away from having that ready to go for us, all right? So I'm rotating our camera first, okay? Rotating. We just went for a little ride there. All right, there we go. And that is a gift with purchase. So you can buy it. You can buy it for $0. So yes, it is a new product. We have some fun things like that we've done that we already have had produced for the entire year. So you'll see fun goodies like that pop up throughout the year and fun little gift with purchases. Purchases. All right, let's plug in. Thank you, Colleen. That is really important. Really, oopsie, wrong plug. And see, I don't have to do these things anymore. Everything will all just be plugged in. It'll be so much easier. But then we'll relish the old days of when, everything was manual. Okay, now let me turn on the fan. Nick brought that in, and now we can turn the fan on. It's beautiful here today. It's been like 70, low 70s this week, which is awesome. All right, so we've got lots to look at. I have lots of things here on my desk. I already showed you those 2 freebies, right? I showed you the black ruler washi, or it'll be a little bit easier for you to see this. That is the love die. The love die. Oh, Lisa, the wedding was amazing. We'll talk about that a little bit when I get to start doing my about last month, the first list, second list. I think it's the second one. All right, so let's talk about the freebies. There are new freebies available on the website, and you'll start to see more and more of these. Now, I've done free classes for quite a while on the website that you'll see, but now these are like free products, and you don't have to buy them or shipping or anything. The first one we'll take a look at, and Becky designed these, both of these that I'll show you. There is a product that you can download for free. You still have to add it to your cart and check out, but it's free, of 12 different cut files. All right, so these cut files are for your electronic cutting machines, like your Cricut or your Silhouette or your Brother Scan and Cut and whatever else that might be electronic that would work this way. Carol, I know you do. I know you love digital products. So this first set, you guys, that is 12 cut files. Now, I tried to cut these at the warehouse. Silhouette's now at the warehouse because usually Lily and Denise are doing something with the Silhouette for me. So it's at the warehouse. And at the warehouse, I realized I did not have any black cardstock. It's all here still at my home. So I will show you what these look like, but I'm going to show you a different version of them. But you'll still get a feel. These were part of the 2026 year in review cut files, but this will give you an idea. So I just took whatever the cut file was and put it on my machine, and it cut that word out, right? Or those words, that phrase, year in review. So with this, you can use things like this in a number of different ways. If you are working in a 12 by 12 album or a 6 by 8 album, you could punch holes and then add that right into your album, right? So that's kind of what that little margin is there for. Cut your hole, punch your holes, and tuck them in. You can also use tip-in tape. So you could tip these into a planner, into a traveler's notebook, using tip-in tape or washi or something like that. All right. When you add these to your cart and check out, you automatically get an email from SendOwl. SendOwl, that is a third-party service that I use that sends all the stuff out so that no one has to do it. It's electronically sent. So just watch for that. And really, this goes with anything digital that you're buying from me, even if you're getting class instructions with a class or something like that. You want to click on that link right away and then download whatever it is to your computer, because as part of SendOwl, that goes away after about 10 days. So just download it, save it, and then you'll be good to go. So that is the first thing. Aren't those awesome? Fun in the Sun, My Story, Captured, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ampersand, tags, hearts, flowers, roses, stamps, airplanes, and butterfly. You could even, if you have an electronic cutting machine, you know that you can size these. You can make them smaller. You could make them bigger. You really could, if you wanted, just even cut off that thing. Those pieces are all connected, so you'd have a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you could use for anything. All right, that's the first freebie. Next up, we have printables, free printables, free printables. This is one set, and there are, I think, 49. Is that right? If I remember correctly. I think in this one set of free printables, you guys, you have 49 things. With something like this, I usually, I usually print at home. If you have a nice printer and you could print at home. Otherwise, I would take this and go to like a FedEx Kinko's or something like that, and have them print for you. Usually I print on cardstock or something like that so that you can, use these. I do believe it says down at the bottom, it's cut off from my printer, but I do believe it says for personal use only. And because of that, you should be able to take it to a FedEx Kinko's or wherever you get your things printed, and they should print that for you, no problem. All right, so what you have here, you have an assortment of 3x4 cards, you have an assortment of cut apart word strips, tags, icons that you can fussy cut, and some printable papers. So as we start to look at just a couple of those, are those cute, right? Becky designed all these, and you guys, all these are free as part of that download. You have some 3x4 cards, really cool ones. These are also 3x4, so you could use these as a full card, but the way they're intended to be used is you print them and then cut them out, and you have all those great little word strips. You have some different 6x8 papers, some different even traveler's notebook size papers. So I'm missing a couple in my printout there, but just some great fun things for you, and those are nice freebies, okay? Yay, Becky! Thank you. I loved it when she suggested that. All right, next up. I guess I think we're ready to start looking at product now, all right, from the release. And as I mentioned, we're going to go through this really quickly because a number of you already saw me do this morning. This will be an abbreviated version. And if you'd like to see more and really see me talk through the products, then you'll find that video on my website from this morning. Okay, new Scatter the squirrel mascot. This is now Scatter 2.0. He made an appearance in the winter spring season pass, so you may have seen him there. But he is our new Scatter. All right, that is a vinyl sticker. So you can purchase that vinyl sticker that's 3 inches tall and, almost 3 wide. Then you also have a Scatter squirrel or squirrel squad sticker. So our little squad of squirrels, right? And Becky designed those, so fun. Those are both vinyl stickers that can go on your, they can go in your water bottle, on really anything you'd put a vinyl sticker on, right? Okay, from there, let's look at these guys. These are Sentiments die cuts. Sentiments die cuts. These are a pack of 103 die cut sentiments. You will see this image when you go and look at this on the website, you'll see that image so you can see all those different die cuts. What's fabulous about these, you guys, is that there are multiples. So if you are worried that, you need sending birthday wishes and you're like, ooh, I don't want to use that because if I use it, I won't have it again. You have multiples of those. So you don't have to worry about running out. Or you could buy more than one pack. Someone ordered 6 packs today. I saw an order came through. I'm gonna have to reach out to her and go, 6? What are you doing? Are you making a lot of cards or you're giving them away, the sentiments? But this will just give you an idea. Nice neutral sentiment, sending mail, sending you happy mail, sending thanks, sending hugs, happy birthday. So you've got some big circles like that. You have some of our stacked word art that you've seen in stamps and also in our rub-ons. And then just lots of nice plain little sentiments. What's so nice about these is that if you are a card maker, you need things like this, right? If you don't want to have to stamp things out and you want to have sentiments that are ready to go, these are very plain on purpose. They are black on white because that will work with pretty much anything that you're working with, all right? So I thought I'd show you just a couple of examples really quickly. Some of these are on the website, some aren't yet because the design team has continued to send some things through to me today. But these are 4 cards made by one of my creative team members, Jean Jachna. And you'll see what she's done. You'll see these beautiful cards that she's made using products from the winter spring season pass. Sending birthday wishes, you're the best, thinking of you, and sending love. So sometimes you just need a nice little sentiment to throw on a card and it's good to go. Now, Laura Lee Murphy. Laura did something totally different with the sentiments, and she actually used them in a traveler's notebook spread. She made a list about her daughter's hobbies, and on there she used some of those card making, or they're not called card making sentiments, they're called sentiments. So celebrate, you've got this, I'm sending love, you're the best, enjoying the little moments, thinking of you, right? So those worked really well in a non-card layout. Mimi, absolutely. So what Mimi is saying, you can put some ink on those if you want, color. So let's just look at something really quick because this will be easy peasy. I don't even know if I have any ink left on this. Let's do this. Celebrate. Let's do sending love. Just that'll be an easy one. So I have a little ink blending tool here that has some maybe Kitsch Flamingo on it. I don't know if it has enough wet on it yet. Oh yeah, look. So all I've done is take my little, that's Distress Oxide ink, and I colored it, and in that way, you can get whatever color you want. These are matte. Those die cuts are matte, so they will take your ink really well. Now you could color them in with markers, watercolors, you know, whatever you want to do. But great suggestion, Mimi. Use your little ink to do that. All right. So those are the Sentiments die cuts. Let me move those out of the way. And let's see what else we have. Someone mentioned Glimmers. Oh wait, stop. I need to show you guys something. If you did not know, I consider myself whole-brained, like Whole Foods, but I'm whole-brained. What I mean by that is I feel like I'm equal parts left and right. So both equal parts creative and also very analytical. This is how I think in spreadsheets. So this is my spreadsheet here of tracking all of our prize winners. 10, 20, 30, 40. Between tonight and tomorrow, we are 40 giveaways, you guys, a lot. And that's another way that I am saying thank you to you guys. So we need to start right here. We have some prizes to give away tonight. So if you have not joined me before, we've been doing giveaways, oh my gosh, almost since we started 6 years ago. I like to share. So we're going to do tonight a mixture of two things. We're going to do live giveaways, and live giveaways take part in the chat. So I'm going to do a live giveaway now. I'm going to explain the other type of giveaways. So while I'm doing the live giveaway, it's a good idea for you to be typing away in the chat, because if you're typing away in the chat, when I'm done explaining the other giveaway, I'm going to stop. I'm going to scroll my finger up. Wherever my finger stops, that is the person that's going to win. So a very random, non-computery way to do it. All right. So two types of giveaways tonight and tomorrow morning. We do live, so you need to be live to participate, and you need to be in the chat to participate. But then I also do after party giveaways, because I know that not everybody can make it live, and I don't want people to be left out. Those are after party giveaways. After party giveaways, you leave a comment on the video when it is over. At the beginning of April, and that's just because I'm going to be out of the country for a couple of weeks starting on Tuesday, beginning of April, I will go to those comments and draw the random lucky winners, and I will let you know that you've won. All right? So for our first giveaway tonight, we are going to do a $25 store credit to my website. If you win, you send me an email at laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, you put $25 store credit, and then I add that to your account. You've got $25 to shop. All right, so I'm going to stop, and our winner of that, our first prize winner of the day is Daisy Dog 58. I love that. Daisy Dog 58, you are our first random lucky winner. Please shoot me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com, and let me know what you won in the subject line. Daisy Dog 58. Congratulations, Daisy Dog 58. Now, if you're not Daisy Dogs 58, guess what? Don't be sad yet. There's 39 other giveaways. Your odds might be pretty good, right? Tonight, 10, tomorrow morning, 10, and then after party. So let me put that back up there, because I need to try to stay as organized with those as I can, because after 40, that gets kind of crazy. Okay, now let's keep looking. And it's going to be on you guys to help me make sure during tonight's live that I get to the rest of those 9, because I tend to get carried away and then I forget, and then you all have 9 giveaways to do in like 5 minutes. All right, so next up, someone mentioned that tonight is their glimmer. If you are new to the concept of a glimmer, let me just bring you to the party for a minute. Let me just find, oh, here we go. Hopefully I put it back from this morning. We started talking about glimmers about a year and a half ago. One of my dear friends, my best friend, we've been friends for 40 years. Literally this year, we met our first year of college at the sorority. December 2024, she introduced me to this concept. And I'm going to read this because I'm going to read it. Today I learned about a term called a glimmer, which is the opposite of a trigger. Glimmers are those moments in your day that make you feel joy, happiness, peace, or gratitude. Once you train your brain to be on the lookout for glimmers, these tiny moments will appear more and more. So there are 2 new Glimmers products. The reason I bring these up, 2 new Glimmers products with the March release. And we'll also be doing a Glimmers list tomorrow. So if you're like, ooh, I'm not quite sure what a glimmer is, Join us tomorrow, and then you will know. Although they can be very subjective. What may be a glimmer for me may not be a glimmer for you at all, and vice versa. So 2 different Glimmer products. There are Glimmers rub-ons. So you have a set of 2 6x8 sheets, 6x8 front side, 6x8 back side. Mama Driggs, I had never heard of it either until my friend Sherry told me about it. So we'll talk more about Glimmers tomorrow, but they're pretty awesome. And there's a lot of studies that have been found. There's a lot of studies that have found the more that you look for positive things in your life like that, the more you see them and the more you experience them. So it's kind of a pretty cool thing. So I used these this morning, but if you're not familiar with a rub-on is basically a transfer. What is different, what makes it different than a sticker is this little guy here. That is a rub-on. When you look at that, there's no halo. There's nothing around it. Usually with the sticker, you end up with some kind of halo or something. That is a rub-on. So almost looks like when you add it to rub it on to whatever you're adding it to, like it was printed on, as opposed to putting a sticker or something like that on. Even a stamp. So if stamping's not necessarily your thing, rub-ons are awesome. Or maybe stamping is your thing, but sometimes you want to do something a little bit different. Rub-ons are awesome too. So those are the new Glimmers rub-ons. And then we have this guy. This is a Glimmers insert, Glimmers Traveler's Notebook insert. So I have a series of different Traveler's Notebook themed inserts, and this guy is for Glimmers. Notice our nice little kind of stars there, kind of the glimmer. Here, Glimmers are proof that goodness is always nearby. And then you have 24 pages that you can use to document your glimmers. You might have a traveler's notebook or notebook like this that you are just tracking your glimmers throughout the year. And maybe it's just you write things down. When something pops into your head, you see, we're trying to get our way out of winter in some places. Maybe I walk out the door and I see the first little tulip popping in our yard. That for me is a glimmer. I might write it down. Sometimes I add photos with my glimmers, sometimes I don't. So all of your pages are going to look like this. You have glimmers on the left-hand side and then really nothing on the right-hand side. And we did that intentionally so that if you wanted to do a spread, you didn't have glimmers on both sheets. But if you want to do separate sheets, then you could use your stamps or rub-ons on the other page. All right, so new Glimmers Traveler's Notebook insert that dropped today as well. Then we're going to go to a couple things that you've kind of seen, but not really. First off, this guy. This is the Out the Window version 2 stamp set. Don't mind that little sticker there. That's how the team knows without reading which is 1 and which is 2. But the Out the Window version 2. So this stamp set is one of, it's maybe been out for 4 years, but this is version 2. First, I'm going to tell you what I do with this stamp set, and then we'll talk about why that one's important and why it's a version 2. I have been taking photos out the airplane window for years and years and years. And for a long time, I had lots of photos like this on my camera roll. And way back at the beginning, really it was right before the pandemic started, March of 2020, I thought, you know what? We were coming home from Hawaii, and that was we're flying into LA, and the reflection of the horizon on the wing. I'm like, oh my gosh, I took that picture. I'm like, I should really start doing something with these. So way back then, this is 6 years ago, I was using different stamps from my friend Carrie Bradford, and I kind of made this little grid, and I thought, I like this. I'm going to kind of, do this for a long time. And after about, I don't know, how many years did it take me to come out with the stamp set? Maybe 2 years, 2.5 years. I came out with the Out the Window stamp set. So basically the Out the Window stamp set is an assortment of stamps that you could do something like that. That's why it's called Out the Window, because I'm looking out the window. But your stamp set has numbers, has letters, has the months of the year, has a grid. Your grid is what is making this little piece right here. So you've got letters, numbers, months, years, and then whatever your transportation vehicle is of choice, because sometimes I do these out the RV window, out the car window, and so forth. But this little 3x3 grid that's part of that stamp set helps you kind of put those things together. This is version 2 because version 2 has been updated to include the years 2025 through 2029. We basically dated ourselves because the first set had 2020 through 2020. I think it had 2020 through 2025, and it became obsolete at the beginning of this year. So version 2 now is 2025 through 2029. So you can keep using that. And if you've never used it, then there you go. All right, next up. Some of you have seen this guy before. These are the die cut icons that were exclusive to my year in review project kit this year. There were 2 packs of die cuts in that project kit. There were the icons and the tags and titles. The tags and titles were available a la carte. They have now sold out, so you can't get tags and titles anymore. But when we reordered, because year in review sold out so fast, our supplier sent us more of these than we had ordered. And so I thought, you know what? I'm going to put them up on the website for you guys to purchase. So previously you could only get these in the year in review project kit. This die cut pack is 117 pieces. What's nice about it, you have all of your icons basically for all 12 months of the year. So when we get to talking about the About Last Month list later tonight, I'll kind of talk about how you might use a pack like this. If you're doing About Last Month outside of the year in review kit, those would be a great purchase. You'll see those as part of the release. Let's take a look at some new stamps and dies. First set, these are Typewriter Keys Alphas. That is a 5x7 stamp set. There are 80 stamps. And you'll notice you have a solid set of lowercase letters plus numbers plus punctuation. And then you have an open set. So all in the same, and I'll kind of show you what those look like in a second. But you also have, if you are use a die cutting machine, not an electronic one, right? This is this one or the Anna Griffin Empress Mini or something like that. Typewriter Keys dies. So those little circles, they're about 1/2 inch in diameter, will cut out your little stamps if you'd like. So let me show you a couple of examples of this. Creative team member Janelle Cruzel sent this last night, and when I opened up my email, I went, holy cow. I'm like, this is amazing. So she did a spread about her favorite authors, and now you can really visually see the difference between those two open letters and kind of closed letters on there. Isn't that fun though? She's got, I love reading, favorite authors I love. And then over here, she has used those alphabet stamps to stamp the names of her favorite authors. I thought that was so cool. Hello, Laura. Laura Lee, Rosie Posey Studio, just popped in from my design team. So nice to have you here, friend. Nice to have you here, fun friend. There we go, that works. All right, so cool. But we're gonna come back to this in a minute because there's something new. Well, I might as well just show you right now because there is a new typewriter in town. We first did a typewriter stamp back in, I want to say probably 2021. One of the first stamps that we did was part of the In the News stamp set. And that typewriter was kind of a little bit vintage looking, and I felt like it was time for a little bit more of a, maybe like mid-century modern looking typewriter. So you have the new typewriter stamp set. That's a 4x6 stamp. It's stamp set, I should say. 30 pieces. So you have your typewriter, and then you have your little tiny alphas, and then you have two sayings. For the record, the details, and noteworthy. So for the record, details and noteworthy fit in there, that little space, but you could also, you know, not type, but you could also pretend like you type and stamp whatever you'd like in there. So that can pair with this. This is a typewriter pocket. We have a series of pocket dies that create little pockets for you to put lists in or photos in and things like that. So there is a coordinating typewriter pocket metal die. And if I kind of hide this part and show this, you'll see that would cut out your typewriter. So if I was using this, I would stamp my typewriter, and then I would put my die on top of the stamped typewriter, run it through my die cut machine. What would come out would be this little piece. With this little piece, I call these little guys wings. So those little flaps or wings right there, those fold underneath, and that is what is then creating your pocket. So now with those two things in mind, obviously you can buy them separately, but with those two things in mind, let's take a look at this again from Janelle. So what we see right here, she stamped that typewriter on some pattern paper. You see how that's little kind of weight with blue polka dots? sometimes we forget that we can stamp on pattern paper. We don't just have to stamp on cardstock. One thing to kind of think about when you are stamping, if you are stamping on pattern paper, take a look at the busyness of the pattern paper, because sometimes, especially if you have a detailed stamp like that and you're trying to, stamp on, I don't know, maybe something like this, it wouldn't show up as well because you need something that's kind of a little bit more plain, right? Oh, like something like that. You could stamp on that and that'd be beautiful. So Janelle stamped on a piece of pattern paper and then ran that through her die cut machine with that metal die and created this fun little pocket, solo pocket. And then she has kind of an explanation of what her list is all about. All right. So a fun way there to use that. And I'll show you this one too. This is another one. Laura Lee sent this one, and look how fun this is. She also created a pocket. So she's got this whole piece coming out of the pocket. She used her highlighters to color in those little typewriter keys. Isn't that so cute? And then she used the alphabet, the letters, to stamp her little piece there. Dear Spring, please come soon. We miss you, right? And I happen to know where Laura Lee lives. She lives, I think in a lot of snow in Canada. I know she lives in Canada, but I think a lot of snow still, right, Laura? Anyhow, isn't that so fun? So lots of different things that you could do with that stamp set, and then pair it with the die. All right. So while we're at it, we're going to take a look at another example of how those typewriter keys were used. So Rachel Newman did this really cool. This is kind of her little wins and glimmers list. And so she used the solid for her little wins and then solid again actually for her glimmers. And then she has noted some little wins or glimmers every day of the week, March 2nd through the 8th. And you'll see she used the Postage Builder Frames stamp set. I'm just going to mention this guy really quick because earlier today it was sold out. I got word from my stamp manufacturer today. I'm trying to see if those are over there. I got word from my stamp manufacturer today that my reorder of a lot of stamps shipped today. So they will be here early next week. So they're back on the website if you were watching for those. But she just added her little kind of day of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, inside that little stamped postage builder frame. So fun though, right? And this is really cool too. This is a paper from the Spring Summer Season Pass. She cut those little circles. She fussy cut those circles from that paper, and that's what is kind of adorning her top of her little spread there. Isn't that fun? All right. And as you know, or hopefully you know, that as time goes on, the creative team will continue to use those new products, and as time goes on, hopefully sometime in April, I will start using the products as well. We'll use a few of them today and maybe a few of them tomorrow, but you'll see them in more use. All right, last thing we're going to take a look at very quickly because I say I'm going to go fast and then I don't. And then we'll do another giveaway right after this one, all right? So going back again, we're going kind of another walk down memory lane. We have been doing our creative listing for the last 6 years, and that started during the pandemic. After the first 3 years of our creative listing, I thought, you know what? We have all of this great content. We have all of these lists that we have created over 3 years. Why don't I put together an idea book? And this guy was born. This was the very first listing with Layle idea book. This launched in 2003, and it was all of our creative lists from 2020, 21, and 22. In 2024, we came out with volume 2, all of our lists from 2023. You know where we're going here, right? In 2025, we came out with volume 3, all of our lists from 2024. And today we just launched or released the 4th idea book. This is volume 4, all of our lists from 2025. This is a work of art. This is a work of art. Becky completely redesigned the idea book. Now, it wasn't bad before by any means, but it just really was kind of just plain Jane, right? Let me tell you, we've now stepped it up a notch. This is a beautiful work of art. So as you kind of see all the pages, you have all of your lists. It's just a wonderful kind of inspiration piece for you too. Kind of, if you're looking for inspiration on a list, you can look at the pictures. But it goes beyond that. If you're new to the idea books, it definitely goes beyond that. So let me back up just a little bit. We are going to back up to this page. Every idea book has this type of page in it, how to use it. And it may seem like, well, duh, Layle, I just look at the pictures and I get inspired and I say, oh, no, there's so much more to it. With every list, and this is the case for all 4 idea books, you have information near each list. So for this particular list, if I was looking at it deeper in the book, it would tell me the date it was created. It would give me the link to that YouTube video where I made that list, and then it would also give me a timestamp. So if I wanted to watch this video, I want to watch this list being made because I'm like, oh, I noticed there's this little finger there. That finger tells me that there's something interactive going on. I want to see what she did. So if I wanted to, I could type out that whole URL, which is not very fun, but I could do that. I could type that out, fast forward to the 2 hour and 7 minute mark and watch that being made. When you purchase the idea books, and this is the case with any of the idea books, when you purchase the idea book, the physical version, as soon as you check out, you get an email with a link to download the electronic version. The important part of that statement of downloading the electronic version is that in the electronic version, that link is hot. What that means in the electronic version, if you want to look at this list, you go right there and you click on that. It takes you to that video and you fast forward to the 2 hour, 7 minute mark. So it makes it a lot easier for you. You can type that in, but pull up your electronic version, click on it, fast forward, and you're there. All right, so this is a beautiful work of art that Becky designed. It is just fantastic. All right, so there we go. That's the last of the new products for the March release. If you want to see more about those, because I went fast-ish, I have a video from this morning, about an hour, where I kind of really go through everything. It's time for our second live giveaway. Gerda just brought up a great question. Gerda said, Layle, will you please sign the idea books again? Would be so wonderful. I am more than happy to sign your idea book. When you place your order, please, please, please add that as a note on your order. Add it as a note on your order when you check out. Otherwise, I don't know that you want me to sign your idea book. The other thing is, if you'd like me to sign it for you and you'd like it to be addressed to someone, I don't want to assume if Gerda places the order that I should say, Dear Gerda, you may be buying it for someone else. So if you'd like me to sign it, just say sign it, or please sign it to Gerda, right, in that example. So this is our, Tracy, your idea book did not ship. No shipping was happening today. So don't worry, your idea book did not ship. Maybe it could have been not really, nothing shipped today. So maybe it was you ordered something before this one, maybe 1, 2, or 3. Okay. Oh, yes, giveaway time. It's giveaway time. This is second giveaway, friends. The volume 4 listing with Layle idea book. These are all of our lists from 2025. And if you already purchased this and you won, don't be sad. Just reach out and tell me, and then I will give you a store credit if you already purchased it, because you probably don't want to have 2. All right? If you are international, to my international friends, probably on Sunday. I have not had a chance to do it. I will not have a chance to do it tomorrow yet. International friends, I always make a digital version right out of the chute. So if you are international, starting on Sunday, you will be able to order just the digital version of that. And I ask that if you live in the United States, I ask that you please don't order the international version, the downloadable version. I just put that out there now because duties, shipping, taxes can be very hefty if you live outside of the United States. So that's my way of making it a little bit easier for the international friends to be able to still get that. Eventually, in about 6 months, that will be available to my US friends, but I buy a lot of those idea books. So I really would rather, if you live in the US, buy the physical version before I put the digital out there. But if you buy the physical, you also get the digital. All righty. So let's see who wins that. Scrolling up, and we have Debbie Hogshead. Debbie, congratulations. You have won the Listing with Layle Volume 4 Idea Book. I will tell you all of the prizes that I'm giving tonight and tomorrow morning. I'm doing duplicates of those for after party prizes. So you just leave a comment on the video when it's over, not in the chat. That's how you participate in the after party giveaways. So Debbie Hogshead, congratulations, Debbie. If you have won a giveaway tonight or tomorrow, very easy to claim your giveaway. Please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please tell me what you won. If you've already placed an order, tell me that too, because we'll just throw it in with your order. It'll make it a lot easier. And if you're not placing an order, no worries. We'll just send that to you, but then I will need your shipping address. And it's probably going to take, if you haven't placed an order, about 2 weeks-ish for your prize to ship, because we have a lot of orders that have come through this weekend. So it's going to take the team probably about 2 weeks to get through all of our orders. All right. So now I think we're ready to dive in. I think we've done all the things that we kind of needed to do, that I wanted to do. We're going to dive in with our first list. And let me change gears here for a minute. Let me look in my trusty workbook here. Our first list is things I'm looking forward to this spring. Now, as we are working tonight and tomorrow, I will be kind of doing a little bit of a walk down memory lane again, where I'll be going to some of the lists, some of our very first lists that we did. For example, this little guy, let me move this. This is one of the very first lists that we did in June of 2020, Summer Lovin'. So we started in March of 2020, and for about the first 2 months, March, April, May, actually the first 3 months, I was just doing free classes. We really hadn't started doing any creative listing yet, and then we started transitioning to our creative listing. So smells of summer, some of my favorite summer smells. Some of my favorite foods of summer, little library pocket there with a little library card. So as we are working tonight, we're going to kind of be looking at some of those lists. But all those are in the idea books too. All right, so things I'm looking forward to this spring. This particular topic, we started in the pandemic because we really felt like there wasn't a lot to look forward to. Am I right? We felt like there wasn't a lot to look forward to because there were some bleak times there, right? It was scary. We didn't know what was happening, and we really needed something to look forward to. So one day, that was one of the lists that we did. Things that we're looking forward to, because some of us had to dig deep. Like, it felt like we didn't have anything to look forward to. And there's something I want to say about that. It may feel like in life sometimes that you really have nothing to look forward to. And if we were together in a room and you raised your hand and we were all together and you said, you know what, Layle, I can't do this list. I have nothing to look forward to. And I'd say, you know what? Come here. We're going to sit down and we're going to talk. And we just start talking. And I'd say, so tell me about yourself. Do you like to read? Do you like to watch movies? Do you binge things on Netflix? Do you like to cook? Do you like to garden? And I'd be asking a bunch of questions. And what you'd end up doing is telling me what you're looking forward to. Because if you told me you like to garden, I'd say, well, hey, this spring, what do you look forward to gardening this spring? And you'd be like, oh, I've got to plant a whole bunch more tulips. I can't wait to do that. And I'd be like, see, you have something to look forward to. And then I'd say, hey, do you like Taylor Sheridan? Taylor Sheridan is the producer of many, many, many series, including Yellowstone. And you said, oh, yes, I love Yellowstone. And I'd say, hey, if you like Taylor Sheridan, did you know that tomorrow night, this is really true, tomorrow night, a new series, he's got a new series called The Madison. And I'd say, you'd be like, oh, I love his things. I'm looking forward to that. Yes. And I'd be like, see, there's another thing. And then I'd say, so tell me, when it's springtime, are there certain foods you like to eat in the spring that you really don't get to eat another time? Oh, yes, I love fresh peas, and we can find fresh peas at the farmer's market in spring. And I'd say, there you go. There's another thing to look forward to. So if you don't have big things planned in your life, that doesn't mean you can't use this list. Sometimes you just have to dig a little deeper to think about what you're looking forward to. Maybe you love to read. Maybe your favorite author is coming out with a new book. Maybe you're going to see family members. Maybe you're going to see friends. Maybe you're meeting a friend for lunch on Sunday. You can look forward to that, right? So I always try to make it that all of our lists can really work for anyone. You might have to tweak them a little bit, but I always want to encourage you to be able to play and do what we do. If you are newer, I'm fond of saying there's only two things that you need to do what we do here. One is something to write with, and one is something to write on. That's all you need. Everything else is icing. It's like jewelry, right? Everything else is just icing. So if all it is writing a list on a piece of paper, then you've taken a step. There is a free class here on my YouTube channel about how to get started creative listing. So if you want to get started and you're not sure how, watch that free class. This is one type of list, though, that I suggest if you want to get started. Something you're looking forward to. Make a list of something you're looking forward to. We always do this list 6 times a year. Things we're looking forward to this winter, spring, summer, fall, Christmas, and this year or next year, depending on when you do it. So for this first list, I am starting a new traveler's notebook. I'm starting a new insert because this guy is full. This guy is full. All of the pages, it has been deconstructed because there are some lists in here from 2025. So when I'm done with my list, when I'm done with an insert, it gets shipped off to Amy and Amy photographs it. So Amy takes all the credit for the beautiful photography and the idea books. But in order to do that, she has to deconstruct it, basically pull all the pages apart. So when we were together last, we did 3 lists, and last has been, oh my gosh, 3 weeks maybe? Our son got married up in Seattle, so I missed a week of listing there, and then we moved to not a new warehouse, we moved my business out of our home into a warehouse last week. So we haven't listed in a bit, but this is kind of a twist on, this is a little bit of a twist on goals, maybe things that you want to focus on for the year. I usually like to wait a little bit before I do a list like this. So we waited until February. I like to kind of think about really what I want to focus on or work towards. So this list was things I want to bring into my life in 2026 and things I want to push out of my life in 2026. So kind of an in and out. Next up, we did What a Day. This is a list that we do once a month. And it's basically a little snapshot in time, or a time capsule, if you will. So basically, I pick a day every month, and all I do is make a list of what I did that day. So it's very fun to kind of look back at this. We've been doing this one maybe about 2.5 years. So I could look back 2.5 years ago and see what a day might look like 2.5 years ago. Now take that thought and push it back 10 years or 15 years. I wish I had a list like this when I was in college, or maybe when I was a new mom. My list would look very different than it does today. Then look forward. Maybe you have grandkids, or maybe you have kids, nieces, nephews, close family, friends, whatever it is. Imagine if 10 years from now or 15 years from now, someone in your circle picks up your list and looks at what your life was like in a day back then. I wish I had this list of my grandmothers in the 50s, or my mom in the 70s. It'd be so cool. So what a day. Last one that we did is in the news. And we'll talk about in the news a little bit when we get to one of our lists later. But my traveler's notebook is an insert is full, which means I get to start a new one. One question I always get that I just will mention very quickly, you'll notice that this has a different cover than this. This happens even if you're not sending out for photography and it has to get deconstructed. Depending on how much you are adding to your traveler's notebook, if you're adding stickers and die cuts and things like that, eventually it's going to burst at the seams, all right? So eventually your little staples are going to pop out. And I let that happen as I'm working through the insert. But when I'm done, I recover it. So I take it all apart. I get rid of the cover that it comes in. That's why my covers are super plain, right? I get rid of that. And then I take a piece of larger paper, usually a 12 by 12, and I trim it so that it kind of covers those edges. And then I just sew it back up again. There's a video here on my YouTube channel of how I go through that process, but it's just a simple, like, kind of, I don't know what that's called, I know it's not a blanket stitch, but a really basic remedial sewing that I kind of put it all together again. All right. Okay. So I need to start afresh. I need to start anew. So I have started, but I actually already started in here last week. So I'm going to thank you, a running stitch. Thank you, Terry, a running stitch. Clearly, I'm not much of a sewer, right? We're going to skip this for now. We'll talk about this when we get to our second list. So I'm just going to turn those little pages. And I am ready for my first list. And again, this is things I'm looking forward to this spring. So if you are ever looking for any inspiration on a list like this, things you're looking forward to, there is a chapter in every idea book called Looking Forward. So in the newest idea book, volume 4, it starts on page 22. There's my little chapter, Looking Forward. So if I went to page 2022, I would see all different kinds of lists I've done of things that I am looking forward to. Spring, summer, year, Christmas, fall, what have you. So every idea book will have those. But that's what I did last year. March 8th of 2025, there was my list of things I'm looking forward to this spring. So if I needed inspiration, here's the other thing. I don't need to be looking at this exact list, things I'm looking forward to this spring to make this list. I might just be looking at a design. I'm like, well, that's kind of a fun one. Maybe I should do that. Maybe this is my list for things I'm looking forward to this spring, right? So you don't have to be super literal if you're getting inspired. You can be inspired by just the overall design, or you can kind of get very literal with the topic. All right, so this is funny. Normally I have sketched things out ahead of time, and I have no sketches here. So we're gonna kind of go on the fly, but I have an idea. Terry, I saw this. You're asking about this guy. There is a blog post at laylebymail.com, and if you search, go to laylebymail.com and I think search for organization. I have a blog post that links to all kinds of little things like that I use when I'm teaching. All right, so I am going to use products from the spring summer season pass, and that is what you saw on my desktop. If you saw my email or if you saw the blog post. So I'm going to get these things back in again. Season Pass, if you are new to Layle or if you're new to Season Pass. Season Pass is something we started in December of 2024. The whole idea behind Season Pass, it is a quarterly release, and it's kind of seasonally designed. So this one, spring, summer, you have an assortment of products for spring and summer, basically for April, May, and June. And when I say assortment, you have pattern papers for each month, 12 by 12 pattern papers. I've already cut some down so I can work in my traveler's notebook with them. You have an assortment of die cuts. So if we looked at the die cuts for spring, summer, that is the assortment of die cuts. So you kind of have April, May, June, and a mixture. You have rub-ons, an assortment again, April, May, June. Colored rub-ons in the same pack, as well as your black rub-ons. You have a stamp set, and you have word strip stickers. And the word strip stickers are designed kind of your April, May, June, then with a lot of different things mixed in. You guys, Season Pass has been selling like crazy. We sat back kind of in maybe October, November, no, probably October of last year, and started looking at first year of Season Pass. We knew we wanted to make some changes, and that paired with Becky's amazing design skills have really, you guys are just loving it, which just tickles me pink. I love it. All right, so like I mentioned, I have pre-cut some papers from my 12 by 12s, and I pre-cut these to traveler's notebook size because this is just easy for me to work with, but the papers do come in a 12 by 12. With Season Pass, you can purchase it as a kit with all the pieces, or you can purchase a la carte, any of the pieces that you'd like. Winter Spring Season Pass is now sold out. The stamps are sold out. Trying to think, there's another thing in there that's sold out. Anyhow, but Winter Spring Season Pass, there are a few things that you can still pick up, but they've been doing well. They've been selling very quickly, so I appreciate that. All right, so I pulled out some of those die cuts. There is kind of a mix between April this year. Easter is in April, so you have some fun kind of Easter related things like some carrots and cute little bunnies. Look at this. The flowers in the bunnies. Isn't that the cutest thing? Cutest thing. Also tell you we have a new manufacturer for our die cuts, and they are beautifully made. Just perfect. Beautifully made. All right, so I kind of have some Easter things, and I think I might kind of embrace that. I might just kind of embrace that Easter idea for my list. This one is great too. Each of the months, each of the parts of the Season Pass for spring, summer have these little kind of stacked words like that. Now, what I thought I'd do though, if you are still holding on to the winter spring season pass, I printed something off because I want you to see it, because it is stunning. This is a layout that design team member Christine Davidson did. This is a paper from the winter spring season pass. That paper has umbrellas on it. She fussy cut the umbrellas off of that paper and she inked the edges. And you see how they look like they're 3D? Isn't that beautiful? So if you wanted to do a list similar to this and you have papers from the winter spring season pass, you could get out your little fussy cutting scissors and make something like that, because that is just so fabulous. All right, so this is going to be a 2-page list. Let me put this over here and let's see what we want to do. Because I have made no sketches or anything, we're kind of going to go on the fly here. If I did it that way, and if I didn't want to do Easter, you really, in the pattern paper, really there's nothing about that other than that cute paper. And that doesn't even have to be Easter, that could be spring. Bunnies don't necessarily have to mean Easter, right? If you didn't want to go that route. So I think I could go this way, right? Or I could go that way. What I'm thinking here, kind of these little falling guys. I have some cards, some 3x4 and 4x6 cards that are part of Season Pass. That part of the winter spring. Let's see what we have here. We might be able to do something with that. I'm just gonna start playing, right? What if that might work, right? This little oh hey spring coming out of my little Easter guy here, right? My Easter guy. That would be an Easter basket, Layle. Oh, if you haven't joined me for a nighttime listing session, and normally you're with me during the days, I just get a little kooky at night. Well, I get a little kooky all the time, but all right, let's look at, maybe we might work this guy over here somewhere. Happiness is making up to a sunny spring day. We'll have other little bunnies that we could use if we want. Just so cute with those little flowers in the bunnies. We also have some chicks. We also have some eggs and some carrots. So I think kind of I'm liking this idea. So what I'm going to do, let me grab my corner rounder. This is going to be a base, right? And then I'll build on top of it. Because the corners of my Traveler's Notebook insert pages are rounded, I like to round the outside corners. So that's what I'm doing here. Like that. We'll round these outside corners too. Alrighty. And I'll be doing my list over here, and then this is just going to be purely decorative. So I'm going to start with, actually, you know what I'll do? I am going to do this list off the page. So I'm going to work on it on my work surface, worktop, desktop, whatever that is. And then when I'm done, I will come in and adhere into my pages or into my insert. Will the corner rounder come back in stock? Carol K, I sure hope so. I have them on order. They've been back ordered with my distributor for quite a while, but it's automatic. So as soon as they come back in, then I get shipped my order. And as soon as they get added back into inventory on my website, you receive an email if you've asked to be notified when they come back in. So if you're waiting for anything on my website to come back in that is out of stock, make sure on that product that you click, you add your email address. It'll say email me when available. Do that, and then once we add it back into inventory, that process is automated. So it just shoots out an email and says, hey, it's back. All right, we like this little guy, I think, right there. And then, using my little glue pen, just because some parts of these die cuts, like that little, I was gonna call it a stem, like the, I don't know, stick on the banner, are a little bit easier to adhere with the glue stick. Now, I'm gonna just grab my little thing here, see if I can pop that up. There we go. So I've got my oh hey spring. Oh hey spring, right? Okay. Now, we're going to kind of look at over here. Look at what's happening over here. When I make my lists, I pretty much am always making a list on white card stock. Hello, Marilee. Nice to see you. Okay, let me look at some questions really quick. Debbie, when I layer paper in my traveler's notebooks, they begin to fall apart. I've tried everything. Any tips for that other than not layer so much? Debbie, it's inevitable. It happens to every single one of mine. That's why you see this on my older traveler's notebooks. You can't prevent the staples from popping. We're adding, even if you add just a little bit, right? Because they start like this. Look how small they start and they end up getting so big. So I just embrace it. I work with it until I'm done. And then when I'm done, I recover. So there is there's a class here in my YouTube channel, how I walk you through how I recover mine. But it's what's going to happen. Unless you didn't use anything. If all you did was right, then you really wouldn't, then you wouldn't have the problem. But I don't know about you, but I like to add things. So, okay. I've been getting lots of emails about color matching, distress oxide color matching for the spring summer season pass. I have not had a chance to do it yet, but I will tell you the colors that I have pulled that seem to coordinate with this particular month, with April: Squeezed Lemonade, Spun Sugar, Dried Marigold, and Mowed Lawn. And I will do my very best before I leave to do the other colors, so you guys have those and you know what kind of you're looking for to coordinate with it. All right, so I don't make my list on the pattern paper. You certainly could. There's nothing wrong with that, but I don't do that. So I use white cardstock to do that. Now, a lot of times I'm printing other things and there are errors on other things. So you're going to see something odd here. I'll explain in a minute, but let me cut first. Let me grab my trimmer. I think we also need a hydration break. So just a reminder, if you're talking a lot, you're probably not, but hydration break's good for all of us. All right. So white cardstock. I pretty much always am using white cardstock for my list. I use a nice, flat, smooth 80-pound cardstock, 80 pound? I can't remember. Anyhow, the key with stamping, and I'm going to do some stamping on this. You want, at least I want, you may not want, but what I want, when I am stamping, I want a nice quality paper that I'm stamping on, and I also want it to be smooth. Believe it or not, the quality of the paper is just as important as the quality of the stamp when you're stamping. Because if you have a great quality stamp, but your paper is really thin and inexpensive, it might soak up too much ink, it might feather, it might bleed through. So that's just as important. I buy my white cardstock by the ream. It is a Nina Bright White, but I also sell it in much smaller quantities on the website. All right, so usually when I am going to add a little something here, I just got sidetracked. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to do a double layer here. This will be a really easy way for me to bring some pink over into this side. So before I cut my white, let's cut this down. I'm going to cut this down. This is 4 3/4. I pre-cut these to 4 3/4 by 8. So this one I am going to cut to, what if we go to maybe about 4 1/4? 4 1/4. So by 7.25. All right. So let me tell you how I got to that. My traveler's notebooks are standard wide. They are 5 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall. So, I didn't do that very well. I didn't do the math right. What I was going for there was an even. It's nighttime. I don't do math at night. It was basically even all the way around, but I don't have that. So let's just make it a little bit narrower. 5 by 8 point. Oh no, you know what? That's why this isn't 5 by 8.25. I've already cut it down. This is 4 3/4 by 8. So really, what I needed to do was whatever I needed to do. We're gonna make it a little narrower. I forgot I already cut that down. So this probably needs to be about 4. Let's try 4. All right, so that will bring, oh, there we go. That'll bring a little bit of pink over to this side for me. Now what I'm afraid is going to happen here, I am going to need to, I'm going to need to start over with this pink because I can see ahead that then when I'm using the white, I need to make that smaller. And the stamps that I'm using for my title is probably not going to, it's going to be larger than my white. So I'll still use this for something else, but keeping in mind, let's just do this. Let's just eyeball it since I've already cut this guy. I mean, I really, the green is just kind of a nice neutral, so I really don't need to see that much of it, right? Let's see, I should have a little pencil here. There we go. So let's do that, and let's do that, and then we'll see what that is. So this first layer is going to be about 4 1/4 by 7 1/2. All right, so that is going to give me a nice little green border like that. Now look what's cute. Look at this, what just kind of came out of that little guy. The opposite side of this is this fun kind of scalloped other little pattern. But look at that. This could be really fun. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We might make a little border out of that at the bottom. We'll see. We'll see if we decide to do that. Maybe not. All right. So this guy is ready now to adhere. Oops. Can't do that with the lid on. This is funny. I have a newer like jeans on, and they're a very dark blue. You know how sometimes with your jeans you have to wash them a bunch of times before all the ink, all the dye comes out? I'm looking a little blue. My oxygen levels are okay, I promise. All right. So now I'm ready for my white because I'll be making my list on white. So we're just going to just kind of eyeball again, and then I'll tell you what all 3 of these measurements were, if you care to know. All right, so these are going to end up being 7 inches tall by about 4 inches wide, just shy of 4 inches. So my different layers here, I said, what, 7 by 4, right? And then the layer next is about 4 1/4. So it's probably 7 1/4 by 4 1/4. And this is 4 3/4 by 8. That's just what I did. Doesn't matter. What I think I'm going to do, I have green, green, pink, pink. I don't have any yellow yet over here. So I'm going to add yellow so that everything kind of works together a little bit better. And I'm not going to stamp in yellow. If I stamp in yellow, I know, my back is to you for a minute. If I stamp in yellow, I know, based on past experience, it's very difficult to see the title if you're stamping in yellow. So what I'm going to do, instead of stamping in yellow, I am going to take my ink blending tool, and I am going to ink the edges of that with the squeezed lemonade. So I'm taking my little tool there and grabbing my squeezed lemonade, little blending foam piece there, and I'm going to ink the edges. This is one of the products on my website. This is one of the products that is not on sale, but those are the ink blending storage solution, I think. And that basically just helps you store all your little different colors. With that storage solution, you can pick the type of ink. When you pick the ink, you get 2 cards in your little case. You get a case, 2 cards. Each card will hold up to 20 of your little foam heads, and so one case like that will hold 40 of those. You also get 40 pre-punched circles that you can then swatch, and you also get your little Velcro pieces so your little heads stay in place. All right, so oopsie, eek. Let's take that little foam head. You'll notice I'm just kind of going in a circular motion to pick up some of that ink, and I'm just going to ink the edges. What that's going to do, it's going to make it look like I have another layer there, right? It's going to make it look like I matted, that's a matte, right? I matted the pink on the green, and I'm matting the white on the pink. but it's making it look like I added the white on a yellow. I don't often add multiple layers like this. Usually I only have two. Usually if I'm not working directly on the page in my Traveler's Notebook, I'm just adding one layer. So I might, well, sometimes two. Usually, well, whatever it is. But every time you add a layer, right, I have now 3 layers that will be on top of my Traveler's Notebook page. Anytime you add a layer, you're just making it thicker, 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 right? So inking the edges of something is a way to make it look like you added another layer. Like in this case, I added like I matted this white cardstock onto yellow cardstock. So it gives me the look of that without doing it. So see how that now just makes it all come together, and all I had to do was ink the edges. I didn't have to have the right color of cardstock. I had to have the right color of ink, but I find it a lot easier to have the right color of ink than the right color of cardstock on hand. Your ink will last a lot longer than your cardstocks. Oh my goodness, I just realized I forgot something. I'm gonna have to use the squirrel bill. I forgot to do this, so hang tight. Hold please. I need, where is that? We'll just put that right there. Oh, I need to update that with a new scatter. Honey, will you do that for me? Right, thank you. All right. Hey, Becky, if you're here, will you do me a favor? Will you design a new one of these for me with our new little scatter? Don't mention that. Lindsay Hellman. Lindsay created this for me a long time ago, and I thought it was so awesome because if I ever have to walk out for a minute, that's how you know that that I'm here. You don't think that something happened to your connection because you can't see me or hear me. All right. Now, the whole reason I thought of that is that I have yellow ink on my fingers. So Nick will bring me my little stamp chamois so I can clean that off. Alrighty, so now let's look at our, hello dear.
Is it time for a prize?
Oh, okay. Time for a prize. Nick thinks it's time for a prize.
Time for a prize.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what we should do. How about if we do, oh, I know, let's do this. Let's do this. How about a Layle by Mail mug? This has not been used. It's a little dusty inside because I took it out of the box. But a Layle by Mail mug. You could drink your beverage of choice in that, or you could use it as like, you know, pens, pencils, what have you. Yes, Nick likes to give away prizes. I'm going to talk about the stamp I'm going to use here, and then I will draw the giveaway. So if you came late and you are not familiar, like, wait a minute, giveaway, what's she talking about? Giveaway, live giveaways happen in the chat. You just want to start chatting away in the chat. And I will, after I talk about the stamp I'm going to use, one of the stamps I'm going to use, then I'll draw. So when we do the things I'm looking forward to list, we have been using the All the Things stamp set. So the All the Things stamp set is kind of a mix and match. Sometimes I call it a Garanimals type stamp set. There are 3 prompts, actually 4. I've got the hiccups. My favorite things about, things I'm, things I'd like to, and things I. So that's the first part of the Garanimals. So you're taking one of those prompts and you're pairing it with a handwritten word. So things I'm looking forward to this spring. Things I'd like to do over. My favorite things about last year. Things I remember. Things I forget. Things I'd like to appreciate. Things I appreciate. So just kind of your mix and match stamp set, okay? There is a squirrel emoji, Jody. There is one. All right, so I'm going to use this stamp set for my title. Things I'm looking forward to this spring, all right? I need my stamping blocks. So they all sit in here. Then that way they're all right where I need them to be. Let's make this, let me get these little scraps out of the way, and then I'm going to draw for our giveaway. And we'll be 3 into our 10-piece giveaway tonight. It's a chipmunk. Oh, okay, there we go. It's a chip. Well, it's close, right? It's close. All right. Oh, yes, the mug. So scrolling up, the winner is Karen Lou 54. Karen, that's funny. Totally random. She said, thanks, Nick. Now she really says thanks, Nick, because she won the prize and Nick said it's time to do a prize. So Karen Lou, I just lost you. Karen Lou 54. Karen, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please tell me what you won. So Karen will send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, she will put mug. And then that way, I know that Karen won the mug, and then we know to send Karen the mug. With 40 giveaways, if you don't tell me what you won, you're going to make me so sad, because guess what? I am going to have to either look back at this, or if I forget to do this, I'm going to have to go watch the video, and I'm not going to want to do that. So I'm going to ask you to tell me what you won. Karen, in the body of that email, please give me your mailing address, and the team will get that shipped off to you in about 2 weeks once they get through all the orders. Now, if you have placed an order and you would like us to add to that order, we can certainly ship that with your order. Otherwise, it'll wait until they get through all the orders in the next couple of weeks. Congratulations, Karen. Now, if you're not Karen, don't be sad. If you really want a mug, you can buy one on the website, or there are 3 other giveaways with the mugs. So after party giveaways, and then also one tomorrow. Okay. Oh my gosh, look at all those comments. So here's what happens, friends. When I do the giveaway, I don't see any of the comments because they go so fast and furious. So if I missed your comment, you had a question, just let me know. Ask again. Anne said, looking to see if I can add the ink blending foam storage kits. Anne, did you already place an order? And this goes for anyone. If you already placed an order and you would like to add to your order, shoot me an email at laylebymail@gmail.com and let me know what you'd like to add. We can add it on the back end and then email you, send you an email invoice with a link to pay. All right, so things I'm looking forward to. Now, I have some color choices here, right? I already said I'm not going to stamp a title in yellow because it makes it so hard to see. You really won't see it. So kind of my options, what I have looked at, spun sugar, dried marigold, and mowed lawn. Now, the way that I did that, I took out my swatches. So I have swatched all of my Distress Oxide colors, and that's way easier for me to try to find a pink that's close as opposed to pulling all of these out, right? Now, what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to cheat a little bit. I had pulled spun sugar because spun sugar kind of went a little bit closer, I thought, to that pink than maybe Kitsch Flamingo or maybe Picked Raspberry. But I also know when I look at this now and I'm like, ooh, Kitsch Flamingo looks really good with that. So even though I've said spun sugar goes well with it, Kitsch Flamingo goes well with it. And because I am stamping something that's going to be pretty small, I'm going to go with that darker pink. I'm going to go with Kitsch Flamingo. So let's pull that. Here we go. And I am going to get this ready. So when I'm stamping, if I remember, I usually start out with, this is just a little cheap plastic frame, and I'm going to pull out the stamps that I want to use. I have no idea. Oh, there it is. This is a new one. I'm like, what did I do with my other one? So let's put that away. Back there. Okay, so I know for this list, things I'm looking forward to this spring. So the pieces I need to pull out, things I'm looking forward to next. It could be next year, it could be next month, it could be whatever. But this is next spring. Uh-oh. Go back, little man. That's things I. We don't want things I. Things I goes over here. Spring. Do I have it all? Things I'm looking forward to next spring. All right, there we go. Let's move this guy out of the way. And, hear this. I did a card that was at Jack and Kat's wedding. Jack is our older son. They got married on March 1st. So I did a fun card that I had Becky design. Thank you, Becky. That was at kind of each place setting for dinner. And that's what that is. I printed and needed to change it. So, well, I didn't need to change it. It just didn't print two-sided on some of them. So anyhow, that's why I have those. But it's still good. Still good to use, right? What did I do? How did I get green on there? All right. So now we're ready. I need to grab my stamping block. Now, when I say stamping block, I really mean stamping blocks. I am going to use I'm going to use 3 or 4. Let me see. I'm going to use 3. Okay, hang tight. Hold please. I still have not unpacked from Seattle. Well, that's not true. I have unpacked from Seattle. I've just not unpacked some crafty things that I took with me. So I need one more stamping block. Oh, come on. Hang on. Sorry, I just need the right size stamping block, and I'll explain why in a moment after I get them out of this suitcase that's sitting on my floor. Where are they? They have to be in here. Did I miss them? I'm still here. You can just hear me from across the room. What the heck? What the heck? Okay, I don't know. I do not know. Are they in this one? Okay, well that's enough of that. I'll just use a different stamping block. When it comes to stamping, if you are new to stamping, or maybe you've been stamping for a long time, but it's not your favorite thing, there are some things that you can do that will make you, in my opinion, like stamping much more. The first thing is to right size your stamping block to your stamp. So what I mean by that, right size your stamping block to your stamp. It's much easier, in my opinion, to stamp if you can, if you're not holding onto a stamping block that's too big, all right? What I mean by that, here's this little tiny guy that says Things I'm gonna put that on a little tiny stamping block. Now, I could use, if I only had one stamping block, I have to have a giant one. Oh, that's the one I was looking for. They're clear, I couldn't see it. If I only had one stamping block, it would have to be stamping block that fit my largest size stamp. So I kind of have to go with the lowest common denominator, right? Which for a large stamp, that's great. But for a little one like that, I can use this large block for that little tiny stamp. But that's really hard, in my opinion, because you've got a little tiny stamp and you're trying to get this even and not make it too big. It's just, if you can right size your stamping block to your stamp, that makes it so much easier. So I've just used a little tiny cylindrical stamping block there. That is one of my Layle by Mail branded products that this weekend are 15% off. So you want to make sure if you're shopping any of those products to use your coupon code. So Things I'm. The next thing is I always recommend that you test stamp first, especially if you're using a new stamp set. If you're not familiar with the stamp and kind of the ins and outs of it, what I mean by that is this is really tiny and it's a pretty small font. If I think I need to press harder than I do, this is what's going to happen. If I press really hard, I'm really going to try to over-exaggerate this. I usually see people stamp with much more pressure than they need to. So if you look at that, that is when I pressed really hard. You see that's kind of really blurry. And then that is when I just stamped regularly. If I test stamp first, I can get a feel, trying to make that focus. I can get a feel for how hard I need to press based on each stamp. But as I'm testing, I can also make sure the stamp's clean. It doesn't have any other ink on it. Maybe I didn't clean off very well. It doesn't have a hair, like maybe you have a Reggie, a cat in your house or something like that, or a dog. So test stamping, maybe you want to make sure you like the color. Never regret test stamping, all right? So we're going to test, we're not going to test, we already did. We're going to stamp this guy first. Things I'm. And we'll put this guy right here. Things I'm. And we are going to clean this guy off right away. Really good idea to get in the habit of cleaning your stamps right away. Louisa, lots of questions about these acrylic things that I use. There is actually I might have linked to, there's a blog post on the blog at laylebymail.com. If you go to laylebymail.com and search for organization, you'll see the blog post. And I link to lots of different like storage things that I use like that. But I may have linked it in the description box of the video. I just don't remember if I did or not. Lots of times things just won't blend together. All right, so Things I'm, and then put it away right away, especially if they're small. If you put them away right away, you won't lose them. Looking forward to. So this is the next one. This is what I was looking for when I couldn't find it. Oh, this guy. So that is a little bit easier for me to handle, again, than if I had a big one. So things I'm looking forward to. So we're going to pop that about right there. But I'm not going to get cocky and think, oh, I've used the stamp set before, I don't need to test it. I always, always, always test. So it's just a good habit to get into. Oopsie. It's always a good habit to get into is test first, because I would much rather figure out that my stamp is dirty or it's got a big Reggie hair in it. The reason you don't want a hair or something, lint or something like that in your stamp is because it's going to, wherever that is, the ink will not adhere. And so you will end up with a part of your stamp that doesn't have any ink. I just made a big mess here. All right. So let's re-ink this. And it looked good, so I'm happy with that. My little test notebook that I use here, the paper is very, very thin. So when I am test stamping, I know that. I'm not expecting it to have no shadowing or ghosting. It will bleed a little bit. It'll feather. Maybe feather's the better word. It will feather a little bit on that paper. So I'm really just stamping or testing for knowing how much pressure I need to apply, color, and to make sure it's clean. Okay, things I'm looking forward to. And you know what? If you don't have stamps, just write it. Or if you don't want to write it and you have letter stickers, you could do that. Maybe you write things I'm looking forward to, this, and then maybe you have a sticker that says spring or a die cut that says spring. But stamps just could sometimes make things a little bit more specific or more flexible. Oh, guess what? That says next. You know what? Somebody said this before. I just saw part of the comment. I didn't realize what it was. I think somebody said, why did you pick next? But I didn't catch that whole thing. Yes, I don't want next. I want this. I'm not talking about what I'm looking forward to next spring. I'm sure something, but I'm not quite sure what it is yet for next spring. But I know what it is for this spring. When you're right-sizing your stamping block to your stamp, it is a good idea not to go over. It's like The Price is Right. You don't want to go over at the beginning, because if you go over, then you won't win, to be able to go on and to play the little games. What I mean by that is if your stamp is larger than your stamping block, sometimes it doesn't work so well because there's nothing to support part of the stamp. Now mine's hanging off just a little tiny bit, but it's really just the little kind of buffer that's hanging off. Pretty much the whole stamp is there. So I know that's okay. So before I do this, I need to be thinking about this. Where is spring going to go? I could have lined all of these stamps, 1, 2, 3, 4. I could have lined all 4 stamps up on the same stamping block. I could have done that. That would have taken me definitely less time. However, I am very particular about how close my stamps are together. So for example, if I had stamped or put all of these on one stamping block, this would be way low. It would have to be way low, and I'll show you why. Because if I put this on a stamping block, we'd have to do it on something like this, but let's just grab this guy instead. If I had that there, I could put this on here. But now this, it's like, ooh, where does this go? This would have to kind of go right there. And then either spring goes way high, or what did I just do? There we go. It goes way high, or because I would probably put it here, but we'll see what happens. I can't get this any closer because of the descender on the letter G, which when I go to stamp, it is going to create a big space in between those kind of lines. And there's nothing wrong with that, but for me, that drives me crazy. Like that song, drives me crazy. So when I stamp this, because I can't get them any closer together because of that, that's what happens. So to me, it's really weird because I have all this white space or trapped white space. And I don't like the way that looks. Nothing wrong with that, but that is a great example of why you see me stamp all of my individual stamps individually as opposed to on the same one. All right. Oh, good. Louisa, you found it. I'm glad you found that. Yeah, I've got all different kinds of organizational things that I use. I was teaching my December documented class in November. And oh my gosh, during class, so many people were like, wait a minute, what is that? What is that? Where did you get that? And so I put a blog post together because it was just easier for me to do that. So now it's just recorded. I mean, not recorded, but it's down. All right, so now I'm switching to a different size stamping block. Again, I'm right sizing my stamping block to my stamp. They have a big assortment of stamping blocks on the website. I have quite a few that are under my Layle by Mail branded ones, but then there are some others too. All right, so one of the nice things, I don't know where I stamped that other one. One of the nice things about test stamping, if you are stamping kind of individual stamps to make a phrase together, then you can come in, well, you can see I've done that quite a bit. Really, I would tuck it in there to make sure I kind of liked where everything was, but I had to do that a little bit differently because I already stamped there. Anyhow, that looked good. Things I'm looking forward to this spring. So now I have a question for you. If you're watching live, tell me, what are you looking forward to this spring? And don't you dare say nothing. I can't sit you down and talk you through it, right? We talked a little bit ago when we were starting our list about different things you could be looking forward to this spring, even if you felt like there was nothing to look forward to, okay? Rub-ons, you guys are chatting about rub-ons in the chat. Yes, they are amazing. I'll tell you, and you know what? If you're in the chat watching, I'm not the one who said they were amazing. Many of you are saying you love the rub-ons. They are, if I do say so myself, and I don't make them, so I can say that. They're amazing. The rub-ons are amazing. Let's see. Becky's looking forward to no more snow, right? My daughter's college graduation, warm weather, the end of snow, finishing my backyard landscape, looking forward to sunshine and nice weather. Marion meeting me at Little Craft Fest. I love that. Yes, I will see you at Little Craft Fest. Little Craft Fest is on my list. A Vicky Booten cruise, exploring hikes in Southern California, getting the garden up and running, more than one day of blue sky, snowstorm going away. It's really spring flowers, hydrangeas, hiking, trip to Texas, grandbaby number 7. Brenda bought a new house this autumn, looking forward to new landscaping, spring vacation, putting in a garden, summer vacation. Carolyn, I will not be bringing season pass to Little Craft Fest. I will only be bringing a little bit of kind of paper crafting, like scrapbooking product to Little Craft Fest, and that will be my new travel collection that everyone else won't see until the first weekend in May, but I'll have it at Little Craft Fest. I'm selling my mom's home, trailer opening, going to Texas to see my daughter, rafting on the river, National Scrapbooking Day, my grandson turning 1, powwow dance next weekend, going on vacation. So I just read a list of what people are saying. Attending a week-long pounding my garden, my granddaughter's coming to visit. So that just give you an idea of some different things that you can think about to look forward to. If you feel like there's nothing to look forward to, maybe some of those sparked, I don't know, Louise is going to Oahu. I think we'd all look forward to that, right? Except this week, because there's very bad weather. Very bad weather. All right, so now, before I start my list, usually I like to figure out a little bit more decorating, and then I just kind of dig in. So let's look to see what else we might add. I really like this guy, but I don't know if this guy is going to work anywhere. He might. Maybe we could just put him maybe somewhere in there like that. We could be looking forward to blossoms, pretty eggs, rainy days, butterflies, jelly beans. I love jelly beans. I could definitely look forward to jelly beans. Problem with looking forward to jelly beans is we don't have kids at home anymore. So I used to be able to just steal their jelly beans, right, when they were little. And now if I want jelly beans, I have to go buy them. And then I get to the store and I feel guilty because I really shouldn't be buying jelly beans. I mean, I can, but I shouldn't, you know? Yeah. All right. Do we maybe have a little guy like this down there? No. Maybe. We put a little chickie there. The little chick is kind of cute. He's eating his little things. 2? No. I don't know. We might not have any chickies. Maybe we could just put a little chickie there. Maybe a chickie chick. Or we have some little carrots. Or some eggs. Or we may just end up with little carrots. Do a mixture of little carrots. I don't know. I feel like if I do carrots there, that I may need to bring in another bunny. Maybe we just bring in this little bunny, and this little bunny can be leaping. We've got a leaping bunny. How about that? I think it's cute. Now, what I am going to have to figure out, I am going to have to bring in a little bit more orange over here because I feel like oranges now, I just brought in this new color and it's like, Layle, where did that even come from? I do have this little guy here. Would that look weird out of the blue? Like I just threw it on there? Meh, I think it's okay. I think it's better looking like that than not having any orange over here because it's like, ooh, where did you get that? What made you decide to put orange there besides it was a carrot? Besides it was a carrot and you felt like it would work. All right, so this guy, just put it kind of like that maybe, right? Or, and I do have other flowers. I don't know, I feel like if I tried to make a little, yeah, I think we're just gonna end up with this one little flower here. It'll be good, it'll be fine, like that. All right, so I'm liking that. So now what I'm going to do, I am going to grab some highlighter tape. I like the way these little carrots are nestled together. So I'm going to grab some highlighter tape. This is repositionable tape. It is meant to use for highlighting in textbooks. And if you think about using tape in a textbook, what would happen? We put tape on a textbook if I wanted to highlight something, and if I've ever pulled that off, it'd basically pull off all the print on the page and probably part of the paper with it. But that highlighter tape is removable, repositionable. So it is made for removing without harming. The reason I'm doing this, sometimes when you're working with die cuts and you end up with a cluster and you get things the way, the place that you want them. If you have to then pick them back up to add your adhesive, sometimes it's hard to get them in the same space again. If I use that highlighter tape, I have now turned 2 die cuts into a single die cut. So my 2 die cuts are now 1. I can apply my adhesive to them and place them back down as 1. Now, when you only have 2, it still makes it easier, but if you have, a cluster of maybe 5 die cuts, that's when I really find that highlighter tape really comes in clutch. Because I don't know about you, but sometimes it takes me a while to get things where I want them when I'm clustering. Excuse me. So if I can get them in a cluster and then use like my highlighter tape to pick them up as one piece and then adhere them and put them down as one piece, it makes it a little bit easier. All right, this little guy we are ready for next. Oh, I could say I'm looking forward to jelly beans, but I probably better not buy any because if I buy jelly beans, guess what happens? I eat the whole bag. And I'd really like to say I'm looking forward to Cadbury eggs, but guess what happens there? That's even worse for me than jelly beans. It's like the whole egg, like the whole bag, not the whole egg, the whole bag. I know in a few minutes it's going to be time for our toast. And I've probably we might go past our time tonight. We just might. I thought 5 hours. We can get 3 lists done in 5 hours, but I've been talking too much and we had to chit chat. We've gone down memory lane a little bit. Where's my Sharpie? We took a look at the new release. We've done some giveaways, so we'll see. We'll see how far we get tonight. My Sharpie was packed away over in the other side of the room, so I've got that now. My Sharpie is an important tool in my arsenal of tools that I use. Pretty much a Sharpie is what I use for everything when I am doing my creative listing. The first thing I need to do here is outline, because I outline everything. It to me looks really naked if I don't. So there is the first side. I'm going to flip that, and now I will just kind of come in and do this little guy. A lot of times when we're listing, especially during the early days of the pandemic when we started, because some of you had people with you in your circle that might have been living with you or staying with you, right? That was your safe. I don't remember what we called it. I have a whole traveler's notebook. There's a flip through video here on my YouTube channel that I put together during the pandemic. And one of my spreads was about all of the terms, like the buzz terms during the pandemic. I can't remember what we called that circle. What was it, right? What was it? Yes, you may want to get a beverage in a minute. I think Nick has forgotten that I need a beverage because we'll do our little toasting soon. your circle. I can't remember what it was called. Anyhow, but we talked about listing like this. People that were with you in your circle, in your home, or maybe you were with friends or something like that. That this would be a fun thing to do with other people. If you have littles in your life, some of you are teachers, and we've talked about taking this concept of doing creative listing with littles in your life, kids, grandkids, because the younger generations don't really write a lot. But if you make it fun for them, maybe like favorite Easter candy, right? Let's make a list of our favorite Easter candy, kids, and they like that, right? Let's make a list of our favorite singers, kids in high school, kids in middle school, right? So lots of different ways that you can take, this thing that we do, this creative listing, and bring other people into the fold. All right, I'm going to do a little bit more here, and then we're ready to make our list. Now, creative listing for me, it's two parts. One part is I'm documenting and I'm telling my story. I'm telling a story that probably a lot of people might not know about me, right? So sometime in the future, my kids, or maybe if we have grandkids, if ever, they might look at this and go, oh my gosh, look at that. Look at what my grandma was looking forward to back in 2026. So that's one thing, is that I'm recording and I'm telling my story, and it's a different type of story that you've probably ever told, right? But the other reason I do it is because it's creative and it's fun, and it gets me out of my business every day and gets me playing, because this is what drives me. I love to create, and feel like I need to do a little bit of it every day. So it's kind of two-part, playing and then also documenting. So if it takes me a long time to do something, I really don't care. I'm okay with that. All right. Louisa just said, I read something on Instagram that shows people who take time to handwrite about 15 minutes a day will reduce cognitive decline. Yeah, they've done a lot of studies about something about writing something down versus typing it. The process of writing it, for a lot of people, makes it kind of ingrain a little bit more in their brain than maybe just typing it. All right. That's why a lot of people use paper planners, like analog planners, because being able to see and feel and touch and write, for some people, tends to stick a little bit better. Okay, so what am I looking forward to this spring? I need a bullet stamp. A bullet stamp. And you know what bullet stamp I'm going to use? I'm going to use, I think, this little bunny rabbit from Bullets and More 3. So there are 3 different bullet stamps: Bullets and More 2, Bullets and More 3. And these, I often use bullet stamps if I'm writing a run-on list. And so I will just stamp and then write and then stamp and write. So this is just going to, have a running list of things I'm looking forward to this spring. Now this is funny. I was looking to see if there was a carrot. There is not a carrot, I don't think. However, this little thing looks like a piping, like a little piping for frosting. That could kind of look like a carrot. But we'll go with a little bunny rabbit. So remember when we talked about right-sizing our stamping block to our stamp? Well, that is a little teeny tiny stamp, right? Little teeny. I know, Nick is failing his job. Nick? Honey?
What?
Can I have some wine? Remember? Hey, I'm just going to give you a heads up. I think when Nick walks in, he's going to tell us we need to do another giveaway. So just kind of maybe think about that. Guys,
that?
What?
It's decanting.
It's decanting? Oh, okay. Well, is it decanted? Wow. I have fancy wine tonight, I guess. Decanting. All right. So my wine is coming. So I'm going to keep working until the wine comes, and then we'll take a little break. Yes, he is the best. We'll take a little break, and then we'll do a cheers. I'll flip the camera, we'll do a cheers, and then we'll continue. Diane said, can Nick bring me wine, please? Reggie's right here. Reggie is sleeping in his little bucket on my desk. Right-sizing your stamping block to your stamping block. That is a little teeny tiny stamp. So I have a smaller stamping block. This is a stamping stylus, and it is designed for your little teeny stamps. This, Sarah Foss, if you are here, this came out of, and maybe Regina, I don't remember. This product came out of one of our Saturday listing sessions during the pandemic. We're like, I was struggling with a little teeny stamp and needed a
was my
stamping
brilliant
block.
idea.
That was not your brilliant idea. You can come cheers if you want. But I was working and somebody said, hey, take your stamp and put it on the end of a pen. I'm like, hey, that worked really well. And then I remember Sarah Foss said, hey, Layle, you should come up with a product that is a very small stamping block. It's a stamping stylus. This is special because it's really easy for your hand to handle, because look at, your hand is used to something like this, and it is just like something like your hand is used to handling. So that makes it easy. So I put my little stamping stylus on there, and I don't know, I feel like maybe, do we want to use green? I mean, that would really mix it up. Let's just see what it would look like if we put a little green in there. Another reason to test stamp, right? See if we like the color. Oh, it's pretty cute. And look how easy that is. That makes that stamping so easy. But look how cute the little green bunny is. I think we should use our little green bunny. All right, so things I'm looking forward to this spring. Who says that? Is that Kathy Zilski? I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's fine, but I think I'm going to do just a little tiny bit of a little separator here. So we've got a little visual separation. Okay, so what am I looking forward to this spring? Now we're ready to make our list. Holy cow, this has been a long one, hasn't it? I am looking forward to going to Tokyo. Kathy and Vicky. Oh gosh. Okay, stop. We're supposed to do our cheers. All right. I need to redirect the lights because I will look like a deer in the headlights, and this old woman's face you do not want to see really magnified with those bright lights. So I'm going to rotate the camera for a moment, friends, while we do our little cheers. Okay. So rotating the camera. Okay. If you go back to really this same video every year, not the same video at the same time every year when we're doing our anniversary celebration, we've always taken a break and we have always done e-cheers. And because we are celebrating, right? We're celebrating us. I'm celebrating you for being part of my world and being part of the Squirrel Squad community and supporting me and my business. And you know what? You may be brand new and you just stumbled across this and you're like, I don't even know who you are. I've never supported you. And I say, guess what? You have, because you're here. It doesn't mean purchasing. It means watching, commenting, joining, liking, maybe telling a friend. So just to say thank you and just to say, ooh, yeah. Now I can see myself. Just to say cheers to us. So thank you for an amazing 6 years. And it's really 7 years. I didn't talk about this part yet. It's really 7 years because it was 7 years ago. April 1st, I always joke, it's no joke, April 1st was the very first day 7 years ago that I turned my side hustle into a full-time thing, into my own business. So we celebrate both together in March, which is, if you had told me 7 years ago that I would be in a warehouse because I had so many products of my own brand that I could not fit them in part of my home, I would have told you were crazy. And I'd be like, products? What do you mean? Warehouse? What are you talking about? So that is cheers to us because I wouldn't be doing it without you guys. I wouldn't be able to. So thank you. And don't worry, I only have a sip. You don't want me drinking my full glass of wine while I'm working because I'm a little loopy as it is all the time. You don't want me doing this, although it could be fun, but I won't. I should one day, but I won't. Cheers. Cheers! Always makes me think of 16 Candles when Jake's girlfriend in her purple jumper shut her hair in the door and couldn't get out because they were all so drunk in high school that they couldn't get the door out. They couldn't get her hair out. They didn't think about opening the door, right? And then they cut her hair off. And she was so happy. She said, cheers! All right. Okay, we're rotating again. We're going back to our, ooh, that was really, yes, I will be so glad when we don't have to do that anymore. We're close, friends. We're probably, I'm going to say 2 months away, where I never have to touch it again, and you'll be able to see two parts of me. Oh, that sounds weird. You'll be able to see this and also my face at the same time. I'll have multiple cameras. I've had all the equipment since November. Just we had to move first. We had to move to a warehouse before we could get there. All right, friends, thank you. And guess what? Nick was here. He didn't even say we needed to do a prize. Not that he's the boss of me. He's not the boss of me, but he likes to come in and be the hero. I think it's time for a prize. So let's do a prize. Let's do, how about, oh, I know. How about one of the craft storage pouches? This is going to be the Big Daddy craft storage pouch. I have 5 different sizes of craft storage pouches. I came out with, is this on the website? If this is what you're asking, yes. On the website. Everything I've shown you, everything I'm giving away, everything I'm using, all on the website at laylebymail.com. I have 5 different size craft storage pouches. The very first ones that we came out with 2 years ago, March of 2024. And you may have seen someone else be making these lately. That made me very sad. But I've been doing them for 2 years, and now we have 5 sizes, and we're currently sold out of one of the sizes, probably the most popular size, the 13.5 by 13. But they are on the way, and so if you've been waiting for those, just put your little email address in on that product, and it will email you when they're back in stock. But this person is going to win not 1, but 2 of these. What's special about these, some of you guys call these a kangaroo pouch because you have the top up here, that's one big pocket, and people that have used these here know these are amazing. The quality of these is, we worked on these about 6 months before we ever came out with our first size. So they are amazing. So you have that big 14 by 14 pouch, but now you kind of have a little kangaroo pouch in front. So you have your zipper there, and this is a separate pouch in front. All right. And I just want to reiterate again, because I don't want anybody thinking that, well, we've had these for about 2 years. So our craft storage pouches are awesome, and they are well loved by lots of people. Okay, so the winner, it's a set of 2 of those. I'm scrolling. The winner is Brenda Bratton. Brenda, and that went so fast. I barely could get my finger there before it went on. So Brenda, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please write winner storage pouches, and we will get your order shipped. If you've already, or your prize shipped in about 2 weeks. If you've already placed an order, we can easily add that to your order. So if you'll just shoot me an email and say, hey, I already have an order, go ahead and add that to my order. Then you get it as soon as we ship your order. So thank you and congratulations, Brenda. And listen, friends, don't be sad if you didn't win. I still have 6 more prizes tonight. There are 10 more prizes in the after party, and then there's 20 more prizes tomorrow. So lots of opportunities, or you could just buy them. Okay, so, oh yes, as I was saying, one of the things I'm looking forward to this spring is going to Tokyo. My trip to Tokyo, Japan. It's been in the works for a year and a half, and it's almost here. Vicky's coming. How do you get the after party prizes? You leave a comment on the video when it's over. That way, anyone that couldn't make it live can also participate or have the chance to win. But even if you were here live, you can still, do that because you don't have to be present to win. But even if you are present to win, doesn't mean you can't win an after party. Just leave a comment on the video when it's over. Yes, Vicky, Amy will be there. Some of my customer friends will be there. Some of Vicky's customer friends will be there. And then you may know Kelly Bangs. Kelly Bangs is designer for Simple Stories. Has amazing style, wonderful person. And then Paula Grisham, who goes by I can't remember what she is on Instagram. Anyhow, there are about 16 of us maybe, so very excited. Product suggestion of a roller stamp in Layle's handwriting. Roller stamp, huh? Paula G, yes, also known as Paula G. It is a very small group that's going super, super small. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know. We might do one again. I started talking to Paula about it. Paula does these. Paula does these group trips. She is a flight attendant, and she has one route. And usually about every other week, her route is Tokyo. So she knows Tokyo like the back of our hand. And she does some of these kind of crafty groups. I was talking to her at the Simple Stories retreat that we were both teaching at about a year and a half ago. And I said, hey, Vicki and I have been talking. We would really love to do something like this. And then it just kind of transpired. So I'm leaving on Tuesday for that. I'm very much looking forward to that. So kind of a work trip, but also very much a play trip. Next up, what I'm looking forward to. Oh, Little Craft Fest. Little Craft Fest. Let me tell you, Little Craft Fest in Conroe, Texas in April. You may be familiar with a store called Little Craft Place. If you're not familiar with the name of that store, you may have seen things on social media about a washi wall. Little Craft Place, the store, is in a suburb of Houston, Texas. And last year they did an event. They had never done an event before. They did an event called Little Craft Fest. And it was amazing. I went, I vended there. So there's huge shopping with lots of different booths from different small businesses and some businesses a little bit larger. And then also workshops. And that was amazing. It's where I met some of you. That I really believe in 2025 really put my business on a different trajectory than it had ever been. My business grew 40% last year, friends. And a lot of that is, all of it's because of you. But I met a lot of new people and made some great contacts at Little Craft Fest. So they decided to do it again. It is in a town called Conroe, Texas. It is a suburb of Houston. If you Google that, or you go to my website at laylebymail.com and click on calendar, you will scroll to the bottom and you'll see events or things that I'm teaching, where I'm teaching and what I'm doing in 2026. You'll find a link there. Anyhow, lots of great shopping, stationery, things like that, and then workshops. I'm teaching 3 different workshops there. Documenting your travels and a traveler's notebook workshop, a how to get the most out of your stamps workshop, and a Glimmers workshop. So if you want more information about that, you'll find it on my website or shoot me an email and I'll point you where to go. I'm very much looking forward to that. We had so much fun last year. And guess who came with me? Nick came with me last year because I'm like, honey, somebody's got to work the booth. I got to talk with people and chat and socialize and shop and teach my workshop. So he spent a lot of time in the booth. And let me tell you, if you were there and you came to the booth, you met Nick. Nick can sell ice to an Eskimo. He has been in sales for his whole life. And he's out there telling people what a pencil board is. And I'm like, what? How do you even know what a pencil board is? And he's like, well, every once in a while I just listen to you and then I hear and I learn. And I'm like, oh, that's awesome. So there are 2 parts of Little Craft Fest. There is the shopping part that you need to have a ticket for. And there might still be tickets for that on Sunday. I think they've sold about 3,000 tickets across the 3 days. So maybe Sunday tickets, but you also don't need a ticket to the vending area to attend a workshop. Now, workshops are separate. You purchase the workshops, but you don't have to have a ticket to Little Craft Fest to attend the workshop. You just buy the workshop through them on their website. All right, what else? My tongue tied. What else am I looking forward to? I am looking forward to, Nick and I are going to go back to Seattle in May. A trip to Seattle in May. Nick has a business trip and I'm tagging along. Our son Jack just got married almost 2 weeks ago on March 1st. And they got married in Seattle. He and his now wife, which sounds so weird to say, they live in Tacoma. And my sister lives in Cedro Woolley, which is about an hour and a half north of Seattle. I have an uncle, and aunt that also live, I think Snohomish, something like that, you know, if you're from there. They also live there. So anytime Nick has to go up there for business, I'm like, I'm coming along. And it'll just be nice to kind of spend time with family, especially the newlyweds, right? Yeah, so very much looking forward to that. Tagging along. A comma doesn't really go there, but I had a period, so it's got to make it work. And seeing Jack and Kat, my sister Lainey, and her husband Gus, and Uncle John and his wife Trish. Okay, what else am I looking forward to? So please cover the East Coast. There is Scrapbook Sister. There is something in New York, the at the store, right? It's like, well, there are a couple of things. I know there is a store that they have done something a couple times. They usually do it in August, I believe, and I usually am teaching at an event in August. So, the Chicago Planner Fest or something like that happens in November. Usually, what happens is those events seem to be taking place kind of summer, fall, and that's when Yoseka. That's been on my list, but it's always kind of when I'm travel teaching. So Amy and I have that on our list to first go attend as attendees to kind of scope it out, and then if it makes sense, then going. No, it's quite a ways away, right? It's New York, and getting all the product there is, I mean, it can still be done. It's just a little bit more logistically challenging. So, but we're going to go attend first and see then if we can make it happen, because I would love to. I would love to. That looks like an amazing event. Now, I've talked a lot about travel there, but now here's some other things. Just getting back into a routine. I am so out of my routine right now. It is not even funny. Getting back into a routine. After Hawaii, Nick had business in Hawaii, so of course I had to go with him. Routine after Hawaii. Really 3 releases. February release, spring, summer, season pass release on March 5th, and then the March release. 3 releases. Moving to a warehouse, which, holy cow, not for the faint of heart. And then Tokyo. Actually, anniversary celebrations, right? Anniversary celebration and Tokyo. I'm so out of my routine and I miss it. So this list is a little bit different in that, and I miss it. Routine. Basically eating well, exercising, getting good sleep, doing a little time blocking with my schedule. I get sidetracked very easily, squirrel. And so when I'm in a routine, I do much better and all those things. So I've just been bouncing around literally like a pinball in a pinball machine the last 2 months. So it'll really probably be, I don't know when, because I keep saying, oh, well, I'll get back from Tokyo at the end of this month, and then it'll be right into prepping for Little Craft Fest, and then we have National Scrapbook Day and a big release with a brand new travel collection, and then we'll go to Seattle. So I don't know anymore if I will ever have a routine like I've had in the past, but at least trying to get back to some sort of a routine, I definitely function better there. Another one is just being active and getting fit. I did a lot of work last year in dropping weight. I fluctuate between about 35 and 40 pounds, but that took me a year to do. And now I need to pair that with kind of getting fit and exercising and doing some weights and things like that. So looking forward to that. Being active and getting fit. I don't know, the older I get, the more I realize we really only have one body. And we really should take care of it, because if we don't, well, we only have one body, right? And then my far and wide travel collection release, which will be the first weekend in May for National Scrapbook Day. We'll do an all-day listing thing again. So really, there we go. That is what I am looking forward to this spring. And I think I'm just going to leave it. I mean, I think it's good. The more that you start looking at trying to put something else, I mean, it just kind of looks like I put that there. I mean, is it bad there? Waking up to a sunny spring day. Do I want to add something there? Now, I don't like that because that's the same width as that and the pink goes together. So that's definitely not it. Oh, that little guy could kind of, maybe we'll just put that little guy there. Oh, wait. Maybe, what if this guy goes here? No. Okay. So I don't know what that is about it. That just looks like I shoved it there, which I did. But I feel like this guy could just kind of works a little bit. Maybe because it just kind of blends right in with the little yellow frame. So let's do that. Let's add that guy there, and then we're going to call this good. The only other thing I want to do before I finish is I really should date this. To me, it's really important that I date my list because, well, Layle, what spring is this? I mean, is this spring of 2026 or is this spring of 2020, which I'd be looking forward to very different things in spring of 2020, like maybe going outside, right? Didn't feel like there was a lot to look forward to then, did it? All right, so let's do, I think we're just going to do this right here. Today is March 2026, and my list is done. Last thing I need to do is I'm going to adhere it into my traveler's notebook. So I am going to, while I'm doing this, I think it's time for another giveaway. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, we've got 6 more to do tonight. So our next giveaway is going to pertain to our next list. Our next list is a list that we started doing in August of 2020, and I'm going to show you what it looked like because it's sure come a long way, right? It's like, is it the Virginia Slims? You've come a long way, baby. We're kind of like the Virginia Slims of listing when it comes to this list. We've come a long way. The prize is going up. Well, I'll let you start chatting away, and then I'll tell you what the prize is when I start getting everything out. Our next list is a list called About Last Month. And it's a list, like I said, we started doing in August of 2020. All right, there we go. So About Last Month, I mentioned I had already started this, and I'll explain how I already started this and why I started it before now as we get going. So About Last Month, the whole idea behind About Last Month is it is a way for you to document what happened in your life or in someone else's life, your family, friends, work, whatever it is, in a pretty small, concise area, in a pretty simple way, because I have pretty much followed a pattern after that first month. I pretty much followed the same pattern for all of the months since I started doing that in August of 2020. So we're going on 6 years of that list, right? 5.5 years, I guess. All right, we'll get this guy put away. I'm gonna put these stamps away let me put these stamps away and just clean up a little bit so that we can have a nice fresh area to work from. Things tend to get a little cray-cray when I've got too many different things out. All right, so we're done with this product. Again, oh golly, wait a minute, look at, I forgot I had all these other things that I could be using, right? Okay, wait, what if we just did, how about this? We have this little word strip sticker that says springtime. What if I grab that? These are season pass word strip stickers. What if we grab springtime and we just put it right here? Oh, wait, what if we put it on the carrots? On the carrots? No, I think we're gonna go right here. There we go, that's just kind of the perfect little thing to tie it all together. All right, let's put all of these things away off to the side. I need to be careful with these because these are the rub-ons, and I didn't even use any rub-ons. I do not want to have these, well, I'll just stack them, it's okay. Get all these things put away on the floor because that's where they're all going. And then I'm gonna put my ink colors away and then we will start. So all those products, again, were from the Spring Summer Season Pass. The pattern paper you can buy in the kit, or you can buy a la carte. The die cuts you can buy in the kit or a la carte. Stamps, stickers, rub-ons in the kit or a la carte. All right, so for this list is About Last Month, February. This list we typically do the first time we are together listing at the start of a new month. This is the first time that we are listing at the start of, you're in March, so it's time to do our about last month list. So let me just show you what our very first about last month list looked like. This was it, this side. This I did in August of 2020. And I remember this clear as day because I remember as I was writing this list, I'm like, hey, you guys, you know what would be really fun? It'd be really fun if I added some photos to this list. And so I had a little sticky and I wrote a little sticky note here that said, do not basically add photos or don't write here or whatever, right? So I was going to pair my list of things that I did or happened during August of 2020 with photos. And then I forgot. And the next week we started listing and I put a list there and I went, shoot, I forgot. I wanted to put photos there. So that was the very first time, August of 2020, that we did about last month. So here are some things that were on my list from August of 2020. Mangoes with lime and chili pepper. Jack returns to work, August of 2020. Stam starts working. Food trucks with Gwen and Chris. Fresh dog and fresh flowers. I get it. The Scrap Smarter experience. I think I did a podcast with that, with them. Fresh flowers. I did a dog and cat kit. Cold brew, iced tea pitcher in the fridge. Drive over Guardsman's Pass to Park City. Walking the hills. Grape tomatoes in pots on the patio. New kitchen island. Trader Joe's. Acorns. New car. Mountain Town olive oil cooking class. Best month ever. All right. Oh, that was Layle by mail best month ever. August of 2020. At that point, that was the best month I'd ever had in my business. So that happened. And then I'm like, you know what? I kind of like this. And everybody kind of went, ooh, we kind of like this idea of just making a list of things that we did during the month, right? Again, a little time capsule so that I could go back now and go, geez, what did I do in August of 2020? Because what I was doing in August of 2020, very different than what I'm doing in March of 2026. The next time we did that list was September. And then that's when I started bringing in photos. And this is still my list. Pretty much look like this even today. I have photos over here, I have a title over here, and then I just have a bunch of things over here. So that is a list we're going to do tonight. We're doing about last month for the month of February. If you counted the number of months between August of 2020 and now what will be February of 2026, more than 60, 65, 68, I don't know. I have 68 of these lists because I have never missed one. It's because they're super easy, they're approachable, they're easy to do and get it done, right? I keep a running list between a note on my phone, things that are in my calendar, photos that I took, so that when I sit down to do this list, it's really easy for me because I'm not having to rack my brain, right? I just kind of have everything there. So it's really easy to keep up with. No pressure and it's no guilt. I say no guilt because a lot of times we have a lot of guilt associated with our memory keeping. We feel like we're behind. We feel like we're never going to get caught up. But that is a no guilt because that is an easy thing to do. Maybe it would take you an hour tops every month. All right. So these stamp set, and you will have a new one of these. This is where Layle needs to get used to no longer having all the product at her house because we have moved the business out of our home to a warehouse. So normally I would have a nice fresh stamp set to show you and say, hey, this is our next giveaway. Our next giveaway is not a used one because I'm using this, but a new 2026 about last month stamp set. So I will be using this stamp set every month of 2026 to document my month or my about last month. If we look at, where is it? Oh yes, if we look at, let's see, we have January here. There we go. So this is January, my list for January. I have used that stamp set. That stamp set kind of creates that fun little grid. So you can put your year up there. You can put your 2-digit month, 01. You have a stamp for each month of the year. And then you have a number of different stamps that you could stamp in the little bottom part of that grid. Now I'm going to show you something really quick. This stamp set is also part of my 2026 year in review project kit. And as I was working on that project kit, designing it, this was my scratch paper as I was testing before I would stamp. It's amazing how this stamp set changes based on the color combination, right? So look at that color combination with the pink and the blue and the black grid. And then look at something like this. Totally changes when I've used orange and green. Totally changes when I use blue and red and yellow. Totally changes when I use like the preppy colors of green and pink, right? So it's a fun stamp set in that you can change it up every month, not only from the information that you're stamping, but also the colors that you're choosing. So that's what I've been using. So the random lucky winner of the 2026 About Last Month stamp set is Kimberly Castillo. Kimberly, congratulations. Kimberly, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. Where is this? And in the subject line, please put winner About Last Month's stamp set. In the body of the email, please put your address. Now, if you have placed an order, and this goes for anyone that's winning a prize, if you've already placed an order, let me know, and we'll just add that to your order really easy, and we'll just ship it with that. Otherwise, it's probably going to take the team about 2 weeks to get through all of the orders from the sale this weekend and the release this weekend. And then once they get through those, we'll send, they will send out those prizes. Lily and Denise are the angels that do all the picking and packing and kitting. And now their new home is the warehouse. So I'm very excited for that. But yes, they take such good care of you guys. And every once in a while, we do a lot of orders, and every once in a while, a little mistake happens. Just if you ever get an order with a mistake or you got something wrong or something's missing, no, it's not you. It just, when you do a lot of orders, it's just bound to happen to a few. So if it happens to you, apologies, but we always fix it. All right, so this is the start of that list. And here's the deal. Laura, thanks for joining us. Have a good night. So as part of the season pass, I always do a free class. Or this year, in 2026, I've opened up the season pass classes to anyone. They're free. And in those classes, I'm using the season pass every month to decorate my traveler's notebook for the month. So question, are you glad to get your house back? You can't even imagine how glad. Now, in Utah, many of the homes have basements, and basements at least in our area, our house is about 8 years old, fully finished. So it looks just like the rest of our house. Carpet and, everything. But the business has been in probably 75% of the basement. So I am very glad to have it out of the house. I'm also very glad to not have to be dressed in the morning when Lily and Denise come over, right? Because I kind of have to be dressed. Anyhow, yeah, we've just outgrown it. We've outgrown it, and it's been awesome moving. I mean, really, the moving hasn't been awesome, but now that we're moved, it's great. We did it over Friday, Saturday, Sunday last week, which was a Herculean effort, but we did it. So yes, very glad. When is the April class? The April class is, I will be sending an email, out about it before I leave. So probably Monday, I'll send the email, but it will be, I think it's I need a calendar. Oh, I know, maybe actually, no, I don't even have my Apple Watch on. It is I think very last Tuesday in March, like it's maybe the 31st. Because I get back from Tokyo on that Sunday and I will need a day to recoup. But an email will go out about it. All right, so I bring all that up about season pass and the free class for a very specific reason, and that is this. So every month I use season pass to, so Mimi, there already is a virtual tour. And I'll do another one when we kind of have it all decorated. But in the Layle by Mail Facebook group, there are 3 videos. One, when we started painting and doing all that work. The second one, last Sunday night, when we were done with everything and ready to start shipping the next day. And then this week, I filmed a photo of what the basement looks like now, because people were like, how did you fit all of that in your home? So in the Facebook group. So every month I use season pass to decorate my traveler's notebook. So this was my decoration for the month of February. And that's what the class is. I'm basically taking the product for that month of the season pass and kind of setting all this up. We talk a lot about the product. We do techniques. We talk about a lot of different things, just like I do in our list. But, for this. One of the biggest questions I get, though, is what happens when the month is over? February's over. Do I just throw all this stuff away? I mean, you spent good money on it. You spent good time putting it together. So do you just throw it away? And I say, no, this is all good stuff. You should do something with it. So what I showed people in the beginning of the March Traveler's Notebook Setup class, when I was unpacking, basically moving out of February into March, I talked about these pieces. And I said, these pieces, so Laurie, you know what? I will. I absolutely will. I will share on YouTube. Becky, if you're still here, or Terry, if you do me a favor and just shoot me an email and remind me to do that, I'll put them up on YouTube so you can see them for sure. All right. What do I do with these things? So what I decided to do was just take all of these. They're basically all connected, right? All of these, if I pull them all out together, were more or less connected. I might have had to connect a few of them, but anyhow, all connected. And this is what I did. I came into my traveler's notebook and I adhered them to one of the pages, all right? Basically just adhered them right to one of the pages. So I didn't have to really do any work. I had already done all of that. Do you see that? It's the exact same thing. One of these was my samples, and then one of these is what I recreated in class. But you can take all of the things, if you're decorating your traveler's notebook with Season Pass or anything else, once you're done with it, work it into one of your other projects, work it into one of your lists. So that's what I'm going to do. I've already worked it into my About Last Month for the month of February. So now what I need to do is I need to do my little title over here, add my photos, and make my list, and I'm good. So what I'm going to start with, when I do this, I always start with photo. All right, I always start with my photos. Now, before you look at this, we're going to look at this. That's basically a 7x7 photo. A 5x7 photo. I promise you, I only had one sip of wine. 5x7 photo, okay? You could use 4x6 photo, you could use 5x7 photo, you could use pretty much whatever, smaller photos, but I use a 5x7 photo. But how I put that together with smaller photos is with two things. I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. It's an amazing printer. It prints 5x7s. Think about it this way, it prints 5x7s, it prints 4x6, it prints 3.5x5. But the power of that printer really comes in the app. And the app works with any Epson printer. The app is called the Epson Creative Print Printer. Epson Creative Print app. I was reading someone's comment. Epson Creative Print app. That is a free app. You can grab that in the Apple App Store or in the Android store, whatever they call that, if you have a Google phone or Samsung or something like that. But the power of the printer, in my opinion, is in the app, because in the app you can do lots of really cool things. One of the things that you can do is something like this. There are pre-configured templates. This was a pre-configured template, right? This pre-configured template basically looked like this. Right? Oh, like this, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you just pick a pre-configured template, and then you, the app has access to your camera roll, and then you just push your photos on the app into those little places, and then you print it out. So when you're printing it out, you're really printing one photo, but your one photo in this case has 9 different photos on it. So sometimes I use this as one photo. It's still 5x7. Other times I might create photo strips out of that. And when I create photo strips, like the photo booth strips that we did as a kid, all I would do is cut, and I'd end up with long, narrow strips. You can also use something like this for your little tiny photos. You don't have to have a small little printer in order to get your little tiny photos. You could just print like that and then cut them. So I use the Epson Creative Print app to do that with the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. Now, there are other apps that you can use out there that are free, PicStitch, Project Life, all different kinds of things. But this one, if you have the Epson Creative Print, if you have the Epson printer, for me, it's seamless, and that's what I use. I have a free class here on my YouTube channel on how to get the most out of that app. That app is really powerful, and I walk you through how to do some amazing things on it that really make life easy. So that's what I've done. I have, generally, I like to have a lot of photos because this is the whole month. So I just go to my camera roll and I look at photos I've taken. I'm like, oh, that would be a good one, that would be a good one, that would be a good one, and so forth. So first thing I need to do, though, and I just know, this is a 5x7. Do I edit your photos before printing? Aunt Recreates, I do. I do edit my photos before printing. Now, a lot of that has to do with in what kind of scenario you're taking the photos. If you're taking the photos in dark light, if you're taking the photos that are blurry or something like that, then for sure edit. But really, in my opinion, it has to do more with the photo than the editing. If that makes any sense. But yes, I do edit before I edit in my camera roll on my phone before I ever put them into the Epson Creative Print app. So this, my Traveler's Notebook, your inserts, my Traveler's Notebook inserts are standard wide. They are 5 by 8.25. And this is a 5 by 7 photo. So you might think you could just take that and put it right there. I always have to narrow that down. I have to trim the width a little bit because you lose a couple millimeters from the stapling in the center. All right, so, and I just bring that up because as soon as I start cutting, narrowing this down, you'll be like, wait a minute, why are you doing that? That's why I do that. So I'll just grab my little trimmer here and I will just narrow it down a bit. And same thing over here, just a little bit. And then we should be good to go. So I like to start with the photo first because, and the photo is generally part of what's dictating the color palette I might use for my stamping, maybe dictating some of the colors of the icons I might be using. Now, this type of list, you don't have to use a photo, right? Again, you only need two things, something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, you do you. You do whatever you would like to add. If you want to add photos, you can. But, I mean, the first one I did, I wanted to add photos back in August of 2020, but I didn't think about that until I was doing a list and I intended to go back and add them and then I forgot and then I put a page over the next, I did another list right next to it and then it was like, well, I guess that's the way it is. So I have this kind of fun little interactive piece now. I mean, the way that I did that, remember, I just pulled those out of my Traveler's Notebook setup, adhered them, and then I came in with my little scissors and just trimmed the page down. So now what I need to figure out is this, right? I kind of have this, you know, whatever. I could add more photos there if I wanted to expand. If I wanted to expand a little bit more on something that happened, I could write over there. In fact, I think I got a little bit of adhesive right here, which I don't want to do. I got to get that off or the pages will stick together. So I was thinking two things here. I was thinking that I could just put a piece of pattern paper there. But you know what? I think I will do instead, now that I think about it. The timing of Jack, our oldest son, the timing of his and Kat's wedding was a little off for how I am doing this because they got married on March 1st. So the wedding actually happened in March, but all of the festivities, everything, we were there for a week. We went on a Wednesday, came home on a Tuesday. So there were a lot of things that happened during the month of February that were besides the wedding. So I think what I'll end up doing is I think I will probably use this page to just write a little bit more about, you know, they were getting married March 1st. And so all the activities, and even in my list, I'll have a little bit of that. But I think because the timing is off, obviously there's nothing here. The wedding isn't here, just the leading up to it was in February. So I think that's what I'll use that for. But I won't do that while we're together because that'll take me a little bit to do. But I think what I will do, I think I will do some decorating there. Because, you know, we got to decorate. Well, I like to decorate because it's all fun part to me. So what I am looking for, you should see the floor right now. Oh, here it is. It's just hiding by the fan. Now, I am grabbing, these are the die cuts from the winter spring season pass. So part of the winter spring season pass is February. So I am going to pull some of my die cuts out of February. Now this is a separate die cut pack because I had already used some in my Traveler's Notebook setup. So I've just pulled another pack to kind of play with. So let's see what we have. Over here, that could go in the center, right? It could go in the center. It could go down here. Oh, actually, I like that there because it kind of fills in a little bit of that space. So let's add that there at the bottom. Ooh, do we like that better? No, I think I like Follow Your Heart. Follow Your Heart, that kind of is good for the festivities leading up to the wedding. Oh my gosh, that was so fun. It was just magical. It was really special. We have 2 boys, Jack and Sam. Jack is 28, and yes, and it's actually, we have a group of friends that have been friends since college. And that's actually why we are separating. We're doing some listing tonight and some tomorrow because we have a special thing that we're doing with that group of friends tomorrow afternoon. And that was the only time everyone could get together. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like my biggest thing of the year. This is the anniversary celebration. And I'm like, well, you know what? I have to have a life. So this will be fun. We'll do some Friday, some Saturday. That's why, if you wondered why we're doing some Friday, some Saturday. But anyhow, I totally squirreled there. Of those friends that we've had since college, Jack is the first of all the kids to get married. So all those friends were with us at the wedding. It was just magical. It was pretty special. All right, so we've got that there. We'll still do something over here. I don't know, maybe those go there. Or we could have, I also need to be thinking about what I want to do over here. I also need to be looking at what I had used over here because I don't want to use the same thing. But I could do, no, I feel like I need red, right? I feel like I need some red here because this pink doesn't really go on this side. So what if we did February? And what if we did maybe just a little heart like that? Because we'll have, I mean, we know it's February over here, and obviously we know it's February anyway, but maybe we'll just do that. Oh, I think that's a Reggie hair. Oh, how about that? Oh, I love that. That's kind of an open heart. So let's do that. Let's take our little glue pen here. And pop the, oops, come on. Really, I should be using my tweezers for that so I don't get glue all over my fingers, but that's all right. Now I need to add a little bit of glue pen here. Glue pen is your friend. Obviously, you need other types of, well, I guess you don't need other types of adhesive. You just have to use a lot of glue pen on a photo or something. But glue pen is your friend when you're working with die cuts in small pieces. Okay. I'll show you the photos as I start making my list. So I'll kind of talk through things so you can see. Oh, that's cute. That turned out cute. All right. So then we have, okay. The season pass. Oh, where are those things? Because I did not get them out. So this is winter, spring season pass. Winter, spring, all of your season passes when you buy the kits. They come in a 13.5 by 13 craft storage pouch when you buy the kit. I have mine in a 14 by 14 because then I can put some of the little pieces in there. But let me just look because, let me look at, let's grab that. See? Stickers. Let's maybe grab some rub-ons. And let's grab some more rub-ons. Where's the stamp? Because I would like to use the stamp set too, maybe. Oh, I know the stamp set is sold out from winter, spring season pass. And there's something else, but I don't remember what it is offhand. Where's my stamp set? Okay, well, we'll just do without it. No, I want it. Like, there's the stamp I know I want to use has little hearts all over it. And it would be super cute. Apologies, friends. I did not, I have the die cuts out, but I did not get everything else out. And if I had gotten everything else out, I would have realized I did not know where the stamp is. Let me just go through this one more time. And if I can't find it, then it is what it is. We just won't use it. And you're probably like, Layle, we would like you to not use it because if we don't have it, we can't get it anymore. We won't use it. All right, let's look at the rub-ons because I think we have some cute rub-ons that we might be able to add here. Over here. Ooh, I think we'll add this little, we're going to add that scallop strip. I've been cutting apart these rub-ons, and if you haven't used rub-ons before, or if it's been a while since you've used rub-ons. We'll kind of do a little review here. When I get a new pack of rub-ons, I take them out of the package and I staple the rub-on sheet, to the protective backer, right? Which here, I just kind of messed myself up because I cut too close. So staple your rub-on sheet to the protective backer. That protects the rub-on so it will not rub on to something you don't want it to rub onto. When you have the rub-on that you'd like to work with, that's what I was going for here with this little scallop strip. I like to cut that away from the rub-on sheet because it's a lot easier to work with when it is cut away. Okay, I need to put this back with its protective backer. Rub-ons work by pressure. They basically transfer from the sheet to whatever you want to transfer them to through pressure, through rubbing it onto something else. But because they work through pressure, you want to make sure you do not apply pressure to them, or they'll rub onto something you don't want. So because I just cut that off of the sheet that was already stapled, I just restapled that. That will help to make sure that those pieces stay together and don't rub onto something I don't want them to rub onto. All right, so this little guy, this little scallop strip, these are sized to be able to go on your traveler's notebook if you would like. You can obviously use them for other things, but that is how they are sized. They're sized to be able to go along the bottom of one of your pages. So when it comes to working with a rub-on, you want to set it down and then hold on to it. Do not move it. You don't want to move it. If you move it, you'll end up with a crack in your rub-on, right? Because where you've been rubbing, if it moves, then it's kind of jumped or skipped, and you'll end up with part where the rub-on isn't. So you always want to be holding on to it. I am using this is actually an embossing tool. I sold these for a while, and Tonic is now sold out of them, and they're no longer producing them. So we're working with one of our suppliers to see if we can come up with something that would be like this, that you'd have a rub-on tool. But they work with a popsicle stick, so the popsicle stick comes packaged in my rub-ons. They work with a bone folder, really anything like that. So you're basically just rubbing until that rub-on transfers off of the sheet onto whatever you want to rub onto. So eventually I get, oopsie, it moved a little bit on me. So I can show you what it means when you have a crack. If I need to get this other part, I am holding on and I'm rotating so that I always want to be holding on. I don't want to let go when I'm working with a rub-on. So I'll get it to the point where I feel like it's rubbed on pretty well. And depending on kind of the size of the rub-on, this is a pretty sizable rub-on that I can with red, and I usually can tell with black too when it has transferred, because it's really bright here. And then when it's transferred, it gets kind of dull because it has moved off of that, clear sheet onto your project. So we'll get it to where we think it's pretty well transferred. I still want to hold on, because if for some reason it is, it's not transferred everywhere, if I'm holding on and I haven't moved it, I can pick it up and I can go, oh, look, it didn't transfer right there. I did that on purpose. Do you see right there where it is not transferred? It is still on my rub-on sheet and not right there. So as long as I'm holding on, I can go, oh shoot, I need to rub more, lay it right back down, and it will go right where it's supposed to go. So as long as I hold on, I'm okay with that. Now I'm going to end up rubbing onto my work surface there. That's okay. Gently pull, 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 and it is now all rubbed on. So when I was saying you don't want it to move, and you may or may not be able to see this, do you see right there, there's a little bit of a crack that just because it moved a little bit on me. But it's all fine. Okay, so now I have my cute little rub-on. It's going to be a nice little, just my nice little border there that it made for me. So now I think we probably better stop, and I think we should go here. I think it's time to do our stamping before we add anything else. But I do need to do my little outlining, because I do my outlining on everything. On our last list, we were working off the page, right? I had my cardstock, my pattern paper, and I was working on my list here, and then when I was done, I adhered it into my traveler's notebook. But on this case, I'm actually working on the page, so I'm going to be stamping directly on the page. But let's get our outlining done here because I have a really hard time if I don't do that. It just looks like it's naked if I don't. And depending on how many photos I have or kind of what I feel like doing, sometimes I have a little bit of fun with the photos over here. Sometimes I'll do pockets and put the photos in pockets. Sometimes I'll do photo booth strips. I just do lots of different things. But this one I decided to keep it pretty simple because I have a lot of photos. Sometimes I'll use tip-in tape and create like a waterfall. We'll have photo after, like something like this, 1, 2, 3 on top of each other, so I could add even more photos. But I knew we'd have a lot to get through tonight, so I kept that simple. I kept it simple this time. I'm actually just going to snip this off because it is bending in the seam. All right, so now let's pick our color palette for our stamping. As we are stamping, we have let's put the tools away. Put the tools away. That'll give us a little bit more room to play. All right, we're going to do my little frame out again. It's February, so I'm going to pull February. And I have my grid. So I will grab my grid. I have 2026, so I will do that. I have, 02. So 02 is February, is 02. And I have, I can put a phrase in. Here's the story about last month, month in review. I could even do loved this. So I think I'm going to do loved this. I'm going to kind of change this up a little bit. Amanda, I use a Sharpie. That is just a fine tip Sharpie. You can find that lots of different supply stores, office supply stores, supply stores. But I also sell those on my website. So it is a felt tip. But that's when I do my listing, anything like that, I'm always using one of those Sharpies. That's just my thing. It's my thing. All right. So what I want to look at though, what I'm thinking here is actually something that I did in, let's see, is this the right one? It is. Okay. This is my year in review project kit. And so, the whole idea behind that is you have a whole kit that you can basically, just with the kit itself, do an about last month for every month. You have die cuts for every month and so forth. But what I'm looking for is, I had, if I remember correctly, done, So, I turned the kind of grid upside down. So when we look at here, everything that I had done here, the grid was all kind of that slanted line part of the stamp was up top. But here I turned it upside down, right? There's no rule that says you have to use it one way or the other. But what I remembered about this, I liked the way the loved this looked at the top. So I'm going to flip the grid and kind of work with it with the bottom to the top as opposed to top to bottom. There is an add-on stamp set, an about last month add-on stamp set that, and I probably don't have it here because, oh, I do. There we go. This add-on stamp set then has the rest of your letters, or excuse me, your numbers. So it has 13 through 31. So on this stamp set, it's meant to be January, February, March, April, May, and so forth. But with this added on to it, now that can become the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, all the way to 31, plus some other fun things that can go in your little grid. All right, so I have what I need. One thing that I am going to do, I am going to use a pencil board. A pencil board is a fancy name for a flat surface that you can slide underneath your page. So you've got a nice flat surface to stamp on. All right, so I'm going to do that here. And you really I kind of don't need it here because I only am one page deep, right? But at the point when I get, let's say I was working in this one, like when I get to this point and I'm working here, I definitely used a pencil board because I have all these lumpy bumpy things that have happened before I want to stamp there. So if you're stamping directly in your project, whether it's a planner, whether it's a traveler's notebook or something like that, and you don't have a flat surface to stamp on, you're not stamping on, like when we did the last list, we were stamping on our work surface. Pencil board comes in clutch for you to do that. And those come in two sizes. There's the kind of traveler's notebook size, which is about 4 3/4 by 8. There's also an A5 size, right? An A5 size, so a little bit bigger. All right, so as I get this ready, I'm just going to have my little reference over here because I'd like to make sure that I remember to do it that way. This one, my little reference over here. All right, so we are going to, then we need to pick the colors, right? What colors do we want to use? I know that Ranger, Tim Holtz Distress Inks do not have a mint. There are other manufacturers that have a mint. They are more of a dye-based ink as opposed to a pigment-based ink. So I know I'm not going to pull out a mint dye-based ink. My personal preference when it comes to stamping, I like to use a pigment-based ink, and I use almost exclusively Distress Oxides. Distress Oxide is actually a hybrid. It's part pigment, part dye. But what I like about a pigment-based ink is it gives you a nice, really nice, solid coverage. A dye-based ink, in my opinion, doesn't give me that coverage I like. It tends to be a little spotty. So that's why I use Distress Oxide versus Distress inks. A Distress ink is a true dye-based ink. And you really don't need to know what the differences are if you know what you like. If you know that you like how one acts versus the other, for example, pigment-based ink, I like a more solid coverage, then that's all I need to know. If I am into mixed media, I definitely need to know and understand more about the properties of a dye-based ink versus a pigment-based ink. But that's not me. I don't do mixed media. Your pigment-based ink tends to take a little bit longer to dry than a dye-based ink. A dye-based ink, pretty much you stamp and it's dry right away, which is great in some things for mixed media. Pigment-based ink, if it takes a little bit to dry, while it's still a little bit wet, you can do some things with it. You can blend it a little bit better. And I don't do mixed media, so I really can't tell you much more than that because that's not how I use the inks. What I can tell you in the description box of the video, at the very bottom, I have linked to 2 different articles on scrapbook.com. And they both relate to the types of ink. Hybrid ink versus, a dye-based ink versus a pigment-based ink. And you see examples of how they look differently and what you can do with one versus the other. There's another article that Tim Holtz has done, and he's actually showing you photos side by side of the exact same thing, but with Distress ink compared to a Distress Oxide, and talks more about the properties and how you can blend one and different things like that. So all of that to say, if you take the time to figure out what you like and how you're going to use a product, right? If you are going to just stamp with something, then you really don't care about the properties once you know what you like. But if you want to get into mixed media and things like that, it's a really good idea to do some research before you start investing in the different types of inks. All right, okay. So I use Distress Oxides. Distress Oxides are the little gray tins. You may not have known there was a difference because I didn't know there was a difference when I started first stamping. Let me see if I can find this guy. Oh yes. This is the only one I have that is a Distress ink, and I've kept it because when I bought this is so old. I wonder if there's a date on it. 2004. This I bought in 2004. They've been around a long time. But I didn't know there was a difference. They may not have even had Distress Oxide back then. I don't know. Anyhow, I never knew there was a difference. Like, look, visually, this is how you know. If you're buying inks and you're at a store buying and you want Distress Oxides, don't buy a black. The black is a Distress ink. The gray is Distress Oxide. Okay? All right, so we need to pick our colors. All of that to say, we need to pick our colors. I know there's not a mint, and I like pigment-based ink. That's how I kind of got on that tangent. So let's figure out what we want. I think we'd like a red. I think we'd like a pink, and we might like a green. Or we might just use a black, right? But I think I would like to use, well, at least 2 colors. So maybe we just do our pink and our red. Do we like Kitsch Flamingo? And this is how I can kind of fast forward this process a little bit, because I had, if I can find what I did. Oh, here we go. This is what someone was asking for earlier. I just haven't had a chance to do this yet, but I will commit to do this before I leave on my trip. So probably Monday. I go and match the Distress inks with Season Pass. So you know kind of what matches, right? If you're looking to coordinate. So I had already done this. Kitsch Flamingo, Candied Apple. Let's pull those 2 out. Kitsch Flamingo, Candied apple. Now there's a lot of different reds, okay? If you are, well, reds are just different, right? You end up with some that are more blue, some that have more of a purple tone, some that have more of an orange tone. So if you think you only need red or one red, look at that. Look at the difference between all those reds, right? But I think I had picked, what did I pick? I picked candied apple. So let's do candied apple and kitchen lingo. Let me grab candied apple and we'll get started with our stamping. Candied apple. Is it time for a prize? I feel like it's time for a prize. All right, let's do a prize. And we also need to have something to drink. I need to have a hydration break, water. This is not wine. Oh, we'd be in trouble if that was wine, wouldn't we? How about this? We are working in a traveler's notebook tonight. Well, I always am working in a traveler's notebook pretty much, right? How about one of my black and cream scalloped traveler's notebook covers? I have 7. I've done 7 different color covers so far in the last about 3 years, I think. We are hoping, we'll see if it happens. We're hoping to do some more cover designs later this year. Yes, this is a great prize. So this is one of mine. You will have a new one, don't worry. But this is the next giveaway. Black and cream scallop traveler's notebook. And I will tell you, you'll see 4 of these given away over the weekend. There'll be an after party one. There'll be one tomorrow morning, Saturday when we're listing, and there'll be an after party for Saturday as well. All right, so you can like chit chat a little bit, and I'm gonna grab, did I get my stamps out already? Oh, I did, they're over here. They are here. So let's decide now what we think we want to do. So do I want this to be more pink leaning or more red leaning? And this is when I was, working on my sample for that project kit, the year in review project kit. So I had combined this is a little bit more pink leaning than red leaning. And when I look here, I think I'd like to maybe be a little bit more pink leaning than red leaning. So the big question is, what do I want to do for the grid? Do I want to do black on the grid? I have a little bit of black here, and there's some black in the photos kind of coming through. So maybe I will do the grid black, and then we will do, how did we end up doing it here? Probably that way, right? Oh, but guess what? We're doing it upside down, right? So keeping that in mind, why don't we do it this way? This is more blue leaning than yellow. So what if I do, everywhere I have the blue will be pink and everywhere I have the yellow will be red. How about that? I think we should do that. So let me get my little stamping book out, my little scratch book. When I say I test everything, I mean, you look at, I've got all my stamping here and, well, I washi, but look at all kinds of different things. So I use it. I walk the talk, friends. All right. So stamping block, what do we need? We need I think I use this guy, little round guy for this one. So we are doing this upside down. Well, I don't know. It's not necessarily upside down. It's just different. Oh wait, wrong way. Wrong way, Layle. Okay. And we said wherever I am doing the yellow, that's going to be red. So let's start out with red. Let's see. Nice thing about doing your test stamping, you could, test both and be like, ooh, I don't really like the way the grid looks red. I'm going to try pink. And then you'd be like, nope, I guess the red was better. So sometimes it's just testing your color combinations that you're looking at. Oh, look, I tested the black there. Oh, wait a minute. This way. Other nice thing, if you are testing a kind of stamp that has multiple parts to it, you can kind of keep testing everything together, right? I think that will be good. So let's do it. Let's see, sorry about that. That was my pencil board. Let's get this out and put this in here. And I need to be thinking about how far down I go because I want to love this I would love this to go above it. So as I look at what I did here, 1, 2, 3. My grid started on the 3rd line. So let's just do this. Let's make a little pencil mark, even though I know we'll be able to see that. I'm going to stamp the grid and then I will draw the giveaway. If you're like, oh my gosh, I'm tired of commenting, Layle. I'm tired of chatting. And I say, I'm sorry, you got to work for it. You got to work for your prize. All right, I said 3rd line down, right? I want to make sure we get that nice and inked up. Looking good, I think. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3rd line down. Pretty much centered. When you are stamping, be confident. If you kind of waffle as you're stamping, you might not necessarily get the outcome that you'd like. So you need to be confident. So just go in, you know what? And if it's crooked, guess what? It's art. And if it's really, really crooked and you really don't like it, you know what? Stamp on a piece of pattern paper, or excuse me, stamp on a piece of white cardstock and put it on top, right? There's pretty much nothing that we can't fix. All right, there we go. There's my grade. Now guess what? It's a little bit crooked because I didn't get close enough, right? I'm a little bit crooked. I mean, I'm not a little bit crooked. My stamp is a little bit crooked, but you know what? That's okay. That's never something that would stop me from doing this. I wouldn't start over. That's not the end of the world. So that's okay. All right, so we want to clean this off. We'll put it away and then, yeah, a little crooked. We'll put it away and I am going to draw our winner. And the winner, this prize, is that cream and black scallop traveler's notebook. So let's scroll up. The winner is, so I am going to not have this person be the winner because this is how you know it's random because she already won. I'm going to go to the person right below her. Debbie Hogg said, I stopped on your name again, my friend, but you already won and I know you're okay with that. So person below Debbie's comment is Maureen Judge. Maureen, you are the random lucky winner, the random lucky second winner. Debbie, I hope you're okay with that. I know you are. Maureen, you are the random lucky winner of that cream and black scallop traveler's notebook. So Maureen, please send an email to laylebymail.com, laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, black scallop traveler's notebook. And in the body of the email, please put your mailing address. If you've placed an order, just let me know that you placed an order and we will add that to your order. If you haven't placed an order, you don't have to purchase to win. You never have to purchase to win a prize. But we'll take about 2 weeks before the team gets through all the orders from this weekend and then get the prizes shipped. Okay? Congratulations, Maureen, and thanks for commenting and chatting, you guys. Don't be sad. 1, 2, 3, 4. We still have 4 more giveaways to give away tonight. All right. Lots of opportunities to win. All right, let me scroll down now because, again, if you place some kind of comment that you wanted me to see in that all that hullabaloo, I missed it. So if you do me a favor and type it again and then I'll see it. Or I should say the chances of me seeing it are increased. Terry, hydration break. Thank you. Always good reminder. Hydration break. It's important that we hydrate, friends. You are welcome, Maureen. Okay. Even if you're not talking, it's important that you hydrate. All right. So there we go. Now we need, we're ready for, let's see, what else is red? My February is red, and then actually, that's the only other thing that's red. Is my February. So let's get Feb out. The Feb. You'll notice as I've been putting my stamp on my stamping block, I don't pick it up and set it. I have a very difficult time getting it straight when I do that. I have a much easier time getting it straight on my work surface and then using my stamping block to pick it up. That's just a little tip. I mean, you can do it either way, but I find that's the easy way to do it. My chances of it being straight are much greater when I do that. Straight on my stamping block. And if it's straight on your stamping block, then your chances of getting it straight on your project are increased. Now I want to find that wherever we were because, oh yes. So now, because this is a multi kind of layered step process, I can put this guy right here and see, do I like the way that looks? I think I'll like the way it works because everything else is going to be pink. Now, it is a little splotchy, but I also see something else that's going on. Do you see right here in the E? And this may not bug you, but that is something that stands out to me like a sore thumb. There is no ink right there. The reason there's no ink right there, if I look closely at my stamp, I can see there's something on there. And that something that is on there is preventing the ink from adhering. So there we go. I just got that off. And now that should give me a nice, complete impression. What I think it was, it actually looks like it might have been that rub-on. Something that's very important to this process. You notice I cleaned it because I needed to get that off, but I should dry it. It's really important. It's really important for me to dry that. And this is why. If I'm going to use that again right away, I'm going to re-ink it. I want to dry that because your pigment-based inks are water reactive. They can do some really cool things if you have a brush and do mixed media-ish things, which not me, so I can't even tell you what it is. I just know that water reactive because I've experienced that. Sometimes if I get in a hurry and I clean and don't dry and I stamp right away and then, I ink right away and stamp, weird thing happens to my ink. It's because it's reacting to the water. And if that's a look that you're going for, then that's okay. But if it's a look you're not going for and you don't understand why that happened, it's because you didn't dry before you ink, all right? So not only important to clean in between colors, clean after you've used, but to clean in between colors, but also to dry in between, even if it is the same color, all right? That's super important. That's just one of those things that you start to learn about different types of ink. And you learn because you're like, whoa, that was weird. Why did that happen? That doesn't look right. All right, so now I don't really care where it is. We're just gonna put it here. Make sure that that little thing went away. And it did. So we are now good. You put this down and then bring this back out, slide our pencil board in and steam. You notice I'm re-inking. You want to re-ink between your testing and your stamping or else your stamped image will be pretty faint. And if that's something you're going for, then you don't. There's something called second generation stamping, where you would stamp one time. Let me just show you. Basically, and I need to restamp again to illustrate this, but basically, let me come back over this. Basically, in second generation stamping, you stamp once and then you stamp again without re-inking. So have you ever seen something like that where it looks like you've kind of got this really bold stamp and then really faint? That's second generation stamping. You stamp once and then you continue stamping without re-inking. And it just gives you kind of a little bit of a different look. But if you're not going for that, you definitely want to re-ink after you've done the first stamp, your first test stamp, or else it's too faint. Well, it's not too faint, it just is faint. And you may not be looking for faint. I don't look for faint. I like to have nice, bright, not bright, but I like to have nice, solid impression. All right. I know Terry, Brian's girl said, can you please follow me around and remind me to hydrate too? Right? Wouldn't that be awesome? All right, so that's everything I am doing in red. So everything else is going to be pink here. We're going to start with our loved this. And our loved this is actually going to go on top of that. Now, loved this, this works because it's February, right? But you can say loved this any time of year, right? It doesn't have to just be February. And I know it's a pain to keep getting out your testing notebook or your scratch paper or whatever, but trust me, I never regret testing, ever. What I regret is if I get lazy or I'm like, I've been doing this for years, I don't need to test, and then, something weird happens. So, always a good idea. Test first. The other thing that we haven't talked about when it comes to stamping is I stand. I actually stand anytime I'm creating. I stand when I'm teaching. So things like this, I'm standing the whole time. But that's how I've always crafted. So I can't, if I am sitting, I don't know how to sit and craft because I don't have perspective if I'm sitting and crafting. But it's very, to me, important that I stand when I'm stamping because stamping is all about leverage and range of motion. When you are standing, you have much more leverage and range of motion. Like, look, my hands are all the way up here. My hands can go all the way down here. If I'm sitting down, these are my T-Rex arms. I don't have enough range of motion. So if I am standing, I find personally that I get a much better stamped image if I'm standing than sitting. Sometimes if I am not at home, I work on a countertop. The desk in my craft room is counter height because I stand all the time. So that's how I had it designed. But if I am somewhere and I don't have a tall desk, I'll go to the kitchen. Sometimes I'll even go to the bathroom. I mean, that sounds really weird. Sometimes I might even go to the bathroom because it's counter height. So if counter height's a little bit easier for me to stamp, because if I am trying to stamp on a regular desk, then I have to really bend down and my back hurts and I'm getting old and all those things. So, but stamping, if you've never tried stamping standing up, I encourage you to try it. It, in my opinion, always, everything I share with you is in my opinion. In my opinion, it makes a world of difference, like a huge difference, huge, okay? All right. I mean, get out a piece of scratch paper and try. What do you have to lose? All right, love this. And now I also need About Last Month, because About Last Month is going to go in that little spot right here. And then I'm going to show you a little something that happened on April when I was working on that. So I have a choice here, I think. Yeah, I think we'll go with that one. So with this guy, I could go with this one, longer and narrower, or this one. I think this one's going to be better because this is a little bit longer, obviously longer than I need. So we'll go with this guy. Right, and we know we want About Last Month in that little part of the grid. Ink that up, and I really should be like working backwards or something so I can always find where I was, or at least bookmark it or something. Oh, here we go. So this guy is going to go right in there. All right, now something happened here. Do you see where it's really faint right there? The reason that happened, because look what I was doing. I was stamping on this, and part of it was raised because it had that stamp underneath it, and then part of it was not. That's why that happened. So just kind of something to be aware of. Make sure that you're stamping on your flat surface, or something like that will happen where you end up with not a very, you'll end up with a faint image in part of your stamp. And that's too why your pencil board comes into play, because it evens out whatever you're stamping on, right? It gives me a flat surface to stamp on. About Last Month is going to go right in that little space. Okay. Another thing, you don't want to rock your stamp. If you're rocking your stamp, and what I mean by that is if you are rocking your stamp, if you are doing this, I see people do this sometimes, where you're like this, you're like back and forth, because you think that you are trying to, make sure you get a nice even impression. What you're doing when you're rocking is you're applying undue pressure at the top and the bottom. You're basically flattening out that part and that part, so it tends to look blurry on the top and blurry on the bottom when you're rocking like that. These are all things, you guys, nobody told me these things, nobody taught me these things. This was all trial and error. It's everything, all the things that I learned in just stamping for a lot of years. I will tell you, I hated stamping for a long time because I had no clue what I was doing. I didn't know, but you know what? That's how we learn, right? I mean, what does Vicky say? It's a piece of paper in your time, right? That's how we learn, is by experimenting. So if you are afraid of stamping, or if you're timid when it comes to stamping, just play. Get out a piece of copy paper and just start playing, right? You have nothing to lose. But that's how we learn, right? And then I share things to try to help you guys learn based on what I learned. But what I wanted to show you, if you look closely at this sample, you might notice that this is an extra piece of paper right there. That piece, whatever I did, I don't remember what I did when I was designing this, but something really weird happened. Like I probably was crooked or something bad happened. And I'm like, ooh, this is a class. I can't have that be part of the class. So what I did, I went to one of my other Traveler's Notebook pages and I stamped on it. I stamped that part on it and I cut it out and I glued it right there. So really you would never have any idea I did that. And I just show you that because I think it's important that you know when you're stamping, you can pretty much fix anything, right? So even if it's stamping that particular part that got weird, over again and putting it over the top of whatever you did, right? Or putting a sticker on top of it, whatever. All right, so now we need our 2 because this is the second month. And we are continuing with our pink and red combo. I'm just gonna willy-nilly stamp here, although I should be careful because looks good. I don't want to stamp on top of something. If I stamp on top of something, I'm not testing very well. Okay, my O2. Okay, so look what we just did. I dropped my stamp. I didn't do that on purpose. I really didn't do that on purpose, but that is going to give us an opportunity to talk about what we can do when something like that happens, right? I've spent way too much time on this. I would never start over. I have an idea. So I'm going to come back in and I am going to stamp that where it should go. Stamp this right here, my O2. All right. And we're going to finish up our stamping and then we're going to deal with that. But it happens, right? We're all human. Things like that happen all the time. So Carol just mentioned something. That will be the first thing that we try. Carol mentioned something called a sand eraser. My sand eraser is right here. And it always sits with my stamping blocks because that's when I use it. A sand eraser is exactly what it sounds like. It is an eraser that has sand in it. So it's got some grit to it. And it's a good idea to play with it before you maybe actually use it when you need to use it. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. Let me get this 2026 stamped and then we'll go in with the sand eraser and see what we can come up with there. So sand eraser, you're basically erasing with a little bit of grit. But you need to be careful with it because if you think back to when you were in 3rd grade and you were taking your spelling test and you spelled house wrong. You're like, oh, that's not how you spell house. And then you're going to erase. And back in 3rd grade, what would happen? We'd erase really hard. We'd create lots of eraser tailings. And sometimes we erase so hard, we'd erase like a hole in the paper, right? We'd make a hole in the paper because we erased too hard. With the sand eraser, because there's grit to it, you need to be careful. If you erase too hard, you will lift off the paper. You might pill the paper, P-I-L-L, not P-E-E-L. Pill the paper so it starts to kind of rub off. So just something to kind of play with and get used to. But because there's grit in there, I might be able to, if I can't get rid of that, and I know I can't get rid of it, but I might be able to make it a little bit fainter. So let's just see what happens. And I'll show you, this is what the before looks like. You see that? Let's see if we can get rid of any of that. Pink is hard, red is hard, blue is hard. So as I do that, I'm not really going to be able to get rid of it. I can try, I can make it a little bit more faint, but that pink is still going to be there. And I need to be careful because I don't want to start pilling the paper. So what if I take something like this guy? Let's look. Like this heart right here. Could I put this heart kind of right there to partly cover up? We might need to twist it a little bit to make it work, right? I think that works. Now it's bigger than my area because I need to cover here, I need to cover down here. But if I put it there, you're not really going to notice that little writing right there. So that's what I'm going to do. If you have a sticker, if you have a die cut, usually you can find something to cover it up. And in that case, we're covering it up. All right, blacklight bingo. What is blacklight bingo? Do I remember what the colors were in your April sample? I do. I can tell you what those colors are in the April sample. Give me just a second. Let me grab this. Are we liking that color combination of April? But you guys, isn't that crazy? So really, your stamps can change. The look can change so much just by the color of ink that you're picking, right? You go like that, actually. That's pretty good. No one's ever going to know. That's our little secret, right? That's our little secret, and it works, right? We may not have decided to put that there if we didn't have to, but by golly, it's gonna work, by golly. What era did I grow up in? I don't know, not the era that by golly came from, I tell you that. All right, that color combination is, I believe that is fossilized amber. I know that's fossilized amber, and it's broken china. So broken china and fossilized amber. Those two. All right. Isn't that a pretty combination? Really pretty. No, that's Mermaid Lagoon. That's the wrong one. Broken china is right. The one, maybe it's the one after it. Yeah. No, wait. There it is. It just got ahead of itself. Broken china and fossilized amber. But it's crazy, again, how ink can change. It's the exact same stamp. The exact same stamp. But just by what colors you choose, make it totally, totally different. Yes, Kim Keller said, white jelly pen can get rid of the ink too sometimes. I have a little white jelly pen. With this, usually what happens, I have to go over it a couple times. So you'd go over with your gel pen, let it dry, then come back and maybe another layer over it, let it dry. Really, sometimes you just have to experiment. And if you do something that makes it worse, do what I did, find something that you can just go right over the top of it. All right, so we are pretty close here. I think we're going to start our list. So when it comes to this list, as I mentioned, I mean, a month's a long time. Sometimes it's not that easy to remember what happened during a month. So I usually come at it from three different ways. One way is my camera roll. If I look at my camera roll tells a story, right? My camera roll tells a story of what happened during the month. My calendar also tells a story, right? If I put things in my calendar, then I know what happened during the month. But there are some things that happen during the month that aren't in my calendar and I don't have a photo of. In that case, I keep a running list on my phone. And I actually have a running list on my phone that is probably 6 years old. And it just keeps going and going and going every month, every year. It has about last month in it, has in the news in it. And it's just the same note in my phone that just keeps kind of going. So those three things together I use throughout the month to then be able to come and sit down to complete my list. So with that said, where is my notebook that has those things in it? We've been working with it. It's been a while since we've been working with it. I know it's here because it hasn't left. I haven't left, right? So, oh, here it is. It's my trimmer is covering it up. So, yes, here we go. So, let me get my Sharpie out, my handy dandy trusty Sharpie. Now, one thing I might want to do before I do something here, I have this black to me is kind of really standing out like a sore thumb. That is a rub-on. So that is from the Winter Spring rub-on set. So I feel like, actually, and I'm going to go back on that. I thought it was going to stand out like a sore thumb, but guess what? All of my writing is going to be black. So now I'm not worried about it. So let's do this. What we do need to come up with is we need a bullet stamp because my About Last Month lists are always a run-on. And when I say a run-on, not a rub-on, a run-on, what I mean by a run-on is this. As opposed to a numbered list or a bulleted list where it's like deep, and I'm writing. This would be look, for this example, this is a run-on list. Where I have stamped and then I write, then the next thing on my list, I stamp, write, stamp, write, stamp, write. So I need something that will separate all of the things on my list. So with that said, I'm going to go to, let's go to, I think Bullets and More, the OG. It's not called the OG, it's just the first Bullets and More stamp set that we did. Oh, that reminds me, that here, let's talk about that for a second. As I'm going through my little thing here. And that one. But that's not what I'm looking for. My gosh. I've got like stamps and stamps and things and stamps and acrylic things. And this is what I was looking for. Bullets and More. There are 3 heart stamps in Bullets and More. So I'm just going to use the solid one. That'll just be easy and work well for this. When people start listing or people are new to Layle and they're looking at what stamps should I start out with, especially, that wasn't it, especially what stamps, if I want to start investing in stamps, what do you recommend? What are good ones to start with? And I always say the bullets and more stamps, because I use a bullet stamp pretty much on every list that I do. Whether it's a lined list where I go like this, or it's a run-on list, I'm always using a bullet stamp. I've got inks all over my fingers are so dry. I've got ink all over them. I think I need to do pink on this. I feel like I need to do pink as opposed to red. So we will do this. One thing to know about your stamping stylus, if you get a stamping stylus, there is a little clear label on it that has a squirrel. That was original squirrel. That was Scatter 1.0. That is there for a reason. When you have a stamp that has a direction to it or an orientation, like a heart, right? That heart shape changes based on how I use it. So if I stamp this way, it's a heart. If I stamp this way, it's a sleeping heart. If I stamp this way, it's a dead heart because it's upside down, right? But the way that I turn or rotate my stylus, that heart changes. And with the heart stamp, I don't want it lying on its side. I don't want it a little skimampus. So the way I can make sure it's in the same position every time is if I position the heart in relation to the squirrel. I can't see the heart when I'm stamping, but I can see the squirrel. So if I line that heart up with the squirrel and I make sure my squirrel's in the same place every time, that's going to make sure that my heart is looking fairly uniform every time, at least not a sleeping or a dead heart, right? That's why that little label is there. As I was looking for the bullet stamps, these were with my stamps. I pulled these out. These sold out last week, and my stamp manufacturer, I placed a huge reorder at the beginning of this week, and they came in clutch. They got them all done, and they shipped to me today. So these will be here. They're back in stock again now on the website. So if you've been waiting for those Postage Builder frames or Postage Builder flowers, those are back in stock. All right. So those have been super popular. Those have been really fun. All right, so there's my first little bullet. And on my list, I was really sick. I got really sick in January. I was sick for 18 days. My long lasting cold turned into walking pneumonia. Walking pneumonia. I think I spelled that correctly. Two antibiotics. Except the first one didn't work. An inhaler. I was going to say a chest x-ray, but I had already written down. So I went a chest x-ray. So the good thing was my lungs were fine, but yeah, walking pneumonia. And in the middle of all that, at the end of February, I threw a bridal shower for my future daughter-in-law, which, you got to do what you got to do because she came in from out of town and it was all planned, and so we did it. And it was awesome. Now, that was on February 28th. That was on January 31st. So it is not in this insert. It is in, maybe it was I don't remember. Anyhow, it is on, the bridal shower was in my January, about last month. So yes, here we go. Well, I'll show you that in a minute. I'll show you some of my photos in a minute. The next thing, I had my dress for the wedding altered. Now, that's not like a big deal, right? But it was a big deal because it's our first child's wedding. So that was a big deal. What's a big deal also is that I went from Nordstrom having it altered to my chest x-ray. So yeah, I wasn't feeling well, but it all worked out. That's my body saying, Layle, you've pushed yourself too hard. So lots of you have asked to see the picture of the dress I wore to the wedding. I will, once we get some of the professional photos back, I will post them in the Facebook group. I'll share them. But that is me. I'm sicker than a dog. Then going to my chest x-ray, but in the dress. The dress was navy. It was beautiful. It had, I don't know how well you can see that detail, but yeah, it was, and I loved it. I fell in love with it. Those of you that know Lizzie Lou, my friend Lizzie Lou, she wore the same dress. Now, not the same dress because we both bought it, but she wore the same dress to her son's wedding, Cam, in November, because I was teaching at her October retreat, and I was talking to her about the wedding, her son's wedding, and I said, what does your dress look like? And she said, it's navy. I'm like, navy? I have to wear navy. Is it long? And she said, yes, it's long. I said, oh my gosh, send me the link. She said, I'll do one better. I will get it at home and I'll bring it for you. You can try it on. I tried it on. I'm like, this is my dress. That was the only dress I ever tried. This is my dress. I ordered it from Nordstrom that day and it got to my house before I even got home. So that was kind of a fun little side story about that. All right, so I had my wedding dress, my mother of the groom dress. You can't really see some of the detail in it because of the, it's just dark, whatever, but it was beautiful. I felt so good in it. You know what? That's what it's all about, right? Is feeling comfortable in your own skin. And I felt comfortable in my own skin. So that was nice. Let's see, what else did I have? Tailored. I meant to say tailored. That's fine. In February, I signed a lease for a warehouse for my business. That was a big deal. I tell you, there were some emotions there. Again, I talked about that a little bit earlier. I never, ever, I never thought I'd be doing this. I never thought I'd have be manufacturing a lot of my own products. I need to sit down one day and count, but it's probably 300 plus, I would say, at least so far that we've done. Let alone have a warehouse. Come on, who is that? I never thought it would be me. And I'm not trying to be like, oh, I never thought it would be me. I really mean that, like, never. So that was a big deal. Kind of some emotions there. Signed a lease for the warehouse. Then we got to making some improvements to the warehouse because it was gross. It wasn't gross. It was a warehouse. The business that was there, a young man, I don't know how, it's their 30s, young man, but he had like a sprinkler business or whatever. He had a big truck in there, and clearly it was a male that was there because there was carpet in the bathroom. There's a video. I shared a video in the Facebook group. I'll put it on YouTube. The walkthrough of when we started kind of the improvements. We completely gutted the bathroom, including the carpet, all of the toilet, the sink, everything. And I think we bought 20 gallons, 2 big 5 gallon buckets, maybe 10 gallons, 2 5-gallon buckets of white paint. We slathered that place in white paint. But this is a picture of Nick at one point working in the warehouse. So Nick is incredibly handy. So that really came in handy, that Nick was handy. So we started making improvements to the warehouse. Lots and lots of white paint. So that's pretty much all that we did in February because we didn't have very much time in between taking, possession of the warehouse and then going to Seattle for our son's wedding. And we did lots more in March. So in March, I'll talk a little bit more about that. And this is really kind of in no particular order because in the middle there, we went to Hawaii. We had Nick's annual business trip to Hawaii, which I feel so incredibly fortunate to be able to go to Hawaii every year because Nick goes on business. And so we pay for my flight and my food, but everything else is, hotel and all that. So it's definitely a very much a privilege to be able to do that. So that we have here, we're having a little cocktail I was having a seltzer or something, and Nick really likes his Mai Tais, so we're cheersing there. That is Diamond Head White House, so we were on Oahu. So a couple more photos from February. There we are. There's Diamond Head right there in the background, little selfie. Actually, no, the couple we were with, one of the guys that works for Nick, they took that. All right, so then Hawaii, so we talked about, we arrived on Sunday to 30-mile-an-hour winds, rain, and cold temperatures. But don't get me wrong. I can be that at home or I can be that in Hawaii. Give me a choice. I'll take Hawaii any day. We watched the Super Bowl. We watched the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in sweatshirts because we were freezing. Watched the Seahawks win the Super Bowl. And actually it was cool because the guy that we were with and his girlfriend that works for Nick, they're from Seattle, so that was kind of fun to be with them. That was exciting. We did, we walked every morning. That's kind of our routine when we're there. We would walk every morning. We've done it for years. Walked every morning, stop at Starbucks. We ate lots of great food. We hiked to Diamond Head, well, really walked a ways. Hiked to Diamond Head Lighthouse. We'd never done that before. We've been to Oahu probably 10 times, and we've never done that. I didn't even know it was a thing. We've hiked Diamond Head before, but this is a lighthouse. Diamond Head is above this. You can't even really see that off of, it's kind of tucked under. Well, I don't know. You can't see that from the top of Diamond Head. At least I don't remember seeing it when we did that. Hike to Diamond Head Lighthouse, which was beautiful. I mean, just the scenery was amazing. I read a lot. Shopped a bit. Had always amazing seafood, amazing fish. Pretty much what we eat when we go. Had amazing fish. And did a little dancing. The hotel where we stay a couple nights a week has a piano player. And it's kind of dinner music through dinner, and then he takes a break, and then after that it is so fun. It's like Kool and the Gang and kind of that, really lots of fun music to dance to. All right, so then, I was back in the warehouse part over here, so I'm out of order in terms of the order of the way things were happening. Then we did Seattle. So we flew to Seattle. We were home a few days. Flew to Seattle after being home a bit. Actually, maybe it was like 10 days. After being home 10 days for Jack and Kat's wedding. We did some of the touristy things. We've been there quite a bit, but we did Pike Place Market. Kat actually got her wedding flowers from there. They have amazing flowers there. So we did Pike Place. We actually went there twice. Nick and I went one day. We made a yummy Italian dinner one night. We rented a house. And this house, Sam and his girlfriend stayed, and my mom stayed, my sister and her husband stayed. So there were lots of people coming and going, but we had a good time. Amazing Italian dinner. Nick and I had a off the hook sushi dinner, like an amazing experience. Another amazing sushi dinner. And the rehearsal dinner. We were quite involved in the planning of their wedding, helping them. And then we did the rehearsal dinner too. and the rehearsal dinner on the water. And then they got married on March 1st. So that ends my About Last Month February. And I have a little bit of space here. So I think what I will do is, I think that I will go to these guys, the word strip stickers again. And let's see. What if we did living my best life, this moment, keep it real, authentic. Here's the story. How about here's the story? Here's the story works really well there. Now what we'll have to see is, does it fit spacing wise? So it does. We'll make it fit. There we go. There is About Last Month for the month of February with my little tip in. Well, this isn't actually a tip in. It's not a tip in because I adhered it to the page that was here and then just cut the page down. So over here, this is where I'm going to talk a little bit more about, I think, our kind of time in Seattle before the wedding, or for the wedding. Well, before the wedding. So what we have here is we have Kat and her maid of honor. We're buying, I mean, you guys, look at those flowers. They're amazing. And the bouquets, and they're so affordable. I think we did all the flowers for their wedding. My mom bought all the flowers for them for the wedding, and I think it was like $250. So Kat's beautiful bouquet was huge, and then her bridesmaids bouquets, 3 bridesmaids bouquets, and then 1 more bouquet. Where they had the wedding was so, the decor there is so over the top that's all they needed. So we also have, this is a picture of Nick and Jack also holding bouquets. So I thought that was really fun to have in there. And then that is rehearsal dinner with Sam, our younger son, and his girlfriend, Lena, my little sister, Lainey, and then me. And I look like I'm a giant compared to everybody else because I'm sitting much further forward on the bench than they are. But, you know, that doesn't matter. All right, so that was our second list, About Last Month for the month of February. Oh, if I lived there, I would go and buy fresh flowers every week. And then the Italian deli there, is amazing. Every time we go to that deli and just buy. We bought homemade ravioli. We bought homemade sausages, homemade sausages. You know what I mean? Marinara sauce. Oh, it was just, we had the best dinner. And then, I forgot to add there. I broke my tooth. Thank goodness it was a molar in the back. I mean, could you imagine right before the wedding? What if I had broken my front tooth? I wouldn't have been smiling. I would have just smiled with my mouth closed. I can't believe I forgot to add that. Oh, but guess what? I will remember to add that here. I've got a little bit more writing I'll add about my broken tooth there. We were eating our Italian food and we had a baguette. And the baguette was really yummy. And I was done with dinner. I was completely done. And I'm going to start picking up and then we'll do another giveaway. Oh, we're going to do another giveaway. So chat away. I'm completely done with dinner. Pushed away my plate, enjoying my wine, and the bread is sitting there. And you know, the bread is sitting there, right? The bread is sitting there. And I'm like, gosh darn it. I need another piece of bread. I shouldn't have done it. The universe was telling me, Layle, you don't need another piece of bread. Layle, don't eat a piece of bread. And I did anyway. And guess what I did? I take a bite out of the bread, got the hard part of the baguette, broke off a piece of my molar. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you're kidding. I can't even believe this happened. But it did. It was fine. I now have a temporary on it. And I have a temporary, hopefully my permanent one will be in on Monday before I go to Tokyo. Otherwise, I'll have a temporary while I'm in Tokyo. I just don't dare eat on that side of the mouth because it fell out. Temporary even fell out. I was eating a French fry. It wasn't even a chewy French fry. It was just a French fry. I was eating a French fry that temporarily fell out. Like 3 days later, I went back to the dentist. I'm like, Dr. Haslam, I just love you so much. I missed you. I couldn't wait another week before you to put the permanent on. I had to come see you, so I made a break. I really didn't, but I don't like the dentist. I like my dentist. I just do not like the dental profession in general. And it's nothing against the people. I don't know. I have a thing about the dentist. It's just, I've had a lot of dental work over the years, so. All right, so there we go. That's our second list about last month. Now, that took me a long time, right? Because I'm teaching, we made a mistake, we're learning, we're having fun, we're doing giveaways, we're talking about photos and all that. But if it was just me by myself, I'd have that done in under an hour, easy under an hour. So I don't want you to think something like that you wouldn't do something like that because you think it would take you too much time. It wouldn't, especially if you know what your list is going to be about. Yeah, we love our dentist, just not the profession. A lot of that's a common thing. I think if you ask people what their biggest fears are, oh, that would be a fun one. That would be a fun list, wouldn't it? Biggest fears. Some people dying, some people public speaking. Believe it or not, when I was in high school, I was deathly afraid of public speaking. And now it's a huge part of my business. I mean, I teach big class, sometimes 200, 300. In another life, I was in software, and we had started a software company. I started a software company with 2 other guys, and we'd have big user group meetings, 500 people in our user group meetings, and I'd run the whole thing and talk in front of everybody. And so I don't know how I got over it, but I did. But that's a big fear for some people. Another fear for some people is the dentist. And I don't think it's the dentist as a person. I think it's the dentist as a profession. We don't like, there's a lot of anxiety associated with, it's kind of a necessary evil, right? Drowning. Snakes. Have we done this list? I can't remember. It seems like maybe we've done this list. I'm going to have to go back and look. Joanne said fire is her biggest fear, right? So 111 Renee's, I go every 6 months to have my teeth cleaned. Spiders. Spiders are a big one. Bats, right? Spiders, little insects, creepy crawlies, creepy crawly animals. Some people are definitely afraid of creepy crawly people, right? All right, so let's do our next giveaway, and then we're going to move on to our last list of the night. So it is, we have an hour left. We're doing pretty well. I had planned on about 5 hours, so we are good. But you know what? I am going to break, and I'm not going to break. I'm still here. I'm just going to have a quick sip of water because we need to hydrate, right? Heights, flying. Oh, Mimi, really? Your fear of flying. A lot of people are fear of flying. I get that. I got my first passport when I was 4 years old. My dad was in the Navy, and he got stationed in Japan. So I never had a fear of flying because I was too little. I was 4. I never had a fear of flying because it's just always a huge part of my life. But I know for some people, it is definitely a thing. Now, as I'm putting things away, look at, what if we did this? I think that's it. We're going to bring the mint over. That's what we were missing. We had no mint. So as I was cleaning up, we have that little mint heart. And that is exactly what we need right there. Somebody may have typed something about that a while ago. I think I just missed it. I think I missed it. All right, so let's add that little guy. I'll get these things cleaned up, and then we'll move on to our last list of the night. Before I do that, let's just talk about a few things. Number one, we're listing also tomorrow. I had kind of a scheduling conflict, so we had to break our listing into Friday night and Saturday morning. But actually, I have to tell you, we might do this going forward because when we normally do this all in one day, it's about 10 hours for me, and it is a lot. 10 hours of working, thinking, playing, entertaining. I love it. It's so much fun, but it's a lot. My brain just, oh gosh, guess what I just figured out? I forgot to plug in. When I flipped the camera when we did our toast, I forgot to plug in. Glad I just saw that, or else that would be trouble. My phone would die and I would lose you, and then we couldn't get back again. So we are listing again tomorrow morning, Saturday the 14th, March 2026, because I never know when you'll watch this. We are listing starting at 8 a.m. Pacific time. 8 a.m. Pacific time. So Carol said 10 hours of talking, that would be wild. And you know what it is too? It's pretty much constant talking. Because if I'm not talking, then there's dead air. And then you think, uh-oh, did I lose her? Did I lose sound? So I pretty much have to be talking the whole time. I have learned, because I went to the ear, nose, and throat doctor last week, I usually in November end up with a really grovelly voice because that's kind of when my in-person teaching ends. I kind of do pretty consistent in-person teaching, August, September, October, November. And so November, when I'm done, I have a really grovelly voice for a little while. Well, this time my grovelly voice has never gone away. And because I speak a lot and because it's kind of part of my business, I need to be able to speak. And so I thought, well, I better go and see if there's something wrong. Maybe I have a nodule or something. And I got scoped. That's an interesting process that I won't tell you about. But if you have fears of things, you might add that to your list because they need to go down your throat with a camera. through your nose, which that's an experience that I really never would like to do again if I don't have to. Now I can add that to my list: a fear of dentist and a fear of ear, nose, and throat doctor. But he was trying to explain it to me, and I was a little traumatized from the scope. So I don't know how much of it I got. I need to look at the email with the kind of his notes. But there's part of my vocal cords, there's a space, or they're separated more than normal or something. So when I get back from Tokyo, I will be having some voice therapy. He's like, we got to get this on. This is part of you. He's like, now what do? You talk a lot? And I'm like, he said, do you talk a lot and strain your voice? And I'm like, well, yeah, like if I talk 10 hours straight, is that a lot? And he's like, yeah. So anyhow, hopefully at some point my groggly voice will go away. All right. I don't even know. That's just tangent squirrel. That's definitely a squirrel moment. I know there was a reason why I started talking about that, but I don't remember. All right. Let me get the things out for our last list, and then we will do another giveaway, and then we'll get started on our last list. A couple people in the chat have been asking about these things that I use to organize. I had stamps in here. I think I had stamps in here earlier. These are, I have them. There's a blog post now. After this long at night, the thoughts are having a hard time joining and getting out my mouth. There's a blog post at laylebymail.com. If you go to laylebymail.com and go into search and search for organization, you'll see that blog post where I have a whole bunch of things linked, like things like this. These actually came from the dollar store, but they're usually only there a certain time of year. So I have linked to some other things like that you can find on Amazon. Linked to, oh my gosh, my scalloped trays that I use for keeping some of my stamps separated when I'm doing lives like this to try to keep things organized. There's lots of things on there. So you can find those on the blog. All right. Our last list is... This list is called, it's probably going to be called house projects, home projects, house projects. Basically, this is a list of things that we want to do to our home or around the house, things that we need to do around the house. This is a list that a lot of times, or maybe it's a list that you are mentally thinking about that you've never put pen to paper. But this time of year, when spring starts rolling around, we start thinking about some of these things, right? Like maybe you need to change the filters on your furnace. Maybe you need to rotate your mattress. Maybe you need to change the batteries in your smoke detector. We did a list like this. Let me look. We did a list like this back, I remember, sometime in 2020, 21 or 22. So if I think about this, I think we probably did this in, would we have done it in chapter 3, spring? Let's look, 29. Let's see, 29. No, we didn't. So let me look one more place. Home, chapter 12. That would be page 57. Let's see. We did a spring cleaning list. I can tell you exactly what it looks like. It has butterflies on it. They're stamped along this side of the page because I remember. Home. Nope, that's not it either. Oh, wait, nope. Anyhow, it's in here somewhere. Spring cleaning. It was a spring cleaning list. Anyhow. We've done something kind of similar, but really it's kind of different. So, now it's going to bug me that I can't find it. It might be, oh, there it is. Look at, it's a to-do list. If I had gone further enough, right? Stamped butterflies, spring cleaning list. So if you do a list like this, we did this in March 20th of 2021. That was our 1-year listing anniversary. But this is a good thing to then go back to. So if you have a set list of things that you like to do every year in the spring at your house or home or business or whatever it is, it's nice to have a list like this to refer back to, right? So spring cleaning. This could be a spring cleaning list. It could be, oh, look at a projects around the house list. We did that on October of 2022. So this is kind of a projects around the house list, but it's kind of also working itself into a spring cleaning list. So what I'm using for this is I am using hang on, I've got to come back here and let me see where that would be. Where is it? This is the one thing I didn't get out yet. Oh, good. Because it's organized. It pays to keep your things organized, right? So I am using some product from the Color Me Happy collection from Simple Stories. I do carry this collection on my website. Everything I've been using today or tonight, I have on the website. But I came up with the idea of doing this list. I used this collection a couple weeks ago when we were listing. I actually used it for 2 lists. So our ins and outs for the year, things you want to bring into your life and things you want to push out of your life for the year. We used Color Me Happy there. We also used it again on this list, our What a Day list for February. But this collection has a couple of different kind of, I don't want to say themes to it, but a couple of different, the word is not even going to come to me, so I'm just going to say a couple of different themes to it. But one of them that made me think of this list, that would be a fun one to do, is there are kind of some houses in here. So there's a couple of different houses. And as I was going through this, I thought, oh, this will be fun. I'm going to do a list about projects around the house because I need to do that this time of year. But those die cuts will be fun to use with it. So let's just look. Stickers. This is a fun one. Look at that sticker, that house sticker. Good. We have a house in the bits and pieces, and we also have a house in the journal bits. So let's grab those out and see what we maybe think we want to do. Wait, where was that house? Wasn't there a house there? Maybe there wasn't. Maybe I looked at that and thought it was a house. Oh gosh, you guys. I said I'd do a giveaway. Stop me right now. Oh, you're coming in with more wine? Oh, honey, I had a sip, hon. He's so handy. Isn't he nice? He's bringing me more wine.
Okay.
Where did it go? Maybe that means I need a sip of wine. Oh, I put it over there. You grab it for me? I'm going to have another sip of my wine. Yeah, Reggie's house, but Nick and Layle live there. Reggie the cat, yes. So if you still have your beverage of choice, I'm going to have a little sip of it. And then we'll keep going.
It's 9:10.
Mm. Okay.
Sometimes you get lost in how long you've been on, what time.
I know. We were already talking about time. We've got loads of time, right? Yeah. I could be here by myself. Well, I won't be by myself standing here at 1 a.m, I promise you that. I'll be awake in bed reading at 1 a.m. because I'll have been sleeping, but Reggie decided to wake me up then, so I've got to start reading to go back to sleep. That's where I'll be at 1 a.m. Yes, cheers again. Oh, Kim, I love Coke Zero. Well, I try not to drink soda anymore. But it's kind of that, I don't always drink beer, but when I drink Heineken or whatever that is, that commercial, right? All right, so whatever happened to me, I thought there was a house in there. I think I was thinking that envelope was a house, so no house. This one has a house. The die cuts have a house. So let's go. Oh no, there's two houses in the die cuts. So look at this. Isn't this fun? So I thought, oh, so cute. And then there's another guy, another little house here. So I didn't know if I would maybe do something like this and maybe make them like that. Maybe they're layered houses. I don't know. This guy might be fun to bring in there. As I just look at the die cuts, let's turn it back over and see what we might like to use. Those colors are working for us, right? There's a little bit of pink in there. There's some green. So there is a little pink. Let's look. There's a house on the sticker. Ooh, there's a pink, kind of a longer pink. Maybe we'll do that. There's a shorter pink. There's a couple shorter pink scallops in this guy. So let me grab. There's something else in here that reminded me of a list that we had done a long time ago, back during the pandemic era. We did one, and you have to use this kind of voice inflection when you do it. When I was a kid. So I used a die cut that was like this, like a rotary phone, right? So if you have this collection, or if you get this collection, Color Me Happy, that's a really fun list to do when I was a kid, because we can always say, when I was a kid, we had to dial the phone instead of just, do, or tell it, call mom, right? We had to dial, and that was kind of what I used for that list. It was a lot of fun. We've got a lot of fun with our lists over the years, you guys. Some of our lists we do that relate to your childhood or maybe when you were in high school or college. We did like high school trends or high school fashion. I mean, we've done, I think, as of the end of 2025, we had done, I believe, because I did a list for it. We didn't do this together. I did it for the idea book, but I did a list. Oh yes, by the numbers. So 2025 by the numbers. Oh no, actually, that's not true. It's in the idea book. It is in this year's idea book. I did a little by the numbers, Terry. I think that's what you were saying, right? So let me look. Let's find it. Here, almost. Now I've got to remember. This is so new to me. I'm like, I know it's in here, but where is it? Let's find it. Because this is kind of a fun thing to memory lane about, right? How to a walk down memory lane. Okay, where is it in here? Oh, here it is. No, that's not it. That's the by the numbers list that I just pulled out. Okay. No, I'm tired. It has been lots of weeks. This warehouse move is just about, it went incredibly smoothly, but there was a lot of hours. We basically did a little bit of shipping last Friday morning and then moved Friday all day into the night, Saturday all day into the night, Sunday all day into the night. So we could be up and shipping again on Monday. Okay, this is going to just bug the heck out of me. Because we looked at it this morning. Did I pass it already? Anyhow, this in here, oh no, I know it's at the beginning. You guys are like, and I'm out. You're like, and I'm tired, and I don't want to watch you flip through a book 100 times again. Here we go. Join me on Saturdays. So, at the end of 2025, we had done 622 lists. 622. Do you believe that? Across 210 different videos like this one. 698 hours of lives. Isn't that fun? So there's kind of a little fun by the numbers. Some of you were with me since day one. Mimi, I believe, Mimi, correct me if I'm wrong, but Mimi, I believe, has done, is it right, Mimi? You've done every list with us? Like you've physically made every list? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's something like that. Yeah, it's been a ride, you guys. It has been such a ride. It has been, look at this, 2,183 days, and this was at the end of 2025, 2,180 days since I did my first kind of traveler's notebook video on YouTube. 2,183 days, pretty much since the beginning of the pandemic, and that's just how my mind puts the two together. Let's do a giveaway. Let's do a giveaway. Okay, where's my giveaway sheet? It was all hanging on a nice little thing for me. The wheels are coming off the bus, friends. The wheels are coming off the bus. The wheels off the rails, or I don't know, something like that. What would I have done with that? It was right here. Look, it was sitting right here. It's on my little clippy stand right in front of me. And every time I do a giveaway, I would take it off and I would write who won and I would put it right back down again. But it is not, oh, here it is. It's on the floor. I have 3 more giveaways to do. Let's do, because today is, that's funny, I have Saturday there. Today's Friday. So I am going to give away, and I know it's somewhere else, it's not here. So we're going to pretend like this one says Friday. I have a set of stamps, or they can be purchased individually. They are days of the week stamps. And Friday looks like this. And except it says Friday. Tuesday looks like that. Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, all the things, right? So you can buy these individually day by day, or you can purchase the full week. When you purchase the full week, you get a discount. But the next giveaway is the Friday stamp, because today is Friday. We're actually going to do 2 giveaways right now. So we have the Friday stamp as one, and then the other one, because we are in the month of March. Well, we should do the months of the year stamp for March. Now let's see if I have that one here. I think I do not have that one here. I think when I looked earlier, we'll just pretend. we'll pretend that this is March. They look similar, but these are the months of the year. So your March would look like these, but they would say March, all right? What's fun about these, both the days of the week and the months of the year, is that they have a consistent design style. So what I have started to do with these, I've used them in a couple of different areas, but I'll show you one, and that is my memory planner. If you are on Instagram, I think next week, I don't know, I'd have to look at my schedule. There will be a reel, there'll be a flip through of January in my memory planner. But what's nice about having a consistent kind of design like that across different products, you will see that is from the sticker book. Okay, sticker book. And then you move into days of the week. So kind of starts to carry some consistency through whatever project you're working on. There's a month of the year. And here are days of the week. So I combined those days of the week stamp sets with the textures stamp set in there. So using something like that is kind of consistent in any type of project, whether it's a planner or you're doing a calendar or scrapbook pages or traveler's notebook spreads, whatever it is. It's kind of fun when you have stamps like that you can use. And I didn't use any there. Actually, that's from the February set. That's a sticker. And then I need to keep working. So this giveaway, we're doing 2 right now. One is for Friday, the days of the week Friday stamp set, and the other one is for the months of the year March stamp set. So let's see who we have. First, I will do days of the week. Scrolling. Days of the week winner is, oh wait, hold on, it said Donna something, and it's going so fast. Hang on, I gotta try to find it. Oh, okay. It's going so fast. Is there a Donna here? I can't scroll up fast enough. Is it Donna Mook? Donna Mook 5172. That was you. You're the one I saw. I just couldn't get back to you fast enough. Donna, which one did I say? Did I say this was day of week? Or I think I said it was Friday. I don't remember now. Donna, somebody tell me, did I say this one was the day of week or the month of the year? I can't remember. Was this day of the week or month of the year? Day. Okay. Thank you, Mary. So Donna gets, this should say Friday. The Friday day of the week. Donna, congratulations. Donna, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner Friday, and then I'll know what that means, Friday stamp. In the body of the email, please give your shipping address, your mailing address. If you have already placed an order or will be placing an order, we can add that to your order. Otherwise, we'll ship that when the team gets through all the orders, which will be in about 2 weeks. So if you have placed an order or are placing an order, please let me know and we'll add that to your order. Congratulations, Donna. All right. And I saw somebody said, I like that consistency because it helps out with design fatigue. And I thought, oh, that's a good way to put it. These are like what the doctor ordered. It reduces fatigue, right? It doesn't matter if it's design fatigue, it reduces fatigue. Decision fatigue. All right, so the next winner is for the March. Golly, month by month March stamp set. So scroll up some more. Month by month March is going to their Sav 2479. There's Sav 2479. If that's you, you probably understand that. There's Sav 2479. About 6 months ago, YouTube did something really weird. They changed from everyone's name, like the whatever you could see your name to be, to what your actual like username is. And I researched why they did that. They did that because your name, like let's say for example, Kim, well, that's an easy one. Hang on. Caroline KK. Caroline KK, maybe her username said Caroline Kennedy, right? Just pretend. It said Caroline Kennedy. So I started to get to recognize your names because I would see like your real name. YouTube got away with that because those were not unique. And they needed to have your unique IDs because apparently people were doing things they shouldn't with other people's IDs. That's why it changed. So now I don't feel like I don't know a bunch of you because I'm like, who is that? So I don't even know I told you that. I'm getting a little loopy here. It's not the wine. I've only had 2 sips. So Teresa V. Oh my gosh. What a dingbat. Like, really, Layle? This is when I like to say that my blonde is showing. My blonde is showing. You know what I mean when I say that? I'm like, there's Sav. Yeah, Teresa V. Teresa, oh, Lordy, my friends. Teresa V. My blonde showing. Teresa V. 2479 is the winner of the month by month March stamp set. Oh, isn't she cute, right? Or what do people say? Oh, she's so pretty. That's when maybe the brains aren't so much there and you've got to come up with something else. Yeah. I'm really smart. I usually say that I'm like the smartest dumb blonde you will ever meet. Because I am very smart, but I'm also sometimes really dingy. And there's been a lot of long sleepless nights. And it's a long day. And it's a lot of entertaining right now. So anyhow, Teresa, congratulations. Sarah said, I love it when we get dingbat Layle. Yeah, I know. We're going off the rails. We are going off the rails. Is that Serenity? Serenity, were you saying you were able to change that? Because that's probably how I know, because it's Serenity, right? You can change your handle. Okay. Ms. L said she woke her husband up laughing. That is a hoot. It still has to be unique, but you can change it. All right. Okay. And then Elise is my friend. Elise is blonde too. So she said, I read it like that too. And you know what? Guess what? Some of you read it like that too. You just don't want to admit it. At least go with that. Let's just go with that. You'll make me feel better. All right, so congratulations, Teresa and Donna. We still have two more rub-ons. One of the prizes is rub-ons. We have two more prizes to go before we're done. So let's just, keep going with our next list, and then we'll do the prizes when we end. All right, we'll do the last two when we end. And then you won't forget that we'll be here tomorrow, too, and I will have slept at least a little bit. We'll be rip-roaring and ready to go tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time. And if you can't make it live, you can always watch the replays. Always, always. They aren't going anywhere. They should always be here. They don't go anywhere unless YouTube goes somewhere, which, I don't know, if YouTube goes somewhere, then we won't be here anymore at all, right? All right, projects around the house. So I need to figure out how I want to do this. Now, I have 12 things on my list. So what if we did, what if we did something like this? This little guy, because he has a point in the center, he would go well in the center of my spread, right? All I have to do is cut it in half and then adhere on both sides. So let's do that. I think that might be fun. And then maybe this house is over here, and then I do something else over here. We just have to figure out what else we'll do over here. We'll figure that out when we get there. There is a house sticker, so maybe that's what I'll do. And you know what? I could put my title in here. What do you say? Would that be fun? I think that could be a lot of fun. We'll put the title in there. Totally different type of list than we normally do. Because my title is usually up there. All right, so let's look. We need to get our other house out. Oh, wait, those are basic stickers. I don't have a house there. I have a house in the icon stickers. So Kelly Bangs is the designer for this collection with Simple Stories. And if you know Kelly's style, or maybe you don't even know that it's Kelly Bangs, but you might be like, oh, I totally recognize that style. I love that. Well, that is Kelly's style. Bright colors, really fun graphics, and yeah, she's incredibly talented. She's a lovely human being. She's a friend of mine, so I know I can say that. I think we will end up going with 3 houses here, because then it will kind of give us some, continuity looking. We need to start with this guy first because he's going to be in the center. But what I need to decide is, do I need pattern paper down first, or am I just going to be working on, here? Let's look. Let's look at the pattern paper and see if we would like to use some pattern paper. I have some already torn out. So, that would be bright. Really bright, bold colors in here. Let's just see. Ooh, that would be fun too. I don't know. I feel like we are going to need a little bit more color. So I think we might end up with pattern paper. Let's go back to the 6x8 paper bed. You want to know something cool? The next Layle by Mail collection, which is called Far and Wide, it will release the first week in May, in time with National Scrapbook Day. We will have our first 6x8 paper pad in that collection. That's very exciting. All right, let's see. Ooh, that could, well, I wouldn't use those two together because that's a lot of, you know, that, but we could use it with that. But I kind of like this with all of those colors. So I'm going to look for something on that side. I'm not opposed to orange though. I think the orange could be really fun because it's nice and bright. That together would be too much for me. I would either do something like those together or those together, but those two together, for me, that'd be too much. For you, it might be fine. It might be a-okay. The green could be fun. I don't know. That orange is really calling to me. So I think that's what it is. It's going to be the orange. So I will do a background. I don't always do a background. Like when we did About Last Month, I worked directly on the page. Usually About Last Month, I never do a colored background or a pattern paper background. I work directly on the page just because there's a lot going on. There's stamping, there's photos. And so I tend to, you know, just kind of work directly on the page. So it's a little bit more plain. So when I'm working with the 6x8 paper pad, I am trimming this down to 4 3/4. And I always do 4 3/4 as my base because if I'm working in a traveler's notebook, my traveler's notebook inserts are standard wide. They are 5 inches wide by 8 1/4 inches tall. So if I take a 6x8 and I trim it down to 4 3/4 by 8, that gives me a nice white border all the way around. 4 3/4 by 8. And that also gives me very little waste, very little excess, right? Because I end up with just this little strip left. These little strips, don't throw these little strips away. These are great for using. Sometimes I'll do something like this, where I might just put this guy over here and I'm doing my list right here and I put a little something right here, so I only have to use one piece of paper. Or sometimes I might do something like this, where maybe I put this here and I put this over here, so it gives me a little continuity, or I might even do that, right? So these little strips, definitely don't throw them away if you're cutting paper from a 6x8 pad. In fact, I did that with this guy, right? That was a 6x8 paper. I cut it to 4 3/4 by 8 and took the 4 3/4, or excuse me, the 1 1/4 strip and just put it on that opposite page, right? Have I ever just covered the bottom or top half of both sides with pattern paper? Brian's girl, I never have done that. So what you're saying is, would I ever take this and put part here and part here? I've never done that. I don't know why. I don't know why I've never done that. It just never occurred to me because you know what else you could do? You could do one here and one up here, right? And then, yeah, we might have to play with that. Not tonight. Because I got to get my head wrapped around that. So I know tonight is not the night to wrap my head around anything. Except maybe the rest of my wine when we're done. Don't kid yourself. It will be the rest of my wine when we're done. Terry, am I going to restock the Color Me Happy products? Yes. I need to place a reorder. I have no idea what it looks like. Another thing I will tell you for tomorrow. I brought in a collection from a new to me manufacturer called Memory Place. The collection is, I think it's Little Deer or My Deer or something like that. Holy cow, you guys sold that right out. I do have it on reorder, so we'll talk about that more tomorrow. But yes, I do need to restock. I need to restock Simple Stories. And you know what? They're local. So usually I get my order within a day or two. Is there a new listing schedule? Steph, there is not. We are not listing again in March because I am out of town the next 2 Saturdays. I need to do the listing schedule for April, May, June for the next 3 months, the next quarter. So I really need to do that before I leave town. My list of things before I leave town is getting super long. But yes, I need to do that. We don't have it for the second quarter yet. But we are not listing again the rest of March, and which is sad that we only had really tonight and tomorrow listing in March because of the warehouse move, and then I'll be in Tokyo for 2 weeks. Well, not 2 weeks, but 2 Saturdays. So, all right, we're cutting this guy in half. My house is in half. It's a house divided. How you said it was Friday step? What does that mean? I don't know. Friday step. I probably missed something. Sometimes I jump in on conversations that if I've missed the whole conversation, I really have no clue what's going on. So If I did that there, apologies. All right, so I need white pattern paper. I need white cardstock white pattern paper. Yeah, I need white cardstock. Oh, don't want to show you that. That is far and wide. You can't see that yet. There's a lot of that in there. We'll use this guy. Don't want you to see that. Behind Friday's stamp. Thank you, Friday stamp. Yeah, I forget. Sometimes, that one won't work either. Sometimes you guys are behind me. And then I'm like, wait a minute, what's that person asking? Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. My brain tends to not. Oh, hello, mister. Look who is coming to say hello. Oh, Reggie. Am I going to Tokyo with Kelly and Paula? Yes, Debbie. Reggie, do you want to say hi? He has been sleeping in here, you guys. He has been sleeping in here since we started 4.5 hours ago. I know, wasn't that a hoot? Reggie is a big kitty. Reggie is 14.5 pounds. But the vet says he is fine. The vet says I say he's big boned, and I joke, right? Because growing up, I was always tall, so I would joke that I was big boned. But he is a long cat. So, yes, he's a big kitty. He is that little paw. That's hilarious. I see it on screen now. That's so cute. Okay, but guess what, Mister, guess what? You can't be here. So you're going to have to get down and go in the other room. And you know what's going to happen? He's going to want to jump back up here again. Yes, he is a big kitty. Big kitty. Oh, maybe he'll be okay. And then I end up with Reggie hair everywhere. He's a tuxedo kitty. He's a rescue. He's actually Sam's cat. Our son Sam. Sam's cat. Yes, Sam had to ask if Reggie could come live with us. Long story. But yes, Reggie is living with us. He's been living with us about the last 2 years. And guess what? Reggie is going to have to get a friend because Denise and Lily used to be here every day. And he would socialize with Denise and Lily. And they are not here every day now anymore. We moved to the warehouse, right? But I am still home. My goal is to only go to the warehouse maybe a couple of hours, 2 days a week. Because I don't need to be there. I need to be here working on other things. Which means Reggie is a lonely kitty. So yeah, he is going to need a friend. So we just got to figure out when that happens. All right, so cutting my white cardstock here. Actually, let's cut this way first. Then I only have to cut this way once because that is my height. Usually ends up being around 7 inches, my height when I'm doing my little white cardstock like this. 7. Oh yeah, a little bit above 7, a little bit more than 7. And this ends up usually being about 3 3/4 to 4. So that is 3 3/4 by 7. And that's just what my measurement is. It doesn't really matter, but I know sometimes you like to know. So 3 3/4 by 7. Maine Coon. Oh yes, Maine Coon. If you've ever seen some of them, holy cow, they are big kitties. Big kitties. They make Reggie look like a little small kitty. We'll see. Maybe we'll do a little sneaky peeky, I don't know, to Far and Wide tomorrow. The printer came over today and I approved the proofs of the paper in the 6x8 pad. I just had an idea. I think we might pull this blue out. And that might be China Blue. Let's look. China Blue is what we were talking about from the April year in review that I did. Broken China. China Blue. Broken China. Yes, that is it. Broken China. So let's grab that out. That will be fun to use. So let's find that. I don't know. I was saying something and I got a total squirrel moment there. I totally got distracted. Hello, Lizzie Lou. Lizzie Lou, I was talking about you earlier. I was showing from my about last month for January. February. I was talking about the mother of the groom dress and how that we had the same dress because I saw yours and tried it on and it was perfect. How's your retreat growing? Hope it's going well. I promise I will remind you that you said that we may get a sneak peek of the new travel collection. Kate, I know you will remind me tomorrow. That's perfect. I'll do a little sneaky peeky tomorrow. I got to figure out what I'm going to show you. But I approved the proofs of all the 12 by 12 papers today and the 6 by 8 paper pad. And I have in my hot little hands all of the embellishments, the 6 by 12 stickers. We have done 6 by 12 stickers. I have a couple different packs of die cuts. Some bigger pieces. Oh, you just wait. You guys, anyhow, I'll show some kind of sneak peek tomorrow. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll figure it out. So I feel like one of these, I don't know, should they both be broken china or just one? Let's see. If I'm inking the edges, where is that? Nope. That's green and the pinks and the reds, so it's going to be this other one. I haven't talked much about it, you guys, since the beginning, but remember there was a drop, a launch today, the March release, idea book, some new stamps, some new dies, some new die cuts, some stickers, little vinyl stickers, and then there is also, don't forget, there's a big sale going on right now that happens once a year. My Layle by Mail products, with the exception of 2026 season pass, with the exception of Via's guys, the ink blending foam storage solution. I think that's something like that. And any products that are already bundled, because the bundled Layle by Mail products are already on sale. But all of the Layle by Mail products outside of those things, 15% off this weekend. You have a coupon code that you need to use. The coupon code is, that would have been bad. The kitty, Reggie, oh my gosh. There's a tail. There's his tail. There's a kitty tail. Sorry. Reg, of course he doesn't want to go bug Nick. He wants to bug me. Oh, he just really wants me to pet him, huh? Because he'll start biting me in a minute. He got me good today. He was playing but not playing. Kitty jaws are, I don't know, they've got a little, thank you, Terry. The code is 15LBM 2026. I know, Reg, please, dude, please get down. I'm so sorry, but yeah. Anyhow, no, he got me good right there. And it just like kind of bruised. He didn't break the skin. He just scratched it, but those were his little teeth. Well, let's be honest. A cat that size, they're not little teeth. They're big teeth. And now I've got Reggie hair everywhere. All right, let's see. I was trying to decide if Reggie. Oh, I feel like I have a 2-year-old again. Do you suppose I could get Nick to take him? Crafting with a cat. All right, let me just grab Nick, you guys. Hang on. Nick? Honey? Can you come get Reggie, please? Well, he's wanting to craft with us. He would really like to list with us. Well, I know, but will you take him and then I'll put something in front of the door? He's so sad. Well, he wants to play.
You don't want him to be sad, so you make me come to do.
I know. You be the bad guy. You be the bad guy. Okay. All right. Hang on. I have to shut the door. Now I have to put something. Reggie's smart. Reggie can open the door. He can open the door. He puts his paw under the door and he opens it. So he's gonna be sad in a minute because he's waited a long time for my attention. Right. That's why Reggie's gonna get a friend, because it's pretty much like that all day, every day. And then he likes to bite my ankles if I'm not paying attention to him. I'm sitting trying to work on my computer. He bites my ankles. Yeah. All right. So are we going to like that? Are we going to like that? I don't know. Let's just, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I am going to leave this plain. We're going to bring in a lot of color in our title, so I'm not going to do any inking there. So let's do our little outlining though. That was just going to take it a totally different direction than I felt like I wanted to go. So we are doing this. Like that. We'll do the same thing with the other one. Our little outlining will be our accent. It'll kind of make it look like the ink. I've been outlining for 20 some odd years. It's just something I've done for a really long time, and it looks really weird if I don't do it. When I do it, a couple tips with that. My arm is resting. I get a lot more stability if my arm is resting. And you'll notice I draw and then rotate. I don't try to make the curve, but I'll draw and rotate, and I find the faster I go, the straighter it is. If I go really slow, it starts to get really wonky. Now, there's something I figured out the other day that I thought was kind of cool. I've never done this for, I don't know why. But if you get really jerky, and you get really jerky in kind of equal jerks, increments, it ends up look like stitching. So if you start and stop, 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 start and stop. You see how that ends up looking like stitching on a sewing machine. So if you are looking a little jerky, maybe make it more jerky and then start and stop and start and stop, and it ends up looking like you stitched it with a sewing machine. You may be one of those people that can stitch with a sewing machine on your projects and it looks normal. I even look at a bobbin and it goes like that. It just, I mean, I know how to sew. I took home ec in 8th grade. I know how to sew a pillow and pajama bottoms, right? Wasn't that kind of like what we all learned how to sew in 8th grade? Pajama bottom, pajama pants, and a pillow. But beyond that, I'm not so good, especially when it comes to paper. If I'm trying to sew on paper, oh, help me. Help me, help me, help me, help the sewing machine, help the wall, because I get frustrated and throw it across the room. Not really, but you know, sometimes what it feels like, right? All right. Ooh. Okay. Here we go. Now we have our little house on the prairie house. Somewhere in here. Oh, Lordy, what a mess. The fun thing is I do need to clean this up before tomorrow. I will clean it up in the morning, not tonight. Don't worry, there's no way I'm cleaning this up tonight. I'm not doing it. Okay, we need to start with this. This is our house divided house. Split house. It's like a townhome, right? It's a townhome. It's split. It's the stream of consciousness at this point. I fear that if it pops into my head, chances are it's coming out, which sometimes is a scary place to be. Okay. This will go right here. I was talking about Lizzie before when I was, because when the whole wedding dress thing happened, it was at her Halloween retreat, very small Halloween retreat that I teach at every year. Just so much fun. But we do something else together called the Christmas Bash. And this year will be the 10th year we have done the Christmas Bash. It's an in-person event that takes place at Anaheim, very close to Disneyland. And it is a ball. I don't know if she's still here. I don't know if it's sold out yet or not. I know I'm going to pay for it at 2 a.m. Reggie's going to, oh yeah, I pay for it every night at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. The other night it was at midnight and 3 and 5. Yeah. And I'm too much of a softie that I won't kick him out of the room. Nick on the other, well, actually, at the 5 a.m. one the other night, I did pick him up and lock him in a laundry room because I'm like, I can't keep doing this because when I get stressed out or when I've got a lot going on, I have a really hard time going back to sleep. And so at 5 a.m., I'm like, I'm not doing this again. I can't do this again. This is the 3rd time you've woken me up, dude. So I don't think that this guy is going to work because I don't know. Let's just do it. I know I was going to write something in there, but I don't think I'm going to write something in there anymore. I'm just going to have houses along the bottom. 1 home, 2 home, 3 home. Okay, I'm like this. I'm like, oh, what did I get on there? That's part of the art. That is part of the art, part of the art. Okay, there we go. So now this is, okay, that's sticker. I'm going to add a little black on that part of the roof. And then I'm also going to do that here. So I think that will help tie them all together a little bit, because we kind of have that going on a little here. And then if we add it there and there, then I think we're good. Here, I am going to stamp today's date with a roller date stamp. Oh, what's that? Today's date is March 13th. It's Friday the 13th again. It was Friday the 13th last month too. That's because all the days line up however they had lined up, whatever that was. You're like, Layle. Like, however they lined up, whatever that was. Wow. Remember, I said it is a stream of consciousness at this point. If it comes into my head, sometimes my head is a dangerous place to be, then it just comes out my mouth. So I apologize. And if you've never joined us before and you're like, holy wow, what the heck is going on here? It was just what happens. Oh, okay. So I got a little bit too aggressive with that. I don't want that top line. There we go. So this guy is going to go right here. Oh, it's there anyway. I got a little too aggressive with it again. It's all right. It's okay. All right. So now we need a title. So I originally, remember I said I was going to do the title on here, and then I'm like, nah, I don't want to do that. My title is going to be over here. I am going to, what if I do house projects? Or do I want to do house? I think I'll do house projects. So let's pull some alphas. That's a really big one. That one is probably not going to work. That is same thing, Po Alpha, smaller. Or we have Reggie Alpha. Reggie, yes. Just so you know, all my alphabet stamp sets are named after animals in my life. Reggie, obviously. Poe was one of our cats before Reggie. Murphy, right here, is my mom's dog. Timmy is our dog. That was our Old English sheepdog when I was a little kid. So if you've ever wondered how those come about, those are our past pet names, current and past. Now, I think I want to work with Reggie maybe, but even though I kicked him out of the room, but I need the smaller version of Reggie. So let's see if that's behind me. Hopefully it's behind me, but, oh, it is. A little bit, like I said, out of my routine these days, so. Or, you know what? I haven't used Murphy in a while. I'm going to use Murphy. I feel like I use Reggie a lot. We need a break from Reggie, both literally and figuratively. So we are going to use Murphy. And I am going to use Broken China. So we'll do house projects right here. When I did the things I'm looking forward to this spring list, we talked a little bit about this. I will talk about it again. I am not a fan of, it takes a lot less time if I were to take all of those letters and line them up on a stamping block like this and just one time stamp house projects. But I don't like that. Mimi, there is a smaller version of Reggie. There's Reggie large, lowercase solid, and then the other one was Reggie, right? Where'd it go? Where'd he go? I don't know. You probably just saw him. Oh, here we go. And there's also a Reggie Alpha outline. So Reggie Alpha outline is Reggie Alpha, but it's the outline. So it's not solid. This is solid. It's an outline version, kind of like this. So Reggie Alpha, there's a Reggie Alpha outline. That's just the outline of the letter. There's Reggie numbers. There's all kinds of Reggie things. Oh, you met Mimi. You met Reggie the cat. Oh, I get it. That's funny. I'm like, Mimi, I think you should know that. Is Japan a buying trip or vacation or both? Such an amazing place. So, well, Stephanie, it depends. I'm calling you Stephanie. It says Steph, but it depends on what you call buying trip. Like, is it buying for my business? Not really. I don't know. If I buy some things for the business, then it would be. It's definitely a buying trip, though. Don't kid yourself. I will be buying a lot. So no, it's more of a play trip. Maybe guised a little bit as a business trip. I would love to be able to find some things to buy, which I know I'll find things to buy to bring, to the website. It's a matter of bringing them back. So, house projects. So what I'm going to do here, I think I will use all solid. I'll use all solid. And I will be stamping all of these letters individually. The reason I stamp all individually is because I like to control how close together my letters are in a word, excuse me. If you line them all up on the same stamping block, all of your letters have a little bit of buffer. They have a little bit of extra material around them. And if you put them all on a stamping block, you end up with more space than I would like in between each of my letters. So that is why I stamp each individually. So what I'm going to do, because I can't necessarily make sure I line them up straight, I'm going to take my little ruler and I'm going to draw 2 lines. That looks good. That'll be our first line with a pencil. Draw 1 line with the pencil. We'll do house first and then we'll draw our next line because then we'll kind of know where it goes. And I'm going to stamp each of these individually. Let's see. Let me look at this. Let's just write this down right here. We have H-O-U-S-E. So we've got 5 letters. If I put U in the center, I can do that with this because these are all roughly-ish, right? H, O, U, S, and E are roughly the same width. Now the I would kind of mess it up, and the J because those are thinner. But I can take the U because the U is kind of in the middle. And I should be able to stamp that in the center. And if I stamp that in the center, then I should get them pretty even left to right. Even-ish, right? Even-ish. So do you have house projects, home projects, apartment projects, wherever you're living projects that you have on your list that you want to do? If you do, I'm curious. What are they? We would love to hear what they are. Okay, there's my U. Almost midnight, Tracy. I know it's getting late, isn't it? Joe likes to color the Reggie outline. Yeah, that's a fun one because you can stamp it. You could stamp it in black and then color the letters in with colored pencil or marker in any color. Or you could kind of do a tone on tone. You could, H-O, we'll do the O next. You could stamp it in a dark blue and then color it in with a light blue or something like that, right? Mimi said, we're getting the outside of our house painted. Oh, Mimi, that's one of the things on our list, which I hate. I mean, that's expensive. It is expensive to get your house painted. I just, it seems like, it's just, stuff you have to do, maintenance, but I haven't even tested these in my stamping. I mean, I've used them before, but I'm just going in. We're going in. H-O-U-S-E. So part of our, I guess this, if you have a square house, you're going to have your houses facing, part of your house is facing each, direction, north, east, south, west. But side of our house faces west. And so it gets a lot of sunlight. And that side of the house it's gray. Our house is kind of a dark gray. And it is very faded. When you look at it with the rest of the house, you're like, oh, that looks bad. Yeah. So this is the year. Needs to happen this year. So. And you know what? You might be like, well, I don't really have any house projects. Mary said pressure washing exterior, paving the driveway, clearing the trees, right? Quilting Queen said, it's almost lunchtime here. Quilting Queen, where are you? What foreign country are you in from us? I mean, it's not foreign to you, but it's foreign to us. So curious where you are. All right, H-O-U-S-E. It's like M-O-U-S-E, like Mickey Mouse. M-O-U-S-E. Serenity said we've been talking about redoing the kitchen, but as much as we would like to, we can't commit. That's a hard one because you know what? A kitchen remodel is a lot, right? I don't know. If you watch HGTV and they tell you it's about, I don't know. Sometimes they'll be like, it's $10,000 and you look and you're like, oh, really? There's no way. Like there's no way you can remodel that kitchen. New cabinets, new flooring, new appliances. There's no way you're doing that for $10,000. But I don't know, maybe you could. But it usually seems like they're like, oh, it's like $40,000, $50,000, and that is a big chunk to swallow, right? You're like, oh, I mean, if your kitchen is functioning, then it's hard to say, ooh, we'd like a new kitchen, but do we really want to spend that much? Right? Western Australia, your first live. Oh, Quilting Queen, I love that. You know what? That's fun. That's what's fun about sometimes doing a nighttime session, because there are people sometimes that don't get the opportunity to join us live because it is, just the time change, the time difference, right? Steph, that's right. You told me you're in Portugal. 4 a.m. You should be sleeping, but this is way more fun. I know, right? I know. We're going to finish it. You're so good to me, Terry. You're always so good about making sure, reminding me to drink water and the timing and all those things. It is 10 p.m. Mountain Time, which that is where I reside, Utah. Mountain Time. So, I don't know. I feel like I should just do this, because if I don't finish it, then I'll never finish. We can't finish it tomorrow because I won't be able to finish tomorrow. Oh, wait. Because we have a lot, we still have things to do tomorrow too. And tomorrow's only a 4-hour because I have to be done at noon Pacific time. Right. If you are drawing a line with a pencil, it's a really good idea to wait to erase that pencil line until, I don't know, maybe tomorrow. I'm stamping with Distress Oxide ink. Reminder, Distress Oxide takes a little bit longer to dry than your dye-based ink. So if I were to go in right now with an eraser, even though I could do that, and it's to the touch, it seems dry, but if I start applying friction to that, it's not dry enough. I'd end up smearing some of that blue. So if you are needing to go back in and erase, just give it some time. Wait until tomorrow, all right? So now, the next one is projects. I've got to do the little math again. projects. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So when we look at that, J is thinner, ECTS. C and J, I don't know. This is when you're like, I don't know. Some are in the middle, some aren't. Let's just do it. If it's a little bit uneven, we'll just throw something else on there to even it up. So I'm not going to start with the P. Aunt Recreates. Hello, Aunt Recreates. She said, I love nighttime listings. People, please like this. It helps a lot. Yes, if you guys are still here. Well, that's funny when I say that. It's funny if you're still here. Because if you're not still here, then you can't hear me. And so you can't like it if you can't hear me. But if you're watching the replay and you haven't liked it yet, you certainly can. You certainly can give it a thumbs up. And if you are... I'm here and you haven't given it a thumbs up yet, I would sure appreciate it if you would. This needs to go left of center. Just a little thumbs up. It's easy. It takes nothing. Just a little movement to do a little thumbs up. Just a little click. A quick click. All right, P-R-O-J. Here's the thing. I am spelling backwards here. It is a really good idea if you're spelling backwards to write the word down, because when it's late at night, and if you have blonde hair sometimes, I know how to spell projects, but if I'm stamping and spelling backwards and also trying to talk at the same time and also seeing Reggie out the corner of my eye on my glass doors in here, standing on his hind feet, clawing at the glass. Yeah. You just want to make sure that you know that the O comes before the J. And then I just look at that and I'm like, oh yeah, O is next. Projects, house projects, house projects. He's going to be mad at me later. Oh, he's going to be mad at me later. Do the hearts help too? Okay, Terry, help me. I'm not connecting the dots. Do the hearts help too? What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, he's got his little hands under the doors. He's really trying hard. Chat hearts. Oh, I'm sure. Okay, got it. Yes, I'm sure it does, right? Because it's interaction. I don't know. I don't think it hurts. I don't think it hurts. All right, P-R-O. P-R-O. That looks really odd, doesn't it, when it's Raj? Raj. It'll get there. When you give your hearts, do they help? Yes, I'm sure they do, because it's interaction, right? I think so. You know, it's all the algorithms. It's a computer thinking it knows more than we do. You know, you're like, I know what I like. Just let me tell you what I want to see. Don't think you know what I want to see by a word that I accidentally typed one day, or someone's on your computer, maybe your nephew or something, and he's, you know, searching for video games. Next thing you know, it's showing you a whole bunch of video YouTubes, and you're like, I am not interested in that algorithm. Just let me tell you what I want to see. But if you do things like this and interact and thumbs up, then it actually helps you too, because then it thinks that you must like Traveler's Notebooks and you must like this kind of thing, and then it might show you more things like this. But I'll always be your favorite, right? Just don't go looking anywhere else as long as I'm your favorite. Okay, then that's okay. The amount of comments, yes. Chat helps, comments help, thumbs up helps. I think the little hearts help. I think all of it, right? Whatever, we'll take whatever we can get to try to trick the algorithm. House projects. This is such a fun font. Sometimes I forget it. I forget to use it. And I'm only using the solids, but you also have the outline or the negative, right? Pod, ECT. Oh yeah, ECT, CTS. Yeah, June's jubilation. She said my algorithms are always off because of my kids, right? Yeah, if you're like, wow, why am I seeing that video about, I don't know, Madonna? No, okay, that made no sense, because June's jubilations, unless your kids are like my age, they're probably not watching Madonna. Oh yeah, I don't know what, like K-pop. I don't know what would be the kids would be watching. I don't know. All right, this is fun. So this is kind of funny. We were at the hockey game last night. Utah has NHL hockey, the Mammoth, Utah Mammoth. We were at the hockey game last night with our younger son, Sam, and his girlfriend. So Sam is 26. It's easy to remember because he was born in 2000. So I don't have to think long for that. I don't have to wrap my brain long for that. 26. And, you know, while you're there, and they're showing, you know, different people on the Jumbotron. And I don't know what gets into people. They get on the Jumbotron and they think they need to act like complete fools. And so I'm like, Sam, if they ever show you on the Jumbotron, like if there's ever a camera on you, do not stick out your tongue and go, bah, like you see some people do. We were seeing people do that. I'm like, don't do that. And then we all kind of chuckle. And then a minute later, I'm like, oh, Sam, what happened next? Oh my gosh, some guy takes off his boot, like his cowboy boot, and he pours his beer in the boot, and then he's chugging it. I'm like, Sam, if you ever are on the Jumbotron, do not, take your boot off and pour your beer into your boot and chug it. So then it became like the whole night, Sam, if you're ever on the Jumbotron, don't do this. And so then I was joking. I'm like, you know what? That could be a list. If you're ever on the Jumbotron, don't do this. So it was kind of fun. It was kind of funny. So Sam's girlfriend is a doll. We love her. She actually helps fill in. She's been doing a little bit of work for us, doing some packaging and things like that. And when I was, where were we? I don't know, out of town. I was out of town at some point, and she was helping Denise and Lily. And she texted me and she said, oh my gosh. She was kind of helping with some product, and it was, I think, with the moving sale. And she started looking at a bunch of the product, and she's like, what? She picked up a traveler's notebook, and I'm like, oh, this is like my dream come true. She's like, I need one of these traveler's notebooks. Can I buy one of these traveler's notebooks? I'm like, oh yes, you get a friend discount, because I really want it. And so she buys one, and then a little bit later, she's like, oh, this weekly insert. I need this weekly insert for my traveler's notebook. And I'm like, I can't even believe I'm hearing this, but I can't make a big deal out of it. I don't want to scare her. And then last night, she's like, there's a monthly calendar insert. I need a monthly calendar insert. And I'm just like, oh, I was so excited. I'm like, yes, someone's going to do. I mean, she doesn't do things like this, but she listens to podcasts and reads and things. And she's like, I want to use a traveler's notebook for my calendar and for making notes when I'm listening to podcasts and when I'm reading. And I'm like, yes, like a 20-something gets it. I love it. All right. House project. So now it's coming together a little bit, isn't it? It's coming together. I will wait. I'm going to wait to do my little, erasing there. So that pencil is going to show. So now let's see, what else do we need before we start writing our list? I feel like we maybe need a little something else. What if, I don't know, let's look at this guy. This is a little sticker, border sticker. Would it look weird if this guy was over here? Would it look, ooh, wait a minute. Okay, so it's not long enough. I would need this to be, that is 7 inches tall. So I don't have enough, but you know what I can do? I'm gonna show you a little trick. When you have a sticker that isn't long enough, we're gonna make it work. So I need to cut this in half. So let me grab my trimmer. Sometimes I will do this, well, usually it's with a border sticker like this. Where did my trimmer go? Oh, here it is. Now, we need to check the length first because it's, well, that's not the length, Layle. The length would be this way. Wow. Let's see. This is, oh, it's true to size. It is 6 inches. I mean, 12. So we'll cut it in half and it'll be 6. So let's just do this. Like that. Oh, right between the 9. Oh, that makes sense. Is that right? I guess it is. Now it's stuck. It'll come out over here. Oh, you know what? This is not really what I was going to do now that I think about this, but we'll make it work. What if we just go, okay, if I want it to be up here, I am going to trim, I'm going to trim it to 16. Right, like that. Right, so that will go there. And then this is going to go here. You say, but Layle, how's that going to work? You have a big space right there. And I say, well, not for long, because we are going to find something to put on that space. That's how we can stretch our sticker, right? We just cut it and then put something in that space so it will work. So let's look and see what we might use. I don't know, a telephone might work, even though it's not like I have to do something with the telephone. Oh no, way too big, that doesn't work. So what if we do like one of these little guys? These little circles, are these big enough to go right there? Nope. I mean, we could do that, right? We could do that. That's not bad. We have another little love circle. However, I think I'm going to swap these, and there's a reason. I'm going to put the love circle here, and I'll put this circle over here. And the reason I'm doing that is if I put this over here, this is way too similar to those. I'd like to have a little contrast. So let's pick this little guy up, and we'll put the love here. So usually what I do when I do this is I usually have a sticker that is large enough to bridge the gap. But here I'm not going to do that. I think that circle's a little fun. Now what I'm going to do over here is something a little bit different because I don't want like this line across here. We already have a little bit of that. I don't want that to continue. So what I'm going to do over here is start this guy up at the top. And I think 1, 2, 3, 4. We will cut this guy off at 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, well. Wait. Oh, no. It is. Sorry. I'm tired. This guy will come down here. And then this guy will be up here. Get my tweezers. It's a little bit easier to handle that little guy. This guy will come up here. And then our deluxe will go right in the center there. Right? So there we go. Now we kind of have this thing happening. All right. Kristen said, I think this is about over, but I rewound to the beginning. Well, Kristen, in 12 days, when you finish the 5+ hour, then you'll know you'll be with us at the end. Oh, that's fun. Because the chat is live. You know what we better do? What is the item you are using to stamp? Mariposa. So I think Mariposa is also behind. So I think she'll hear me say this eventually, but if not, it's this little stamping stylus, that little tool. All right, so now I think we're ready to start our list here. What are my house projects? My house projects are, I have 12 things. So do we want to do that? Do we want to do like, I don't want to really number them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I'll just do, I've got blue, I've got my jeans color is bleeding off on me. All right, so what would we like to use here for just little bullets, I guess. I don't want to use numbers again. If I use numbers, then I think that would be too much. It's a little overkill. I have numbers here, and if I do numbers, then I think it's just too many numbers. Ooh, what happened there? Blurred a little bit. All right, so I think we'll probably, oh, poor Reggie is just sitting out there. He's not very happy with us, is he? I'm going to pay for it later. So I believe, oh yes, look, Bullets and More Too has a little house bullet. So I think we will use the house bullet stamp. That will be fun. And we will use our little stamping stylus. And no, maybe you're like, man, I don't really have any houses. Sorry, I don't have any houses. Maybe I do not have, yes, Terry, we'll do it in 1 minute. Thank you. Maybe I don't have any projects around the house. And so you're like, well, I don't really want to do a house project list, so I'm not going to do a list. And I say, well, guess what? What if you just change this? What if this is, I mean, you could really, this is just kind of a generic list. This could be anything, right? This could be shows you want to watch. It could be books you want to read. It could be, I don't know, pick up the idea book and look for some other topics, right? Spring cleaning, like we talked about maybe. All right, so then I need to decide what color should my little house be. Should we do, I feel like we should do pink. I don't think I should use orange. There's a lot of orange there. I don't think we need any more orange. So we're going to do Kitsch Flamingo. And we will start with our little house here. Again, we want to make sure we line it up in relation to the squirrel so that our house, whoopsie, I didn't do that very well, did I? No, I didn't. He's not lined up in relation to the house is not lined up in relation to the squirrel. So because I can't see the house when I'm stamping, but I can see the squirrel. So if the squirrel's in the same place every time, my house should be in the same place every time. There we go. All right, so my house projects, our house projects in no particular order. House, they'll be a little crooked. Ooh, but what I might do, we might just embrace these little lines here. It's fun. Hi, Christy. Hello. Christy said, I'm going to copy this page. Will be so. Oh, Christy, this is perfect for you. Christy is moving. She is moving to a new state. They are building a house. So, oh, I love that, Christy. That'd be so fun. What a fun one. Let's see. Jolene said, love this layout. Bernadine said, this layout is cute. And you know what? I had no plan, you guys. I had no plan other than I knew I wanted to use the houses or a house, right? And sometimes, I don't know, sometimes it's dangerous if I don't have a plan, because sometimes when I'm doing this, I'll tend to kind of spin out and I go lots of different directions and then I get frustrated and then I don't finish. But this one, you know, just kind of have fun. That's the whole thing about what we're doing. It should be fun. It should not be a chore. Anytime something like this becomes a chore, it usually means it's time to turn out the lights, leave it if you can, turn out the lights and walk away, come back tomorrow, and then, you know, then it just kind of things are open up again. But yes, I had no sketch for my projects around the house. Craft projects you need, perfect craft projects, absolutely craft projects you need to complete. Now, Kimberly, that really wouldn't help because I'm sure no one here has unfinished projects, right? They don't have projects they need to finish, right? Yeah, lots of us. Okay, yes, because now that we have our whole basement back again, there's a lot of projects on this list surrounding that since we moved to a warehouse. The first one is setting up a filming studio, in the basement that is permanently, permanently set up and never has to be put away. That will let me have a more professional setup. Now, most of my lists are not a lot of writing like that. It might just be setting up a filming studio. But sometimes if I feel like I need to write a little bit more, then I can. The next one is, clean the laundry room. Clean the laundry room. The laundry room in our house tends to be the dumping ground for lots of things other than laundry. For example, all this filming equipment that I purchased back in November, that has been in the laundry room because it needed a place to be. Bulletin Board 2 is sold out. Are you restocking? Yes, Terry, restocking. This is just a little behind the scenes. I think what happened is we ordered Bulletin Board 2, and I think there was an error on their part that they sent Bulletin more. So I realized that this afternoon. So they will be coming back in stock. It'll probably take about 2 weeks. Clean up the laundry room. Yeah, it's a dumping ground. It's funny. Nick and I often, when we were driving to the warehouse today, and I'm like, I need to finish some of my lists. So we were talking about this. I'm like, Nick, what are some projects on your list? And he said the laundry room, and I said the garage, because the garage is kind of his zone. Cleaning and purging the garage. Now, I cannot do that. That has to be Nick, because he gets very particular about some of those things where I'd be like, that needs to go in the garbage. And he's like, no, there's a reason I'm keeping all that wood, whatever. Okay, next up. Setting up a weight room. Really creating a weight room with the Peloton and the elliptical. So all of those equipment pieces have been in the basement, in the middle, pushed off to the side of all of the product. So now that all of the product is at the warehouse, one of the bedrooms will be like our workout room, weight room. And I tell myself that if there's a room like that, I'd be much more apt to use the equipment. Yeah, we all know where that's going, right? Yeah, whatever. Another one is cleaning out the closet in the guest room. That also has kind of become a dumping ground. I have lots of extra clothes in there that Nick is convinced could all be donated, which I've done a lot of donating of clothing in the last year, but yes, clean out the closet in the guest room. Also, next would be cleaning out the closet in the future weight room. Because I have a lot of crafty things there. Cleaning out the closet in the future weight room. This reminds me of a list that I did, probably 10 years ago. And it was like my dream house. I called it my dream house. There was actually now that I remember, there was a house in the center. In the center of my list or my spread or something. But basically it was a list about things I'd have in my dream house. So that could be another kind of take on this. If you want to go the house route, you could go the house route, but do it with maybe things that you wish you could have in your house. Or your one day house. Your dream house. If money was no object house. All right. One that I mentioned before. Hey, I need a really short word there, so maybe I need to skip one. Let's see. How about I'll do this? This is the one that won't really fit there. I'm just going to do clean, clean, screens, and the windowsills. We get a lot of wind in kind of where we live. I mean, not a lot, it's not bad, but we're at the base of a canyon, and so there's always a nice canyon breeze. So it just seems like our screens are filthy a lot, and then your windowsills and things like that. Clean screens, that's also kind of a spring cleaning, right? Clean windowsills. Windowsills? I think that's how you spell that. I don't spell that word too often, windowsill. All right, the next one is, paint the exterior of the house. We will not be doing that. I mean, we will be doing it, but we'll hire someone to do that. Paint the exterior of the house. The west facing side is in dire need. It's pretty bad. I mean, it's still gray. It's not like it's, white when it was normally gray, but it's very faded. Very faded. Okay, what else do we have? Oh, basically, turning the basement great room into a second living room. LVF, so luxury vinyl flooring. We're getting rid of the carpet down there. LVF, big couches, dining table. It's a big room, so dining table, big TV. Nick wants to get a big TV down there, and more. Just kind of make it another hangout place. When Jack and Kat come to visit, they usually come a couple times a year, and there's not really a place for them to hang out. I mean, obviously they hang out with us, but, if they ever want any alone time or anything, there's basically the guest room downstairs and then kind of upstairs with us. So that'd just be a nice, nice place to chill. And we'll use it too, obviously. Clean up the yard. Who's going to do all that list? I can add my stuff. I know. So guess what? There is no time frame associated with this list, right? They're just house projects. I mean, 10 years from now, well, hopefully not. Hopefully none of this is 10 years from now. We would like to have the whole basement redone over, I don't know, probably by the fall. So it's a lot of work, right? It is. And I don't have a lot of time these days with the business. So it'll all, Nick has said that when I am in Tokyo, he is going to paint the filming room for me. He is going to take the carpet out of the weight room and put in, like the black kind of cushiony, whatever. So he's saying while I'm gone, he's going to do some of those things. All my old addresses. Let's see. Leanne, if you do a list builder currently, could you please do stamps for hearing or listening, smelling, touching to go with eating and seeing? I love to do all the senses when I travel. That is a great idea, Leanne. Can I ask you to do me a favor? Would you shoot me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com, or go to laylebymail.com and click contact us. And I'll absolutely add that to our list because those are some great suggestions. Thank you. Let's see. Zen Girl said all my old addresses. So we have done a list like that. That's a fun one, to make a list of all your addresses that you've lived in at any point in time. All right. Let's do this. We have 2 more giveaways. Let's do one now, and then we'll do one more as soon as we're done. The next giveaway. So go ahead and we'll just do them both together. So go ahead and do your chatting for a bit. I'll keep going on my list, and then we'll do our last 2 prizes together. All right? So chat away. Clean up the yard, right? Spring clean up, right? clean up the yard, gonna do some deadheading, which is kind of the wrong time of the year to do it. You're supposed to do that in the fall, but that's okay. Get all the dried leaves, soggy leaves out. You know, gotta rake through the grass because, well, normally there's a lot of snow on the grass. We haven't had that this season, so we don't really need. The grass doesn't get as matted down, but you know, just yard work in the spring. You need to do that. Purge and organize, reorganize. Purge and reorganize. Purge and reorganize my crafter. Because it will change a little bit. I mean, there are supplies and tools and things like that will go downstairs in the new filming room because there will be things I need down there, right? When I'm filming. And there'll be products that I use only when I'm doing this. So those will be downstairs, and that will give me some more room upstairs to add some of the products that I do in a lot of my junk journaling and things like that when I'm like crafting on my own time. Purging and reorganizing my craft room. That's always fun. I always love doing that. Didn't change the filters, right? That's one thing we got to do. Change the filters. You got to change your filters, furnace filters. I think we usually do that. I don't know. How often do we do that? I have to ask Nick. Change furnace filters. I know it's time. Do we do that once a year? Do we do that in the spring? I don't know. I do not know. I have never done it. We always say, that's on Nick's side of the ledger. And it's not really like a financial ledger. There's just things he does and things I do. That's on his side of the ledger. Flip the mattress. We usually flip our mattresses once a year. They say it's a really good idea. If your mattress can't, it's really more rotate. You might have a mattress that you could also flip, but flip and or rotate the mattresses. They say, at this point, it's hard for me to talk and write at the same time because my brain gets very confused, and sometimes I write what my brain is saying when I'm saying flip and rotate the mattresses. You know what I mean. Yes, they say, whoever they is, probably the mattress people that are trying to sell you a mattress. Oh no, they wouldn't. They wouldn't tell you this because they want to sell you a new mattress. People that are trying to save your money that don't want you to have to buy a mattress very often. That you should flip them and also rotate them. So it's kind of like your tires. Like you rotate the tires on your car so they wear evenly. It's kind of like your mattress. Flip and rotate so it wears evenly. Yes, change smoke detector batteries. That's another one. Because Murphy, our friend Murphy, not the Murphy stamp, but Murphy's Law, change smoke detector batteries. Because Murphy's Law says the battery does not run out in the middle of the day. The battery decides to start running low in the middle of the night. And it decides to run low in the middle of the night and start chirping. And when you have a husband that wears hearing aids and he doesn't sleep in his hearing aids, he cannot hear the chirping. But I can hear the chirping, and so it keeps me up all night. And then you're trying to walk around the house, figuring out which one it is. And then there's like 5 minutes between each chirp. So then you're walking, listening. Then you go to the next one and listen and listen and listen. I don't know why. Why don't they beep in the middle of the day when you could do something about it? Or it's the one that's in the vaulted ceiling that you can do nothing about because you need to have a really tall ladder. And, I won't do that. Nick has to do that. Change smoke detector batteries. If you do it preemptively, then you don't worry about that. Yes, batteries on the carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide, not right. Carbon monoxide, right? Carbon monoxide. Then my brain is totally now questioning that. They run out in the middle of the night. I know, right, Christy? Why? Why does that happen? That we could do a list. Things that keep me up at night. That's literally and figuratively. Like, why does the smoke detector only go off in the middle of the night? Well, not the smoke detector, but the batteries. Let's see what else. I have one more. Oh, no, I don't. I've already done them. Ooh, okay. Guess what? Now, guess what? Okay. I will add that. Change carbon monoxide? Monoxide. Yeah, not mon. Ooh, start second guessing myself. Monoxide. detector batteries. Oh, I know another one. Not on my list. Now I'm having to spitball. But another one is to change the baking soda in the refrigerator, right? Baking soda in the refrigerator because it's supposed to change. I'll say refresh because I've said change a lot. Refresh the baking soda in the refrigerator. It's supposed to absorb odors, right? Refresh the baking soda. Oh, it's powder. Is it baking powder? Baking soda? Arm & Hammer baking soda. It's baking powder. Oh well, we'll just pretend. That's how I remember. Arm & Hammer baking soda. Baking soda is in a little round thing. Baking soda? Okay. Refresh the baking soda in the fridge. Yeah. Another one that sometimes we really don't think about is checking the food expiration dates in the pantry and in the fridge, right? Check the my houses are tired. They're now slanted. Check the fridge and pantry for expired foods. Have you ever done that? And then, like I would do it maybe last year, and then this year I do it, and there's something in there from like 2018, and you're like, how did I miss that? How did I miss that last year? How is that, I did this last year. How did I miss it? All right. So I need one more because I have more room. So what else do I need to do? Oh, yes, Mary, I love it. Wipe down the fridge shelves and drawers. Yeah, because they get nasty, right? Wipe down the fridge shelves and drawers. All right, that's it. That's a lot of prizes. That's a lot of prizes. I just read Elise's comment. That's a long list. And guess what? Doesn't mean that I'm going to do them all. This is like a wish list. These are things that maybe would be nice if they happen one day, right? Oh, medication dates. That's another great one. All right, friends. So that was fun. And it's interesting how just seeing when I saw that house in the Color Me Happy die cuts, I thought, oh, yes, it's time to do another one of these lists, right? All right. So we have two final prizes this evening, friends. We have a month-by-month sticker book. So if you are not much of a stamper, but you really like the look of the month-by-month stamps, there's a month-by-month sticker book. So this is a 12-sheet 5x7 sticker book. You have one sheet for all 12 months of the year. And because this is bigger than the month-by-month stamp set, you also have lots of little numbers, little circles, little squares, black, white. I mean, you can work those into your calendars or your planners or whatever. So that prize will go to, let's scroll up. It's going to Kimberly Castillo. Oh, Kimberly. Okay, guess what? Kimberly already won one. So Kimberly, if you are okay with it, I am going to pick another winner, if that's okay with you. So I'm going to go just down what I did before. Right below Kimberly is Kim Keller, 7390. So Kim, congratulations, Kim Keller, 7390. Kim Keller, 7390. See, I'm going to do that because I'm not going to do their salve again. I'm going to do Teresa V. So I know Kim Keller is really Kim Keller. Kim Keller, congratulations, you win that month-by-month sticker book. Please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner sticker book, and I will know what that is. In the body of the email, please tell me your mailing address. If you have placed an order or will be placing an order, let me know if you'll be placing an order. Or if you have an order already, and we'll just go ahead and add that to your order. If not, the team will be shipping out the prizes probably in about 2 weeks. It realistically is going to take probably 2 weeks to get through all the orders from the release and the sale. So congratulations, Kimberly. And then our last winner is going to be, let me just put this little house away because your little bullet stamps you really need to put right away. Put away right away because they're so little, they can become lost very easily. So there we go. The last winner of this evening, winner number 10. This is 10 prizes, you guys. 10 for just tonight. Winner number 10. Our 10th prize is going to Mimi Rude. Mimi, it said, please me. I didn't pick you. That's just where I didn't pick you on purpose. That's just where my finger stopped. Mimi gets the brand new Glimmers rub-ons and the brand new Glimmers Traveler's Notebook insert. So I don't know what I have done with the Glimmers rub-ons. They're around here somewhere in this crazy stack. But Mimi, congratulations. You get the Glimmers rub-ons and that Traveler's Notebook insert. So Mimi, you know the drill. Email the laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner. You can just say new Glimmers. Then I will know what that is. If you say winner, new Glimmers. If you're placing an order or have placed an order and we can add that to your order, great. If not, we will get that to you once the team gets through all of the orders. All right, friends, I am going to rotate the camera. 10:40. Holy cow. We've been at it almost 6 hours. My feet are barking. Even though I'm standing, I stand on, like one of those really cushy mats. And then I also am standing on slippers. Look at my slippers that also have, they also have cushy on them, but still 6 hours. My feet are done. My feet are done. Let me do this. Let me rotate the camera. And just remember, it's been a long day. I've been talking for a long time. So when you see what I look like, I'm probably going to be, look a mess, but that's okay because we're all friends. All right, let's rotate the camera. I'm going to untuck my shirt because, yeah. All right. Rotate the camera. Here we go. Whee! All right. Oh my gosh, you guys, that was so fun. It's been a little while. It's been a hot minute since we've listed, right? It's been a couple weeks because there's been a lot going on. Wedding and warehouse move and the like. So I just miss it. I miss it when we're not doing our listing. You guys, I have so much fun. Almost 6 hours just flew by. I could feel like I could do this for more hours, but I can't tonight because we got to get back together in the morning. So we will be listing again tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is Saturday, March 14th. We will start at 8 a.m. We're going to go about 4 hours because I have kind of a hard stop-ish, 4.5 hours. So if you would like to join us tomorrow, I would love to have you. We have different lists. It's not a repeat of what we've done tonight. We have 3 more lists for tomorrow. If you'd like to know what those lists are, you can go to the blog and you will see the blog post. Actually, there's a link to the blog post in the description box of the video, so it'll take you right there. So you'll see what our listing topics are for tomorrow. Actually, I can tell you because I have them written down. We are doing 3 more lists tomorrow. We have Glimmers. We'll be doing a Glimmers list tomorrow. We have a things I've been putting off list. Tell me. Sometimes it's appointments, like maybe the dentist or the dermatologist or a mammogram or whatever that is, colonoscopy. What have you been putting off? We'll do that list. And then we have lessons I learned as a kid. All right, so we have 3 fun lists tomorrow. The Glimmers is one that we do on a frequent basis. We usually do about once a month. But the other 2 are just fun, random lists. I will be using tomorrow. I will be using, products from Vicky's Artful Moments collection. Let me tell you, that collection has flown off the shelves. There is a bunch of that is already sold out. 49 Market has sold out of it, and I have sold out of it. So if you like that collection, just whatever's there, I'd say buy it because it won't be around long. So we'll be using some products from Artful Moments. We will be using some products from Simple Stories Rustic Legend collection. And then for my last one, My Dear Friend. That is the one that sold out immediately. I have it on order again, so don't be sad tomorrow when I use it. Just if you see something you like, you can go to the product and click on email me when available, and then when it comes back in. But that one, holy cow, that just flew. It's a really fun one. So those are the lists we're doing tomorrow and the products that I'll be using tomorrow. The sale. Don't forget about the sale. Coupon code 15LBM. So 15 for 15% LBM for Layle by mail. 2026. You'll find that in the description box of the video as well. But through Sunday night, the 15th of March 2026, all my Layle by mail products are on sale 15% off with the exception of a couple things. 2026 season pass is not on sale. Any of my project kits are not on sale. The ink blending foam storage solution container things, these guys are not on sale. And then any products that are already bundled. So for example, the 12-month stamp bundle. That's already marked 10% off. And if you want to get 15% off, then you just need to go add each one of those stamps to your cart. You can still get a deal, it's just that the bundle, the coupon code doesn't apply to the bundle because they're already discounted. All right, there's freebies. There's gift with purchases there, there's freebie downloads, freebie cut files, there's all kinds of things that we did for this weekend for part of our celebration. So don't miss those things. Thank you. Thank you for joining me, you guys, tonight. And beyond that, just thank you for being here at any time and supporting me and being part of the Squirrel Squad community. It's a pretty awesome community, and you guys make it that way. So thank you. Hope to see you tomorrow. If not, we will be listing the first weekend in April, and I have to have it out. I have to have a new schedule out before I go. So an email will go out Monday with that because it also needs to have information for the April Traveler's Notebook setup class, the free class that's coming at the end of March. Woo! I'm done. Put a fork in me. Well, not here. Where do you put a fork? Not in the head. I don't know. There's really no good place for a fork, but put a fork in me. I am done. I'm going to go finish my wine and put my feet up and then go to bed. And I hope that you can join us tomorrow. If not, take care, and I hope to see you soon on the interwebs or maybe in person. Thanks for watching me tonight, you guys. Bye-bye. Bye. And now I've got to walk around the back of the camera because I got to turn it off manually. But once we get everything moved into the new filming studio, then I'll just say bye, and we'll be done. Bye, friends. Have a good night.